الله يا عالم. الله أكبر. الحمد لله تمام هو أكيد.
Becky, hello, hello, hello. Let's see. Shelly, hello. Okay, let's see. I mean, Mustafa's bond was revoked. Mustafa was denied bond because
eating salt or without salt we want to do hamburger. And please clean water.
تبي water?
Shelly, hello, hello, hello. Becky, how are you? Let's see.
هذا الوتر المن ما أخذته.
Farah, how are you?
لا أخذه.
Hello, hello, hello. All right, I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm trying to set up the option on here, the setting. Okay. I haven't figured. Okay. All right, hang on. There we go.
وين تليفوني؟
Okay. I might have to restart the live. Char, how are you, ma'am? I might have to restart the live. There's a couple of things that I want to do in the setting that's can't remember how to do it, but we're gonna figure this out. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna restart the live, so just bear with me until I figure this out. Stefano, hello, hello, hello. Shelly, Regina, hello. Let's see, I'm still trying to figure this out. All right. All right. Let's see, activities. Nope. All right, this is frustrating. I'm trying to play with the setting, but I'm not. I don't know how to figure this out. I'll just figure this out later. All right, we're here. We are here. We're just waiting for everybody to come in. Bustos, hello, hello, hello. Let's see. All right. Just got done uploading part 10 to the podcast. Let's see. There we go. Done. That's uploaded. We're just waiting for everybody to come in. We're going to go through some body cams and we're going to talk about a couple of things. We are just getting started. Okay. All right, maybe I can play with the setting on the iPad instead of trying to figure this out on the cell phone. Stefano, thank you for being here. Okay. Part 10 is up on YouTube. Shelly, hello, hello, hello. Stefana. Who else is here? All right. All right. Bustos, Farah, Regina.
FanDuel makes every moment on the field matter more. New FanDuel users get $200 in bonus bets with their first $5 bet. To celebrate, let's go to the highlights. First up, we got Jenny in North Carolina. Oh, it's over by half a point. Oh, and look at that athleticism. Now that right there, people, is why you watch the game. Ted in Phoenix. Flawless technique on that parlay. Set up that bet in seconds with FanDuel. Ooh, hot sauce and jalapeno nachos. What's the over-under on trips to the bathroom?
Shelly, hello,
All right,
hello,
this is
hello.
classic down to the wire for Brendan and Philly. You got the over on points.
Char, Bustos.
Oh, you got it.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Somebody going to the fiddle store.
Yeah.
Last but not least, Pop
No,
set
I
up
can
for
hear
his
you.
first
Just
bet.
put the volume
The
up.
app is so easy to use, even he figured out that
Hello,
new users
hello,
get $200
hello.
in.
What are you drinking? Coffee and something in the glass?
Yeah. So, I've got tea, I've got coffee. And,
Right.
you know, you got a problem when you're mixing the tea. Busto, you've never done that before?
No.
Yeah. No. There's a lot of people that I know that does that. Every single person that does that, I promise you has a problem. And when you find your when you find yourself surrounding yourself with individuals that mix their coffee and tea, you know you got a problem.
Right. Now, do you in your culture, or did your mom, do you guys make tea with like milk, or is it with water? And is it loose tea or bag tea?
Bustos, I don't know what culture you're talking about.
Well, I mean,
I just want to clarify.
You know,
Just want to clarify. Mixing coffee and tea is not normal. In any culture, in any country.
Kind of like the sandwiches.
Okay, this is something that.
well, I don't mean coffee. I meant tea. The tea. And
Yep. I mean, I drank tea with milk. Yes.
oh, okay. I'm just saying because in India they do tea, the loose tea with milk, and that's the only reason why I'm asking. I don't know if you guys are brought up with loose tea or bag tea.
I've done that before. Okay, I've mixed tea and milk. Yep.
I'm just curious. I mean, there's.
I don't know what they do in India, but I can tell you I've mixed tea and milk before.
Right.
All right.
And
Trying to set this account
was
up. This is a new.
60 days locked up or something, and they were mixing they call it, the nickname in there is called Whip It. It's coffee, Kool-Aid.
Coffee and Kool-Aid.
And
Okay, that's
more.
disgusting. Coffee and Kool-Aid.
It looks so disgusting, and they call it Whip It.
I was just wondering.
I'll tell you.
It would taste like with creamer.
Which one?
The new creamers.
Which one? Coffee and tea and Kool-Aid? I'll tell you. I have standard. There are things that I would never do. Okay. Now, just because I'm mixing coffee and tea, doesn't mean everything goes. No, ma'am. But yeah, Kool-Aid and coffee and tea. I mean, I'll tell you, it's you don't know what kind of circumstances when you're in that environment. I mean,
Right.
you know what I mean? You get creative.
Yeah, her one cell nurse is like, it's disgusting. And the other girl's like,
Yeah, they don't
just
get
have to have it
sugar,
every
so
day.
yeah, that would.
Yeah.
They don't get sugar, so the Kool-Aid would be their sugar.
Right.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
That sounds like it'd be pretty good. If you think about it, it's sweet.
We're growing into that idea.
I don't think I would mix it.
I'm trying to set this account up. This whole account is new, so I can't remember the options. Like when you set up the setting and all the BS, it's frustrating when you haven't done it in a long time, and all of a sudden you wanna.
You're a newbie.
Yeah, only into just my 10th account on TikTok. You know, nothing special, nothing to see here. Gotta keep remembering which platform is which and which platform can handle what.
Do you ever get an agent?
I think that's. I was thinking about it before, and I was playing around with it, and I think me and Casey were talking about it. Me and someone else were talking about it. It never worked out. I don't know why.
Casey's got one, and
Yeah, but
they
I've.
did us 3 times and we got it back.
But it just didn't work out. I filled out something, I sent it, they never got back to me, and I just lost interest. If that makes any kind of sense. I'm not gonna mess around with it. It's too complicated. But we're okay doing what we're doing. Maybe by our 15 account we'll figure this out. Dre, how are you, sir?
All right, I'll be your agent, and I don't want to be sheriff no more.
Well, I'll tell you,
Okay,
I'm thinking about starting my own agency. Now, this is not a TikTok agency. This is gonna be. I'm thinking about starting an LLC, start a company, turn it into an agency where we hire and train paralegals for law firms, and instead of having them do the hard work of finding paralegals, I can train paralegals and get them certified and reach out to law firms and dispatch these paralegals. It's an idea. We're in the initial stages of getting something like that set up. So if you guys are interested in getting certified as paralegals, we're getting connected with certain departments where the governor office, they need paralegals. Law firms in Prince William County, they need paralegals, and we can certify you online.
That counts me. I ain't smart.
Well,
Is it for dummies?
apparently anybody can be a paralegal. I was a barefooted man when I got picked up.
Well, if it's for dummies, I might have a chance.
Look, man, when I got picked up, I was barefooted at Prince William County, running around like a wild monkey. They put me in a suit, put me behind the desk, gave me a computer, and they sent me to work. So,
Were you still barefooted?
Oh, right now?
No, were you, and then with the suit and
In the
tie,
suit.
were you still barefooted? We didn't see your
Sometimes.
feet, so we don't know.
Apparently I was, they got me a bed, they got me a couch, I was sleeping in the office, so after 5 o'clock I was walking around barefooted. And no one knew the difference. People were showing up in the morning, I was still barefooted. I was like, hey, you're in my house. I sleep in that corner. Dre, did you hear what we were talking about? We were talking about you yesterday, sir. Did anybody tell Dre what we talked about?
I wasn't here, so I didn't know that.
You want to tell me no one told you what we said about you?
Nope.
All right, someone is slacking, and my trolls are definitely slacking. I thought you were recording me. I thought you're... What the fuck is going on here? Apparently my trolls are not doing their job. Well, someone... Does anybody want to tell Dre what we volunteered him? Out of everybody, for some reason, you are it, sir. Does anybody want to tell Dre what we're talking about?
I don't believe I was there, so I don't know.
None of them was here either.
Man, if no one really knows what I'm talking about, we've got a bigger problem. The people on here don't know. My trolls don't know. If maybe we're overloading everybody with too many body cams, too many documents that everybody is losing track of why we're here. Remember, we're not here for Mustafa. We're here for the voice of Mustafa's brother. Remember? Or are we losing track of why we're here? Remember? Apparently, I'm internet famous, and you know.
No troll talk.
Exactly. If you see a troll page, block it. Otherwise, I will block you. Now, this is a cult. This is a dictatorship. I don't know what you heard, but apparently we're gonna be coming out with a religious book, and we're gonna have a uniform pretty soon.
Can't wait.
We're
So you're gonna
ordering.
be like, in other words, you're gonna be like back in the '80s. Curtis Fleroy had the Guardian Angels in New York.
Well, I don't know what. Apparently, you're not part of it, right? Okay, so this is what we talked about yesterday, and I don't know why you got volunteered out of everybody. Okay, I swear to God, it's just like it happened. Okay, and no one went against it. Everybody just went along with it. We were talking about a social experiment, and for some reason, you got volunteered into it. I don't know why you, out of everybody, you just got volunteered. Okay. The social experiment is this. What if we
You're
block?
blocked.
Yeah. What if we just block Dre and just watch the ramification of it? Now, what would happen? Couple of possibilities. Okay.
Nothing.
Well, couple of possibilities. You're gonna end up on the other side,
No,
and
I'm not jumping no fence. I'm too old.
I'm giving you possibilities here. I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen. I haven't even gotten through the possibilities. Okay.
Oh, we got more than one chance.
Yeah. Okay. So possibility number one, it's possible that you're gonna end up on the other side, and they're gonna roll down the red carpet for you. They're gonna open all the doors, and they're gonna be like, "Dre, tell us what he's done to you. Why would he do that to you? What a horrible monster." Dre, remember Connie G? You're gonna be in the big box. Mm.
Okay.
He's like, he's like, fuck my life. Okay, and then, or they might think that you're a Trojan horse, and they'll block you too. So you're gonna be in this limbo. You're not here. You're not there. You're just gonna disappear. Every now and then, we're running to Dre and Prince William County doing Ubering. It's like, wait, isn't that Dre? And you give me like for 2 seconds, and everybody's just gonna forget about it.
No, he'll go into somebody else who's in the group, and he'll say, "Why was I blocked?" And then that person will come over here and say, what happened to Dre? Why is Dre blocked?"
And then this look this live is
Amar got them all under. Amar's a cult leader, so they'll all be like, "Who is Dre?"
no Casey is the cult leader. Okay, I created a cult, and Casey is the leader. Okay, I have nothing to do with anything. Okay, and you know the sad reality is, we've already created a village, and that village went through so many stages. It got destroyed. Every agency with every uniform got dispatched into that location. A drone was flown over that village. So I think it's an understatement to say that we're not in a cult at this point. On that note, we're going to be rolling out something different. We're going to have one mod, okay? We're going to have Casey, our cult leader, a mod. And what I'm going to do, we're going to continue to have sub only for the live. And we're going to have everybody that wants to subscribe. The money is going to go toward, of course, the legal fund but it's not just a legal fund. We're going to be, of course, the money is going to go to Mustafa's cell phone, Mustafa's commissary, but we're also going to be working on something else. I'm going to be working on building a podcast, and the goal is to build a podcast where we're in front of the FBI building every day. We're in front of the DOJ building every day and holding a podcast. A podcast where we talk about Mustafa and we talk about the cases in Prince William County, the other cases, the other individuals. And we're going to be filing with the Department of Justice. We're going to be filing with the FBI department. We're going to be the most annoying fucking thing in DC. The most fucking annoying thing in Prince William County. We're going to refuse to walk away. And if the Department of Justice, we're going to put enough pressure by saying we're going to be the most annoying thing in DC. Our voice carries a lot of weight, because apparently we have body cams that are sealed by Judge Weimer. We have documents that are sealed by Judge Weimer and other judges. We have police officers that are supplying us with certain material with other cases in Prince William County. Now, I'm going to need everybody's help to get something like that done. And I want everybody's support in getting something like that done. But I'm going to be setting the subscription to $100. Now, you don't have to subscribe. You don't have to engage in any of it. But this is what we're going to be doing. To have certain effort.
Choose Chrome to safely store your passwords.
Get something like that done. And we're going to continue to do it. And continue to be the most fucking annoying thing in Prince William County.
Aren't you that now?
Dre, you're blocked. We're gonna run. This is a separate thing, so you don't have to worry about anything. All right. We have multiple social experiments that's gonna be ongoing. We're not gonna block you, okay? I don't know. I'm really thinking about it.
I got a lifetime pass from not being blocked.
Look, man, we're gonna experiment, okay?
I got a lifetime plan for not being blocked, and TikTok is closing down the 19th.
You know, I hear that. I hear that, but I don't. Look, I'll believe it when I see it.
People are talking about. I don't know.
No.
I don't have the account, but people are talking about Kick, K-I-C-K.
What is? Wait, T-I-C-K? What is that?
No, K-I-C-K.
K-I-C-K. Okay, what
You know
about
the
it?
guy. You know Musa that does the hot dogs.
Yeah.
He uses both formats.
Wait, that's an actual app, or you're kidding?
It's an actual app.
Man, you know, I'm not joining another app, to be honest with you. I've got TikTok. I've got.
I'm not joined on it. I think he's been a member of it. But if, say for example, TikTok closed on the 19th of this month, he got kicked up for his backup.
Yeah.
Like today.
A lot of they talk about Lemonade or something. I think it's called Lemonade or.
Yeah. I signed up for it, but I didn't I'm not really using it. If that makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, I heard that you can't go live. Like the videos are only a certain amount of time, a length.
Yeah.
I don't see TikTok going away. If it is, it's gonna go away for maybe a day or two. But
I don't think it's going away.
From what I Google see what it's worth. I mean, if somebody want to buy it, it's worth. And I don't see nobody buying it unless Trump talked. What's the name into doing it? But they want $100 billion for TikTok.
$100 million to
$100 billion. I think Musk, he paid 32 billion for Twitter.
You know, it'll be funny. It's one thing for my trolls to subscribe when it's $5 or $10. It's another thing for my trolls to subscribe when it's $100. You want to be a troll? There you go.
Now, is that $100 a month?
Yeah, it's a month. Yeah. It's $100 a month, and that money is going to go into everything that we're doing. There are things that I want to do that I can really be fucking annoying in DC. And apparently, you can do it and no one can say anything. As a matter of fact, they'll tell you, go right ahead, sir. Like taking a 70-inch flat screen TV on public property on a sidewalk and a generator and just standing there.
Have you heard of, I'm just asking, I don't know, since y'all been out there in front of the FBI building or whatever, have you heard anybody from like this area calling them up and bugging them, like, hey, you let them do that out there in front of y'all? You know, like the people.
You know, I'll tell you what's funny about that. DC is a whole different ballgame. Fuck around, found out. If you can get away with doing what you do in Prince William County. One thing that I'm finding out about DC is when they hear about police misconduct, they don't tolerate it, and they're not okay with it, and they support you protesting, exercising your First Amendment. That's my experience. So I can't wait for the phone calls and whatever, blah, 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 because apparently we have a lot of friends that are not okay.
Hello, I'm Amy Ashworth. I'm from Manassas City. I'm in charge of blah, blah, blah. FBI, yeah, Miss Ashworth, we heard a lot about you and we don't like it.
Exactly. You know, Amy Ashworth has a lot of problems right now, and she's got a lot to answer for. It's one thing when you have it's one thing when you have a family that comes out and protests and says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you don't have actual evidence to back up what you're saying, you can easily dismiss that family. You can easily dismiss that family. You can just, you know, anybody that calls, you can tell them, this is the family, they're upset, blah, 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 blah. You don't know what I know. And she won't share with, she won't share what she has because she's already got a court order to seal it. But the situation changed. Now it's a whole different ballgame. Now that the body cams are released, now that the documents are released, when you have other agency call into the Commonwealth Attorney and have a conversation with Amy Ashworth, she can no longer hide behind what usually every prosecutor says. You don't know what I know. Well, we know what you know, and we're looking at it. The police officers themselves are saying this is a vehicle accident. So she has a lot of problems. And as a matter of fact, she's not only worried about the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. You've got other cases in Prince William County that are popping up and will be popping up. So she's got a lot to answer for. I would not want to be in her shoes right now. T-Fizz, how are you, ma'am?
Who was that you was talking the other day? You said something about, what was you saying?
Here I am. I was stuck.
Man, you know, I'll tell you, you're starting to sound like me.
I know.
With your arm.
I'm trying to think. I was going to say, And then I forgot just that quick. It'll pop back into this pea brain in a minute.
You know, I'll tell you. Some say that you're trying to hypnotize us when you say they think that this is a cult, and I'm sitting here hypnotizing everybody. That everybody is here because of the you know, when you have like the pendulum.
I wouldn't be out there. Not nothing to do with his. This was before you. Years and years ago, somebody said, Andre, such. I'd be like, what's
You know
that
what I'm
guy
talking about? Can you imagine every time I'm having a conversation with you, I've got a pendulum and I'm like, they're not even
Talking about
listening.
our cult, you guys.
Huh? What happened?
You're talking about my cult.
Well, man, you are the leader of this cult, okay?
You are the cult leader, he
You
said.
are the cult leader, okay? I've got nothing to do with it, okay? I'm just, you know, I put the seed, I watered the plant, and apparently there was a village that was destroyed. There is a history behind this cult leader. This cult did not just pop up out of nowhere. This cult has a deep-rooted history in Prince William County, where for a whole entire year, apparently there was a village in the jail parking lot. I mean, for that village to require 4 different agencies to be involved, and I'm not exaggerating, 4 different agencies were involved to destroy this village. You had 3 different tents, and a family was there, kids were there, and they were just living their life.
Living the best life.
Living their best life, just living away. And 4 different agencies got involved to remove this village. And because of it, a cult was manifested. Now, do you blame this cult? No, I don't blame this cult whatsoever. 4 agencies got it. Now, we've got the proof. We've got our own video. We've got pictures. We've got documentation that this village existed.
Just say we're the village people. And people born in the 2000s, they won't know what the hell you're talking about.
You know, if this had gone on for a little bit longer, you could have had a whole new generation born into this village. I mean, this village went on for almost a year. It takes 9 months to pop out a whole entire village. You know, so 4 agencies got involved to remove this village. You have the sheriff department. They had brown uniforms. Manassas police got involved. There were black uniforms. Blue uniforms showed up. Prince William County. And you had county workers with county cones and trucks showed up to remove this village. I mean, 4 agencies got involved. A drone was flown over this village. So, I mean, what kind of budget did you have to put into removing this village? I mean, can you imagine? You know what I'd like to know is the financial statement from that day in removing that village. That's what I'd like to know. Now, what I'd like to know is, now, the property, that piece of land, is public property. That's not jail property. That's public property. Now, how constitutional was it to remove that village? Now, it wasn't a homeless encampment, so you can't say we removed the homeless encampment. This was a protest encampment, a peaceful protest encampment. Now, there are allegations that, you know, we were creating BOMBs. Unfounded. Bullshit. Okay? According to the prosecutor, we were manufacturing BOMBs in the parking lot. Something about an AR-15 with 1,000. You don't have to take my word for it. Pull up the record at circuit court, so everything has a transcript. I'd like to find out what is the evidence behind the prosecutor saying what she was saying. So you want to tell me that you left me in the parking lot for 9 months manufacturing BOMBs? Wow. Interesting. And the FBI have nothing to do with it? They don't even care? They're not dispatching into this cult that's being created in your in the parking lot? Interesting. Your Honor, do not release Mustafa. That's what the prosecutor says. The brother is manufacturing a BOMB in the parking lot. Jesus Christ. So what if I was? What does that have to do with Mustafa? Can't you arrest me for it? Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't exist. Oh, it's a lie. Oh, wait a minute. It's a lie. Just like everything that you've been saying about Mustafa. No evidence? Oh, Judge Weimer, Mustafa threatened a correctional officer. And then we found out that the material that was sealed is the CCTV video and the audio of the witness. That apparently there's a witness that says, wait a minute, Mustafa never threatened the CEO. He was beaten. His religious items were violated. His Quran got stepped on. And what did they do? They seal off that material. As a matter of fact, this material is supposed to be exculpatory evidence. It's supposed to be in Mustafa's file, but half of it is missing. Oh, which half is missing? The CCTV video starts off at 10:15. That's interesting, because the incident starts at 9:30. Oh, wait a minute. Why is 9:30 missing? Oh, is it because you're going to see correctional officer enter Mustafa's cell and beat him? Is it because you're going to see Mustafa's Quran thrown around out of that cell? Okay. All right. Well, I've got news for this prosecutor and Sheriff Glenn Hill and Judge Weimer, my favorite individual is Judge Weimer. You know, I'll tell you, Judge Weimer, you know, for you to have to make it into my platform and where I have a specific segment just for you called Coffee Time with Judge Weimer, you've made it, sir. You've made it in life.
And I can't even get nothing like that.
You know, we're talking about blocking you, and I'm Dre. If we ever do get to that point, just know that
You love
we're yes, sir. We love you, and if Casey is the cult leader, you're the sheriff in this cult. And just know, yeah,
I'm the
even though we
sheriff.
block you, we're thinking about bringing you back. We're just conducting a social experiment.
I had the sheriff and the court locked
I need
up.
a secretary.
There you go.
I need a secretary.
Okay.
I'm gonna be the one that I can't come in, but I'm gonna be on the outside calling in, asking for what you call them things, a health check or whatever it's called.
A wellness check. You know what'll be funny? You will be there. You will show up, and you will be on the live. Okay, we'll be in DC somewhere, doing a podcast, and you'll show up. That's it. The reality of the situation is, even if we block you, you're still gonna show up. You're gonna be there talking to everybody, and you're like, "Hello." We're gonna be like, "Dre, we love you, sir." Okay, just give us a week or two. We're still conducting our social experiment.
Yeah, we're still investigating. Blah 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 blah.
You know, the funny thing is that actually did happen when we were at the pavilion. I think I blocked you, or I took you off mod, or I did something, and then you're like, Omar, hello. I'm like, how you doing, sir?
I never been blocked by you.
I don't think I blocked you. I think I took you off mod, and I brought you back like
No,
5
you
different
took
times
everybody- You
within
took
24
everybody
hours.
off mine. Yeah, what was it? Like a month ago when you came back on, somebody said to me, no, they didn't say to me, they said in the room, they like, gee, Amar back in one day and he already unmodded me. And I didn't pay no attention at all. The next day I'm in there reading my comments and it says you have been unmodded. I said, oh, now that's just like Amar.
You know, I think within 24 hours, I think I brought you back in and out like 3-4 times. I think I did that to everybody.
Yeah.
But you know, I'll tell you, social media and everything that comes with social media. You know, unfortunately, it's what we have to go through when Julie Carey, with NBC4, lies to the community and pretends that she's here for the community, but instead is lying. I mean, how hard is it to have our voice heard too?
Is this your music in the background playing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, like you already said. What the hell's music doing playing? Oh, I know what I was going to say earlier. It just popped to my mind.
Yeah.
Now, I forget what her name was. Wasn't Amy Afro, somebody else, but they said they didn't watch they didn't watch your videos of nothing what you posted. They only go by what the police officer wrote down.
That's what we're finding out. We're finding out that the police department.
That's what you told us. I said, oh.
And that's, you know how scary that, you know how terrifying that is, you know how disturbing that is. It's so disturbing on so many levels. I mean, it's been over 2 years now, and now we're having the body cams, having the discovery, looking at everything, and you want to tell me that you've held Mustafa at Prince William County on falsified police reports, and the agency, which is supposed to, that's bringing up charges, and is we're finding out that they're bringing up charges on those falsified police reports, and as of we're dealing, you know, I'll tell you something that I find interesting. A year ago, when we went to Internal Affairs, and we supplied them with the audio of Investigator Drum falsified Mustafa statements in the police report. Now, this audio by then was on the internet for going on, I think it was 4 or 5 months. An audio of a conversation between Mustafa and Investigator Drum is on the internet for 5 months. I think it was 4 or 5 months. In the process, Mustafa gets beaten up, essayed, denied medical, because we're sitting here talking about and publicizing a specific audio about an investigator that's been there for 20 years. I mean, this investigator apparently has a lot of friends in Prince William County. And when he orders a hit, they carry the hit out for him. As a matter of fact, on the body cam, we're watching him have a conversation with Casey Stevens about the outcome of this hit. Investigator Drum is asking Casey Stevens if he's going to be able to do a competency test to write Mustafa off as incompetent after they beat him inside the jail. So not only they beat you to get you so terrified to be silenced, they want to silence you. Stop talking about this falsified police report. Tell your family, stop talking about this falsified police report. And they take it as far as finding someone that's going to write Mustafa off as incompetent. That was the goal. Beat him up so hard. I mean, we all saw how Mustafa's head looked like after the beating. Beat him so bad where, one, you scare him into shutting the fuck up, and then 2, write him off as incompetent. Now, I have that body cam, and it's a disturbing body cam when you watch your own defense attorney, Casey Stevens, have that kind of conversation with the investigator that falsified the police report. So not only that he takes our money, almost $55,000, he's friends with the investigator, he works with the investigator, they order a hit inside the jail, and now they want to write off Mustafa as incompetent, so when he gets to trial, he's not going to be able to testify. The Commonwealth Attorney apparently is a separate agency from the police department. Those are two different agencies. The Commonwealth Attorney, the police department conducts an investigation. They write off their police reports and submits them to the Commonwealth Attorney Office. The Commonwealth Attorney Office goes off the police reports and brings up charges based on police reports. Well, and they don't watch body cams. They're not going to sit there and watch body cams. They go off police reports. Well, what do you do when the Commonwealth Attorney Office, which is a separate agency, is bringing up charges against Mustafa based on falsified police report? What do? The police department tells you, when you talk to the police department, they tell you the Commonwealth Attorney is the one that brings up charges, not us. The Commonwealth Attorney Office tells you we're bringing up charges based on what the police department is saying, based on the police reports. Well, the police reports are falsified. Every police report is falsified. Now,
Grandma,
yes, sir.
I was watching a video this week. You know, I like to watch those YouTube videos
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
police pulling people over, whatever.
Yeah.
This police pulled this black guy over, and he had, you might have seen it. I don't know if I shared it with you or not, but
Did
he
you
had
just say?
a
Did you just say?
whole bunch of money in his.
Did you just say black guy? You said black
Yeah.
guy or African American?
No, well, same thing.
I'm fucking with you.
A black African American.
I hate when people say they play around with the words. They're like, "Oh, you mean black African?" I'm like, "Go fuck yourself, bro." Like, you know, like have a real conversation with me.
All right,
But
bro.
yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
he had money in his car, and he had it for a certain reason, which he told the police. But he had it wrapped up in if I had to guess, I don't know what it was, but it looked like it was about an inch thick, and it was like $100 bills or whatever. And he had it wrapped up in a rubber band. The police said to him, we're going to confiscate your money, even though he wasn't found or nothing at the time, but then they had him for something. So we're going to take the money and we're going to count it right here in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing's going to be, we're going like a bank, nothing's going to happen to it at all. When you get out or whenever you go to the police station, we're going to hand every last dollar back to you.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, the black guy, he hears a rubber band come off or something. The cop took some money, but he swam down, he didn't.
I saw that video.
And the
I know
guy
you're
said,
talking
I heard the rubber band, I know you took it. And then finally, the other cops come up to him, like they're kind of on his side, the police side. And then, anyway, they opened the door up and found like $1,000 or so stuffed inside the door, down there in the tray. And he still said he didn't do it. So they take him inside, the police, and they start questioning him. He basically started crying and saying, I'm sorry. Now look, anybody else, they would lose their job. I bet you any amount of money, he won't lose his job.
Exactly.
But,
Yeah, I saw that video, and I know exactly what you're talking about. But he's not going to lose his job. They're going to
If it had been you, me, or anybody else working for somewhere else, we would have been fired.
Of course. Of course.
The police, as y'all say, the police and their gang, they stick together. And will tell you, everybody makes mistakes.
But the problem is when you have situations like that, they're gonna create corruption. You're gonna have corruption within that police department. How could you hold someone accountable? I mean, at what point are you gonna hold that bad actor accountable? For example, the Tatiana David video. Each one of those officers, you had I think there was a supervisor that showed up at one point in the video, and you'll see him collect names. What's your name? What's your name? And he's writing it on a notepad. Now, why is he collecting names? It doesn't take an expert to know what they're doing. They're collecting names to make sure the individuals that are on scene, that are involved, if this gets out, we know who leaked out this information. There's a list. He made a list, and the video was sealed, They came up with a narrative where the body was found outside the vehicle with holes, and that was the end of it. And it took 2 years for this video to be leaked out, and now we're seeing what we're seeing. Now, back to what you were talking about. Now, how could you hold these police officers accountable if you wanted to hold them accountable? If you were the chief of police and anything else happens, you take this police officer, and you put him in a room and you tell him this situation happened, that situation happened. We want to hold you accountable and whatever, write him up, get him in, whatever, right? Well, if you were to hold him accountable for any police misconduct, he's gonna tell you to go fuck yourself, and he has leverage to tell you to go fuck yourself, because God help you if you tell him, I'm gonna take your badge in uniform, because he's gonna blackmail you at that point. He's gonna tell you, go fuck yourself. Do you know what I know? Do you know what I got involved? Do you know what kind of cover up that your department covered up? So the question is, yeah, you covered up that one situation, but going forward, that police officer, that badge in a uniform, is immune to anything. He can do whatever he wants, and there is nothing you can do to hold him accountable as the chief of police. So you're manufacturing individuals within a police department that are immune, that you will never be able to hold accountable.
But if you think about it, police, government, or whatever, ain't no different than any other job. They're jobs, and that's it. Because if anybody worked for a company for a long time, they can usually get away with taking office paper, taking ink cartridges, little by little. Everybody does it, but they're not gonna tell on you because of that, because they do it their own self.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? As far as being crooked or stealing on their jobs, that's what everybody does.
I mean, to pull an unalive body out of a vehicle.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, where do you draw the line? I mean, yeah, paper clips, office supplies, sure. A budget here and there, sure. Signing off on documents here and there, okay. But an unalive body out of a vehicle, I think at one point you have to draw the line.
Like that's crossing the line.
You know, it's one thing to talk about it. I mean, if we were having this conversation without that video, you really can't have that conversation without that video. Because if you were to have this conversation without that video, there's always doubt. You're going to tell me, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no way. What, a Prince William County officer pulling an unalive black girl out of that there is no way. You're going to tell me, like, bro, like, go fuck yourself. It's not possible. It's not true. It's not possible. I can't comprehend a Prince William officer pulling an you can't comprehend it. But then when you see it, you'll start questioning things. And, I'll tell you, it's one thing to see that video. It's another thing to read the response for Prince William County 2 years into that situation when the body cam is leaked out. Is leaked out in the community is watching. Like, if you were to take that, read that statement, and then watch the video, and then read the statement again, I really want to find out who in that department issued a statement like that. That's the stupidest, most disgusting statement you can ever issue, given the situation. We showed up after the fact, assisting other agency What are you talking about? You're dragging an unalive body out of that vehicle. Assisted in what exactly? What did you assist in? Pulling? It's just, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's interesting to watch the fallout of the outcome of this situation.
They should have had some respect the way they got her out of there. It's like dropping her on the ground.
It's sad. It's really sad. And you know, to reposition the body and to have a cover up like this, I can understand. Whoever's in charge made the wrong call. Okay, all right. You made the wrong call. State police policy, Virginia state police policy, is you're supposed to outweigh the risk when you're pursuing a vehicle. And knowing that there's an abductee, you definitely are not allowed to pursue a vehicle. By law, you're not supposed to pursue a vehicle. Now, someone made the call to pursue that vehicle. Now, the real question is, if this wasn't a black girl, would you pursue that vehicle? Absolutely not. If this wasn't Ashley, you would not fucking pursue that vehicle. And that's the truth. But disregard for her life, they pursued the vehicle. And then took it as far as put 50 holes into that vehicle. And you see the holes are in the back seat. Most of them are in the back seat. Now, you made the wrong call to pursue the vehicle. All right. You expect the chief of police to come out and have accountability. Whoever's in charge, we're going to hold you accountable. Obviously, you're in the wrong position to make that call. You hold the individual accountable, and you set a standard for a future situation. If it does present itself, you can prevent the same situation. Now, you put 50 holes into that vehicle, you hold those individuals accountable. I mean, we all saw an individual with an AR-15 show up with a smile on his face. What did you just do? Farah, how are you, ma'am?
He was fucking amazing. He's like, he worked it out to where it was.
So, to show up with an AR-15 with a smile on your face, it's
he was really cool. So there's cool ones that'll really work hard for you. And,
it's sick.
The best things you can get. But,
I would assume that the judge
officers that are involved are laughing, like Casey Fines.
Your son doesn't seem like the
your mic is on.
I took care of him. So you expect the chief of police to hold a press conference and be transparent with the community and hold those police officers accountable. Problem solved. There are mistakes that could happen, and you hold those in charge accountable. Now, to take this situation as far as covering up what happened is a bigger problem, because how could the community entrust that the police department is not going to repeat the same problem? I mean, this could happen again, and how could you trust an agency like the police department to not engage in a cover-up? They dragged that body from inside the vehicle, twisted that body like a pretzel, dragged that vehicle from inside the vehicle with her head flopping around, repositioned her somewhere else, and said, "We found her outside the vehicle with holes in her." Now, insinuating that the boyfriend is the one that put the holes in her. No. All you have to do is look at her. Her body is riddled with AR-15 holes. So there's no way that the boyfriend did it. There's no way. It's AR-15. These are police caliber. Now, when you look at the driver, the boyfriend, they said that he was found outside the vehicle, insinuating that he came and attacked the police. That's not what we see on body cam. We see that he was dragged from the vehicle and repositioned somewhere else. So they put holes in him, and he was still inside his car, and they drag him from the driver's seat. They reposition him somewhere else. And they lied to the communities, and they said that he attacked them. He didn't attack them. That's not what we see on body cam.
Hi, Farrah. Hi, Missy.
Fair up, Missy.
What you're saying that is 100% true, but some people in this room, not this room, in other rooms that's contain the group that we're in, they'll say, "Oh, that's not true about your family or a black person," and they like everybody gets treated the same. And you just said it true, 100%. This could be a young, beautiful white lady out there jogging, and she go missing. That's on the 6 o'clock news.
No, I'll be honest with you, Droy. And I think we had this
It could be a black person doing the same thing, female, but it won't make the news.
No, I hear you, and I'll be honest with you, brother. And we had this conversation before, and I've had it with multiple people before. Now, when you say the other individuals in the other room,
I'm talking about between your room and KC's room. I'm not talking about no other room.
okay. Now, well, let's really talk about what we're talking about. I know exactly who you're talking about, and the individuals that you're talking about, we all know they're trolls, and to give those individuals that me and you and everybody here know that they're trolls, and they're trolling the conversation just to troll the conversation. What are we really doing here?
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest with you, it's almost laughable to even dignify an answer, to even give that an answer. Who are we really talking about? We're talking about a group of individuals. You can count them on your finger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No more than 5, 6.
And that's too much.
That's too much. Now, what we're asking everybody is, we've been on this platform for a while now. We got to know each other really well, to the point that we know when you ask a question or say something, I know who's who and who is saying what, to the point that you can immediately identify a troll. Your only reason you're saying that is because you're trolling the conversation. Not you, I'm just saying in general. That now we're at a point that we're asking everybody, if you know an individual that's trolling the conversation, block them. If you see a page that's trolling the conversation, block that page. Otherwise, what you're really doing here is you're allowing and amplifying a troll. And the truth is, after a while, first, when you have a problem, you identify the problem. Now that we've identified the problem, going forward, we're going to know what's really happening here. I mean, I'll tell you in the beginning, coming into this platform, this social media, and when you engage in topics that are sensitive in the community, you'll identify individuals that are a mouthpiece to those individuals that want to keep things behind closed doors. Now the jail makes a lot of money. It's a private jail. The police department, there is a certain amount of budget that if you talk about certain issues, that budget will not be met. Now, you honestly believe that there won't be a budget into this live to derail the conversation? I think it's naive to say that there isn't a budget that's being pumped into this live to derail the conversation. I think it's naive to say that. Now, when I tell you that Sheriff Major Terry came up to me and he told me that the sheriff department has a budget to monitor your live. What does that mean? Now, what does that mean? What kind of conversation are we really having? Now, is he talking about just monitoring the live, as in just listen to the live? Is he talking about having individuals that are getting paid from this budget to be here? Are these individuals go as far as pretend to be individuals that are here and pretending to be actual regular people, just enough to derail the conversation? I mean, most of the people that we're talking about, we haven't met them in real life. They've never turned on the camera. You don't know their first and last name. You're talking to a picture.
Yeah, that's true about that.
Now, if that's not a red flag, I don't know what a red flag is. And then to take it as far as to be a mouthpiece for the sheriff department, the corrupt element out of the sheriff department. I'm not going to say the sheriff department, okay? Because there's a lot of sheriffs that are retired vets that put that badge and uniform and serve this community. I'm talking about a corrupt sheriff. Sheriff Lynn Hill is a corrupt sheriff. Come here, baby, come here. Sheriff Lynn Hill is a corrupt sheriff.
Bring daddy up.
Bring daddy up. You know, when your 4-year-old niece tells you, bring daddy up, you gotta listen. I love you, Susie. You know, I'll tell you.
And those sheriffs and police and everybody like that, they'll tell you there's a whole bunch of corruption in their field, but they only would tell you that after they retire.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and you know, I'll tell you, but the community have to do its part. You know, you can't blame the police department. You can't blame the sheriff department. You can't blame our county local jail. The community has to do its part. I mean, we're doing our part. We're here. I mean, we're having a conversation. Each one of us is doing their part. And
Hi, Susie.
oh my God, Susie, I love you, Susie. Each one of us is doing their part. We're here. We're having a conversation. We go out. We peacefully exercise our First Amendment. I mean, we are still in America, where we do have a First Amendment. And we're expecting, we're asking, we're demanding accountability. That's all we're asking. So back to our conversation, is there is a specific budget here. So, and, you know, I'll tell you, going into all of it, in the beginning, we were naive. You know, when people were coming here, you know, I'm sitting here saying hello to everybody. I'm making everybody mod. I'm making blah, blah, blah. Not realizing, hey, there is a certain, what I'm essentially saying is I'm reaching into their pocket. Because of what I say, they can no longer drive the cars that they drive, pay for that extra mortgage, have that extra vacation. I mean, what do you think that money is going into? Okay, when I talk about falsified police report, when I talk about county jail abuse, when I talk about police misconduct, you're reaching into their pocket. And if you believe that they're not going to sit here and make sure to derail your conversation where they talk about how big your ear is, they talk about how bald you are, they talk about your mother, they talk about everything but the conversation. Now, you know, and I'll tell you, you know, but, you know, we're all maturing into dealing with social media and understanding what social media is, and how to identify who's who. I mean, I want to know who's who. Now, everybody is welcome to be in this box and be part of the conversation. Everybody is welcome to be on a podcast when we're in front of the FBI building. We're going to have a chair, and you can be part of the podcast. Now, there are rules to partake in being in this box or being on my podcast. You have to turn on your camera. We have to know who we're talking to. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and talk to someone on a budget for the sheriff department. And I'm sitting here telling them about police misconduct, county jail abuse. I'm going to be here all day. And I'm still not going to get anywhere. Might as well talk to Sheriff Glenn Hill. Now, there are rules to being in this box. Turn on your camera. And don't derail the conversation. Don't be a troll. Because if I'm sitting here talking to you and you're trolling the conversation, then we have a problem. Then I'm wasting my energy and time. And I'm not going to sit here and waste my time or energy, or your time and energy, for bullshit. Yes, sir. I went on a big tangent. I love you, brother. Yes, sir.
And that's for, when you say turn on the camera, that's for people that you don't know.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. You said what?
No, I say when you say turn on your camera, that's for people that you hadn't met in real life. That happens.
Yeah. Like,
seen before.
Yeah, like no, like Dre. No one wants to.
You haven't seen.
Look, man, no one wants you to turn on your camera. You're gonna scare everybody. We all saw what happened last time. Mallory just went. Mallory broke up with me. My baby. Apparently, we're having twins. And we've got all kind of problems. Okay, haven't talked to me since. The girl has PTSD. So for the love of God, do not turn on your camera. Shelly, Missy, hello. Love you, ma'am. I appreciate you're here. I missed you guys.
Love to see you smile.
Yes, ma'am. Stefana, hello. Look, you got my brother. You got
Dre that quick.
You got Susie. Huh?
You dropped Dre that quick?
I had nothing to do with it. Okay? I swear to God, nothing to do with it. Okay? What was I telling everybody? Oh, the video I posted. It is so fucking funny. It is so fucking funny. We're talking about Rachel Adams. We're talking about Correctional Officer Coleman. We're talking about what a stupid defendant implicating himself in the middle of a lawsuit where things are getting documented. I'm talking about, I've got an inmate that came forward, witnessed what Coleman is telling Mustafa, on the record, being submitted, everything. And the best part is, TikTok is sending the, where it changes the whole thing, the gift. And there's a music in the background talking about paralegal. When you're having that serious of a conversation and you're comfortable enough for that amount of bullshit, I think you made it in life.
Hi, Susie.
Hi.
Let's give Susie the big box. Oh man, Susie, you have the big box? What? The other day, Susie's sitting there recording a video, and all of a sudden the conversation got a little bit too aggressive, talking about Judge Weimer, you're a llama. And I'm like, Susie, we're borderline threatening a judge here. We're not going to post this video. Baby, what are you saying? I have nothing to do with what you just said. I choose my words very wisely. We're not posting this video. Judge Weimer, you're a llama. I'm gonna shave you, Judge Weimer. I'm like, what? You're shaving the judge?
How you say? How you say?
She's like, you've insulted me enough. I'm leaving.
Now she's gone.
As mysterious as that baby shows up, as mysterious as that baby disappears.
Hi, Mom.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Hey, Mo.
Hello, Shirley, how are you?
Good.
Man,
Where's your beautiful wife?
if I'm gonna have you on camera, I give you a mic so it'll be on camera. You got it like all the way like this. Can you push it like a little bit closer? I've got a reputation to uphold in the
I wanted to add something.
in the community. the only, you
I
know,
hardly hear you, Mo.
look, apparently I'm an internet sensation, and I've got a reputation where the mic has to be like positioned a certain way, okay? And if you're gonna be on camera, okay, can you at least put the mic in the center? Like, I'm fucking with you, by the way, just to know, okay?
I like your song.
My song?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Susie. Susie, the song is just for you because you're a princess. I love you.
Look, I was going to add something about your comment with the camera.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. There's people that are scared to get on camera.
Well, we all know why they're scared to be on camera. Apparently, they're popping up on body cams, on sealed body cams that they thought will never come to the light of day. But now they're popping up, and the community is watching these body cams. You know, you got the investigator's wife, Stephanie Claiborne. You got Amy Hodgkins. Now we all, you know, and I'll tell you something that's interesting. This community and the individuals that are here have been here with us for a long time. Now I remember a specific individual that went into Missy's ear and on a Discord, and somehow, some way, picked up the torch, and Amar blocked everybody. Amar removed everybody as a mod. Amar doesn't care about us. Motherfucker, Amar is protesting for his fucking brother. But now you've got this individual, and apparently we're finding out that this is Investigator Drum's wife. Now, Stephanie Claiborne is popping up on a body cam. She's been here on social media. Now, now you can prove me wrong. Open your camera and tell me you're not the investigator's wife. Show me. She's not gonna do it. Come on now. You know, it's one thing.
You got an investigator's wife with Amy Hodgson, who apparently does not exist.
Now, guys,
You have to listen to Daddy. You have to listen to Daddy.
Now you're there.
How did you get there?
Are you doing some magic, Susie?
She has magic. Okay, listen to Daddy, okay?
Wait for
Yeah, Hassan,
special
yeah.
unicorn.
Come on, man.
Yeah, hi, Susie.
I'm gonna show you one at a time so it doesn't spill all.
Yeah, Hassan, you were saying?
Look at this beautiful lipstick, guys.
What I was saying is, you got Robert Drum
So
with
cute.
Let him talk.
with
I
his
love
wife on a phone call,
Do you want me
right?
to paint your nails?
on an investigation. I mean,
you. Let him talk. Baby.
when was the last time you had an investigator have his wife on the phone while he's interviewing a so-called witness?
Well,
This
shouldn't he be there in person interviewing anyway?
Amy Hodgson, who sounds exactly like Christine Alcazar. I mean, it's the same person. Okay, and you know, she's sitting there. She's so invested into Mustafa's case. She's online every single day, every night. She's online, and she's not talking about. She's no longer talking about the content of Mustafa's case. She's personally attacking us because we're exposing what she said to Robert Drum. Okay, we're exposing who's on her live. Okay, I mean, you got these people that are gaining access to the police system somehow, and you can put two and two together.
You know what I find interesting? Is how close is Christine Alcazar to Glenn Ford's? It looks like they know each other for a long time. I mean, she's on a body cam talking to Investigator Drum within 2 days of the vehicle accident. Talking about Kylie. And specifically, if you remember, she said, I don't know Dorothy. I don't know Mustafa, but she's giving out a narrative for what Investigator Drum.
You listen to her. You listen to her phone call.
Yeah,
She doesn't know anybody.
exactly.
She doesn't even know the neighbor's name.
Now, it's interesting that she uses a name, Christina Vila. She's got multiple names. Now, who is Christina Vila? I mean, we know who Christina Vila is. We know who Christina Vila is. But now she's using her identity. Interesting. Now, why are they so terrified of the idea that at one point, might not happen immediately, but at one point, you're going to subpoena their cell phones, their email communications? Why are they so terrified of the idea? Why is Glenn Ford so terrified? Why is Amy Hodgkins, a.k.a. Christine Alcazar, terrified? I think they're terrified of what the community is going to see. Mustafa was in an active lawsuit against the police, and the jail lawyer, Thomas McMillan, Rachel Adams, had private investigators. Now they had the lawyer that's representing the police. Every lawyer has a private investigator. Okay, now Mustafa is suing the police, and the lawyer for the police has a private investigator. And they're going after Mustafa. Now, we know that Christine Alcazar is originally from Iraq. Christine Alcazar is originally from Iraq. Now, Mustafa is originally from Iraq. Who's better to have a private investigator that's watching Mustafa better than an Iraqi person? Now, within 2 days, she calls Investigator Drum with the investigator's wife on the phone talking about, I'm Amy Hodgkins. I know Kylie. I mean, let me ask you a question. Was the private investigator for Rachel Adam in contact with Glenn Ford? I mean, they're watching Mustafa. Mustafa is in an active lawsuit against the police. What kind of communication did those private investigators have with Glenn Ford? What kind of communication did they have with Nene? What kind of conversation did they have with 14-year-old Kylie, who did not live in the apartment at the time? I mean, this is all going to come out. I've got a burger and fries. This is beautiful. Where's my goddamn ketchup? I got ketchup. Yeah.
Amar, apparently he was following him to the casino.
Apparently, he's been following him to the casino. Yesterday, someone sent me a recording that Glenn Ford is talking about, how does Omar know so much about what's going on? I mean, he knows details that the only way he would know them if he was there. Omar wasn't there. He's like, Omar wasn't there. He wasn't there when Mustafa went to the casino. He wasn't there when Dorothy went to the casino. He said Bobby was there. Bobby hung out with, he's like, I can see Bobby hanging out with Mustafa and knowing. But Amar was never there when Mustafa went to the casino. How detailed did you watch Mustafa? Did you follow him everywhere he went? I mean, I was under the impression that you just lived at the complex. But you're talking about Mustafa going to the casino? So, were you tasked? Were you tasked with watching Mustafa? We know that Mustafa was in an active lawsuit. We know that you had criminal charges. They all of a sudden, poof, disappeared. And now you're talking about watching Mustafa with that much details that you know when he's not at the casino? You know which brother is hanging out with Mustafa? I mean, this is not just about someone that's just watching Mustafa that lives in a complex. It's one thing to say, oh yeah, I live in the same complex, and, you know, every now and then I see him, I run into him. That's one thing. But to follow him into where he goes, that means, one, you're a jealous ex-boyfriend. You're watching your ex-girlfriend and who she's going with. And then two, you're that invested. You're invested. And the question is, did you have any communication with the private investigators that were representing the police at the time? We know that your criminal charges just disappeared. And is it Christina Al-Quzai, an Iraqi person who knows the Iraqi culture, is tasked with watching Mustafa, hired by the jail lawyer, by the police lawyer, as a private investigator? I mean, how invested is that lady? I don't know her. She reached out to me on social media, pretending to be an advocate. All of a sudden, I noticed that lady is just gaslighting me. Oh, I did this, I blah, blah, blah. I wrote this many emails for you, Omar. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, lady, get off my fucking, like, what do you want to fuck? Like, lady, what do you want? And then the minute, she wrote Mustafa love letters. She wrote my dad love letters. She started calling Mustafa Nofel. I mean, and then we find out that this lady is a witness. Supposedly a witness. That knows everything but wasn't there. Come on now.
Knows everything but knows nothing.
Now, here's the deal. I'll make her a deal. You can come into my life. I'll put you in a box. I'll even put you in a big box. But you have to turn on your computer. You have to turn on your camera. And I'll have a conversation with you. A civil conversation. We're not going to cuss each other out. We're not going to... we're going to have a conversation. Tell me that you're here for Dorothy and Empress. Show me that you're really here for Dorothy and Empress. I mean, if you are, you would be asking, why was Dorothy and Empress not helicoptered? You'll be asking, you say that, you're going to ask me about the documents that I have that 5-year-old Empress organs were harvested. You're going to ask me about these documents. Now, we can have that conversation. You want to say Mustafa is guilty? I'm not Mustafa. Okay? I'm telling you, I'm advocating for my brother. I'm advocating for Dorothy and Empress. Now, if you believe that Mustafa is guilty, that's fine. Everybody has an asshole. But you can come here, but turn on your camera. And I promise you, you're not going to turn on your camera because you know what I'm saying is real. You pretended to be a witness on day 2 on a body cam. And that's all going to come out. It's all going to come out when we subpoena your cell phones, your emails, and if you think a case that big, where the FBI is involved, where the Department of Justice is involved, where body cams that are sealed are being released, your cell phone and emails are not going to get subpoenaed, lady, you're not just going to get subpoenaed. They're going to flip you upside down. I mean, I don't want to get disgusting here. I'm eating a burger. Yeah, Muhammad's like...
You're gonna lose your appetite.
Oh, I've got an appetite. I've been on a roller coaster a couple of times.
Hey, Fatima says, do you like the burger?
Yeah. It's really good. No. I better not say anything. She's probably watching the live.
You better be nice or she won't feed you.
I am nice. Why do you think I'm nice?
No, you know what I find really interesting is that when Glenn Ford first came online, he was trying to downplay the car Mustafa was driving, pretending like he's like, oh, he had that Ford Explorer.
Mm-hmm.
He said nothing about the Chrysler. He pretended like he doesn't know Mustafa has a Chrysler.
Yeah.
But then once his body cam was released, and you can see he's talking to the officers about specifically the Chrysler.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about how he said Mustafa had a sound system in it. He describes the Chrysler, like, I mean, in detail he describes it. But when he was online initially, he was pretending like Mustafa was driving that Ford Explorer. I didn't even know he had a Chrysler.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that's on the recording.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what he's saying online when he first came out.
Well, you know, yeah.
That's
He's
what
so...
he was saying, because he never thought his body cams were going to be released. He was playing this character like, oh, I didn't know Mustafa. I only saw him through the balcony, like here and there. apparently now he knows what casinos he went to. He knows who was with him. He knows what kind of car he was driving. He knows a lot of details that initially he was downplaying. He was pretending like he doesn't know Mustafa. It's just he sees him whenever he comes in and out of the apartment complex.
Well, you know, I'll tell you something that's interesting. He knows he's not going to be a witness. He's not going to be called as a witness. When you see him talk so much, he's comfortable. He knows he's not going to be a witness. He's not going to be called to the stand. So when you say you're going to question his credibility and you're going to impeach him as a witness, he's like, he knows. The prosecutor is telling him, we're not going to use you as a witness. What they used him for is to manufacture probable cause. To lie about Mustafa enough to create probable cause. Manufacture probable cause. Now, I'll tell you what he's terrified of is the fact that at one point, his cell phone and emails, going to be able to see what kind of communication he's had with all the actors involved. Now, that is terrifying. That's also terrifying for Amy Hodgkins, a.k.a. Christina Alcazar. She knows she's not going to be called as a witness. And that's why she's not scared to talk. She's like, I'm not going to be called as a witness. I'm not going to be impeached. Doesn't matter if you impeach me. But she's there to create probable cause. Now, she is terrified of the idea that her cell phones and emails are going to get subpoenaed. Now, the only people that are not talking, that are silent, are who? The individuals that are silent are Nene, Kim Coleman, the ex-husband, Divine, the kids, and Kylie. Well, at one point, the cell phones and emails of those individuals is going to get subpoenaed. And that would be an interesting development in the whole entire case. And just because it's not happening now does not mean that it's not going to happen. Sunshine, hello, hello, hello. Sunshine, thank you for being here, and thank you for being part of the conversation. Now, Sunshine, this is our first time having you here. I hope that we don't scare you away. This is a unique live, and we talk about a lot of interesting things. I ask you to look at the body cams that we have. You're more than welcome to ask questions. I'm happy that you're here, ma'am. I'm very sarcastic, so don't let the sarcasm scare you away. We joke about certain things. Each one of us has been here for a long time with each other. So if you see us talk to each other a certain way, know that we're all crazy here. We're very sarcastic. Ma'am, thank you for being here, and thank you for being part of the conversation. We have multiple live. We have multiple.
Let's recap here.
Really quick, I want to say we have multiple live streaming our live. So God help you if you fall in the wrong live. You'll hear them talk about my mother, my sister, my brother, my extended cousin that apparently we have a feud with over a goat. Anything. My call, anything but the case that we're talking about. So just a heads up. Mo, you were saying, what were you saying?
I was gonna say, let's really recap Mustafa's case here.
Okay.
Okay. Mustafa was driving to take Dorothy.
Can you turn on the camera? Because for 2 seconds, I'm gonna think that you're a troll, and I might block you. Okay.
No, man.
I've got PTSD. Okay.
Okay. I'm just.
I'm fucking with you, man. I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
Look, Mustafa is driving Dorothy to the cemetery, and Empress is in the car with them. He goes to fill up gas. He stops at the convenience store. He buys some cigarettes, candy, whatever. He washes his car, and then 4 minutes later, he gets involved in a car accident. Okay. Now.
Well,
the
before all
prosecutor-
that, in the Google Nest, in the home video, you see that Mustafa wakes up late. Originally, he wakes up late. It was Dorothy's idea that wanted to go to the cemetery, not Mustafa. Mustafa wakes up late. He didn't want to go, but he's doing Dorothy a favor, and he takes her to the cemetery. He's cooking food for everybody. Everything is normal. And that's what the Google Nest, when you watch the Google Nest. And according to the kids themselves, from a forensic interview, Mustafa cooks food for mom. Mustafa didn't want to go. It was Dorothy's idea. So when she says, when the prosecutor says premeditated, changing the whole entire thing, when you watch the Google Nest, the narrative for the prosecutor falls apart. The prosecutor specifically said
he has a dash camera in his car. Let's
that he's had since 2018 because he had a lawsuit against the
not
police.
forget,
Yeah.
He's got a dash cam sitting on his dash. It has a big screen that's facing you. It's not like something that's hidden. This is a camera with a screen that shows you what it's recording. So it's not like it's something that somebody forgot about. It's right there sitting on the dash. You can't miss it. Okay, he's got a dash cam. He's driving 3 minutes or 4 minutes after he's done with the gas station.
Yeah.
He gets involved in a car accident. Okay, now the prosecutor initially charged him with involuntary manslaughter. Involuntary. Okay, and the police officer that spoke to him, he falsified his statements. That's how he was able to obtain an arrest warrant. And if you look at when they upgraded the charges, as soon as we disputed the warrant, as soon as we gave the police department evidence that the officer that issued the warrant lied on it, they were supposed to void that warrant. He was supposed to be released. So what does the Commonwealth attorney do? She goes and indicts him in the grand jury. So that no longer is the warrant valid. Okay, so he's not being held on a warrant anymore because the warrant is going to be voided by the police department. And we have all that on recording.
Now, what I find interesting is they went as far. When you watch the body cams, the investigators are saying this is a vehicle accident. All these are his skid marks. Mustafa had brake failure. There's a mechanic. There's a body cam where they inspect. There's a transmission failure. There's calipers. There's brake failure. The investigators start saying all these are his skid marks, that he hit the brake, that he avoided every vehicle. He made it all the way to the other side. The SUV T-boned him because she turned into him. These are the body cams from. But what did they do? They seal off all these body cams and they falsify the reports as if they never said anything. Now, they go as far as lie to the kids. Dorothy had a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 13, and a 14. What the police department did within 3 hours, within a couple of hours of the vehicle accident, and the initial stages of investigating that this is a vehicle accident, knowing that there are 4 vehicles, 4 individuals that mistook that road and thought it was a regular road and ended up in oncoming traffic. This road is very confusing, where investigator Drum is telling another officer, I had 4 fatalities on the same exact road of individuals ended up in oncoming traffic, thinking that this is a regular road, the same way Mustafa ended up in oncoming traffic. Now, in the initial stages of investigating that this is a vehicle accident, and they're saying it's a vehicle accident, Mustafa had Mustafa blood work, no alcohol, no rugs. Now, what the police officer did, what the investigator did, they went to the kids and lied to the kids, painted Mustafa as a monster. They told the kids that Mustafa did it on purpose. They lied to the kids. They told the kids, Mustafa did this on purpose, ran away from the scene, left your 5-year-old baby sister in the vehicle. And if he hadn't ran away, we could have gotten this baby to the hospital. Now, you're painting that story to those kids only, and then what they do, they take the kids into a forensic room with a forensic psychologist recording what the kids are saying about Mustafa. So they turn these kids against Mustafa. You just gave those kids that just lost their mother and their 5-year-old baby sister someone to blame. And now you want to ask them, what do you think about Mustafa? One of the kids says, Mom always told me to trust Mustafa. That gives you insight into the relationship that Mustafa had with Dorothy. So the mother is always telling these kids to trust Mustafa. Only after the investigator told me that Mustafa, they lied to the kids. Only after they told me that Mustafa ran away, left my 5-year-old baby sister in the car. If he hadn't done that, my 5-year-old sister would have still been alive today. Mustafa's a coward. Now they lied.
Just like when the cops were there and they were asking for Moses. Remember, they're calling him first.
Exactly. Those kids, when you watch the Google Nest before the investigator told them what they told them, those kids love Mustafa. Mustafa loved the kids. It's a beautiful relationship. You can watch it from days on days inside the apartment. We have the Google Nest.
I mean, look, you got all this evidence. You have all this evidence, okay? But the police turned this from a vehicle accident into something much bigger. And what did they use to make this case so big? What did they pump it up with? They pumped it with Christine Alcazar's statements.
Exactly.
They pumped it up
To
with
manufacture a probable cause.
Glenn Ford and Tanisha Coleman. Okay, these three individuals were not there. They don't live at the apartment. They don't know Mustafa. They've never met Mustafa. Okay, other than Tanisha Coleman. Okay, Christine Alcazar never met Mustafa, and Glenn Ford never met Mustafa. Kylie never even met Mustafa, but once, sometime in February. Okay, he came across her once. Okay, so these three individuals do not know Mustafa whatsoever. But here you have the police manufacturing this probable cause. I mean, all of the things that Glenn Ford said, all of the things that Christine Alcazar said, okay, and all the things that Tanisha Coleman said and Kylie. These people do not know Mustafa.
That's what they're saying. They're saying we don't know Mustafa.
Okay, and all four of them have the same exact script to the police. They all tell the police that Mustafa ran away from the scene, that the police could not get to him, that he was on the run. That's what these four individuals are saying to the police. And they all have the same exact narrative. This is a vehicle accident. You can see from the body cam that police are
From the
saying
dash,
this is a
yeah,
vehicle
body cam.
accident.
Yeah.
Well, what do they do?
Yeah.
What do? They take statements from falsified witnesses with falsified identities. Okay? They take Glenn Ford's statement, who admits at the end of his interview, I've never seen Mustafa. He's never met him before. He's never even talked to him.
They take statements from the ex-husband, and everything he says that's negative about Glenn Ford, the ex-boyfriend, they say Mustafa. They replace it with Mustafa. Now, we have the audio.
You look at the facts of this case.
We have the audio and we have the police report.
Look at the facts of this case. Okay? Who in their right mind is going to attempt to take someone's life with them being in a vehicle? Mustafa didn't have a seatbelt.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
Mustafa told Dorothy to put the seatbelt on Empress. Okay? You really think if Mustafa had planned this out like the prosecutors alleging, that Mustafa had premeditated this murder, you really think that Mustafa is not going to put on his seatbelt? You really think he's going to fill up his vehicle with gas 4 minutes prior? You think he's going to have his dash cam recording with audio on? I mean, you really think he's going to turn off the lights inside the apartment before leaving?
Exactly. Now, I find it interesting
All of these
when
are details that an investigator is supposed to pick up on. We're not the investigators. They're the investigators, but they're not doing their job on purpose.
Now, I'll tell you, when you 5 minutes before the vehicle accident, Mustafa pulls into a gas station, and you see that the CCTV camera from the 7-Eleven that he pulls into, if you zoom in and you see his cell phone, he's buying cigarettes. You see that he's pulling up a coupon and he's trying to save $2 off that pack of cigarette. So you want to tell me that he's gonna spend the gas station wasn't taking the coupon, so he had to pull up another coupon, whatever, and you see that in the camera. So you want to tell me that he sat there for a good 5-10 minutes, pull up a coupon to save $2 off his pack of cigarette, only to crash his vehicle on purpose? That doesn't make any sense.
5 minutes later, by the way, that accident happened 4 to 5 minutes after he left that gas station.
Yeah.
You really think? I mean, and by the way, the prosecutor is alleging. She's alleging that this is premeditated. She's not saying this is involuntary manslaughter. She's not saying that this was a sporadic incident. No, she's alleging that this was premeditated. That Mustafa had planned this out. How
Yep.
could you plan this out when all the evidence shows the opposite?
Yep.
How could you allege all of this BS? Okay, and we know why they're doing it. And we know why they're sealing all these videos. Is because the truth does not match the narrative. The narrative that they put out does not match what reality is. So what are they going to do? They're going to hold him in solitary confinement so that he can't come out and look at these videos himself. They thought that they were going to seal it off. They're going to have a lawyer that is paid by the county who's going to do their bidding for them. He's going to conceal everything. And Mustafa's sitting in solitary confinement. He's not going to watch these videos. He's not going to know what the evidence really is. He's not going to know what the reality shows. Okay? I mean, he's sitting in solitary confinement. They're trying to dismiss even his civil case. They're trying to dismiss it. You think they're going to allow him to review his discovery? But we're way past that stage because all of his body cams have been released now. Okay, the truth is out. It's just a matter of time before somebody comes up and says, this is BS. This whole entire case is BS. This is a car accident and nothing more. And the police have fabricated lie after lie after lie. And every time they lie, they keep digging themselves deeper and deeper and deeper. Okay? I mean, we're at a point where I don't even think they know how to fix it. Even a lawyer said the other day, he said, I don't think these people will ever admit because they've already dug themselves in such a deep hole that Mustafa is going to be vindicated in court. Okay? Or through the DOJ. One or the other.
Exactly. Carrie K, thank you for being here. Sunshine, thank you for being here. Thank you for being in the box. Ma'am, the floor is yours. Why the fuck did that sound like a radio show? It's not supposed to, okay? But ma'am, thank you for being here.
Hi, I just wanted you to know I'm real. And I have been watching you guys for so long, and then I lost you. I think it was after you were at Walmart.
Yeah, we're apparently we're into our 10th account on TikTok.
Well, I'm glad I found you, and now I subscribed. I'm like, oh my gosh, because I was wondering what had happened. Because I've been praying for your brother. That sounds to me like a lot of them people are trying to cover their own mistakes up on your brother.
It's really sad. It's really sad when you find out there's so much police misconduct and they're getting away with it. Well, they think they're getting away with it. So far, for 2 years, it's been going on for 2 years. Unfortunately, unfortunately for them, that God is protecting my brother, and certain events are taking place where justice for my brother, Dorothy, and 5-year-old Empress will be served. Now, what am I talking about? The body cams that are sealed by a judge to protect this investigator that lied, this prosecutor that's lying, this judge that's impartial, is somehow, some way, is being leaked out to the community. Now, we're watching body cams that are sealed by a judge. So far, you can't FOIA request these body cams. But these body cams are being released out to the community. And through those body cams, it's one thing to have the family for 2 years protest and talk about police misconduct, falsified police report.
And seeing your poor mother, that breaks my heart.
God bless you, man.
Sorry.
No, I appreciate you being there. No, I appreciate you being there. It hasn't been
my heart
easy.
is with you guys, and like I said, I am so sorry, and this world is getting crazy.
It really is. It's sad. It's really sad. And
So is your brother's in solitary confinement right now?
yes, ma'am. He's been in solitary for and it's ma'am, you're good. By the way, you're good. You should hear.
Okay, I'm gonna say there's no filters.
Oh yeah, there is no
Okay,
filter.
I want to make sure it kind of slipped out a little bit.
Trust me, you're among animals. We're very crazy here. And
I fit right in then. I got 10 older brothers and then just me, so it's on now.
we have no filters.
And I'm the baby.
We have no filters, and
No.
I don't know if you heard our live the other day. When you get to tell your cult members, if you don't donate to my brother's legal fund $5, go fuck yourself. And everybody's like, yeah, we're gonna go fuck it. You know we're all crazy.
That's.
I love you, ma'am. I appreciate
So
you being here.
has he been in solitary confinement this whole time?
2 years, yes, ma'am. 2 years of solitary confinement, and the sad reality of this whole entire situation is when you go to the sheriff, the oversee the jail, when you go to the Commonwealth attorney, who's on the board to oversee abuse inside this jail, they all look the other way. And
Yeah, that's bullshit.
yes, ma'am.
You know. Well, I'm on your side. I've been following forever, and I'm glad I found you. But I wanted you to see that I'm real.
Ma'am, God bless you. It's always beautiful having you here, and thank you
Well,
for
I'm
being
glad
here.
to be here.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
how's your mom?
Hanging in there,
Hanging in there?
Mom's right here. She's hanging in there, and we're all taking
Hi,
care of
Mom.
her. Mom, Sunshine says hello. Mom says hello.
Aw,
You know-
she's so precious.
I'll tell you one of the this whole entire thing is so disturbing on so many levels that we've been protesting for my brother for going on 2 years, and the sad reality of this whole entire thing is if these body cams and this discovery had not been leaked out to the community, no one would have listened. And I feel bad for not only what we're going through, but every individual that is going through what we're going through in Prince William County. There is no way that you want to tell me this is an isolated incident. Now, we're all watching the body cam of Tatiana David being dragged out of that vehicle with unalived out of that vehicle. Now, that's one case. We've got 7 unaliving in our county jail. That's what we know about. What else is going on in Prince William County? The media is not covering my brother's story. Is not covering the Tatiana David story. Is not covering the 7 unalived inmates in our county jail. The scary part about this whole entire thing, and the disturbing part is, if we know that the media is not doing their job, what else is going on? What else is going on in our county that we're not being told that it's happening? I mean, the media has an obligation to safeguard this community. That when you have police misconduct, my brother is calling from jail. I'm gonna mute so I can talk to Mustafa. I'll be back. I love everybody. Sunshine, Shelly, Missy, Casey, everybody. I love you guys. I'll be back.
Tell him hello. Tell him hello.
I will. I definitely will.
You didn't see Missy?
Make it really quick. Yeah. All right, really quick. I want my brother to say hello to everybody. Mustafa, there is Missy, there is Casey, there is Sunshine. Sunshine has been here with you for a long time, like over a year. Stefano's here. Who else is here? Mustafa, you're on speaker. Everybody can hear you.
We all love you.
I just want to tell you guys I love you so much, and just want to do my due diligence in good faith. I don't want to be on the live because I know this call is being monitored and recorded as we speak.
Yes, we just want you to know we love you.
I love you, and thank you so much for all your
We
support.
pray for you.
I'll tell you guys I love you, and thank you so much in person when I get out, when I come out really soon. And Glenn Ford going to jail, Christine Alcazai under the name of Amy Hodgson or whoever that fake person is, making false statements. Just the sound, the voice itself, that's Christine Alcazai. I can't believe it. But believe it, we have true evidence, real facts, and the prosecution is making baseless accusations that have no merit, no credibility whatsoever. I just want to say I love everybody, and soon justice will prevail.
We love you. You hang in there.
Amen to that. Love you, hang in there, and we'll all have to get together.
And Mustafa, I promise you, all these motherfuckers are going to jail. Glenn Ford, Christine Alcazai, aka Amy Hodgkins, we're in communication with certain individuals that will subpoena their cell phones, their emails, and the truth is coming out. It might not happen today, it might not happen tomorrow, but when you're engaged in these kind of conversations and these kind of investigations, it does take time. But at one point, their cell phones and emails will get subpoenaed.
Read her letters when she was telling me, you're innocent, I love you. She was talking about God, the disposer of all affairs. She's been writing me love letters when I was in solitary confinement, getting choked out day and night, getting stomped out, getting beat up, getting abused. She's like, hang in there. You are the king, King Mustafa. She used to tell me that every...
Well, the jig is out. The jig is out. The body cams are out, Mustafa. The body cams are out. The discovery is out.
She can conceal her true identity, but the diddler has been caught.
The diddler has been caught. And the best is yet to come. I promise you. I mean, look, if they have nothing to worry about, why are they terrified? If you have nothing to worry about, you should have nothing to worry about. Glenn Ford would be trucking away and not worry about anything. I mean, he didn't lie, right? There's nothing in his emails. There's nothing in his cell phones. So you shouldn't worry about at one point your cell phones or your emails are going to get subpoenaed. You can delete them, but they're going to come out.
Under penalty of perjury. Penalty of perjury is life in prison, up to life in prison, depending on the tort. I got maliciously beat up, attempted murder on my life here. I'm sitting here grieving in fear on a daily basis. I got PTSD. I got permanent damage because of certain individuals that have lied. And when they go to court and testify, and when a true investigator, true authority comes in and investigates, they're going to find out the inconsistencies.
Look, Mustafa.
Penalty of perjury.
We're protesting in front of the Department of Justice. We're protesting in front of the FBI department to make sure that they do their job. There's an ongoing investigation, and we're there, and we're putting enough pressure to make sure that this puts enough pressure to make sure that this goes forward. Now, it does take time. Now, Glenn Ford is gonna truck away until the system is gonna catch up with him at one point, and his cell phones and emails will get subpoenaed. Amy Hodgkins, aka Christina Vila, aka Christina Alcazai. I mean, if she has nothing to worry about, it shouldn't be a problem for her cell phones and emails to get subpoenaed. So the best is yet to come. We're patient people.
Trump 2024.
And on that note, I'm gonna mute you from the live, so you can talk to mom.
I just want to let you know.
I love you, man.
Good faith and both of you, I'm not on the line.
It's all good, man.
Telling the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me, God, and I'm coming home soon. Other than that,
God bless.
love you all, and I'll talk to you soon. Happy New Year.
God bless you. We love you.
God bless you too.
Your new subscriber there is
Oh, I'm aware. I'm aware. I'm still on the phone with my brother, but I just got to take care of a situation. I think Derek, aka Mark, is terrified that his body cam is out. Now we all know who Derek is and how much he gave a fuck about his sister, and from the body cam how much he didn't care about the kids. And now I'm on camera. If you have a conversation, you can turn on your camera and go in the box and have a conversation. But to sit here and hide behind the computer, why are you terrified? Why are you scared? What are you scared that's gonna come out? The body cams are out. The discovery is out. And these are sealed by the judge, by Amy Ashworth, that even though they're sealed, they're being disseminated all over the internet. And I promise you, your cell phone, your email communication, along with Glenn Ford, along with Amy Hodgkins, aka Stephanie Claiborne, is going to get subpoenaed. And we're going to find out what kind of conversation was going on before the vehicle accident, after the vehicle accident. And if you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't be worried. I mean, why are you terrified? That's a very good question. Why are you terrified? I'm requesting to be up. Well, I'll bring you up, but you know, you got to turn on your camera. Are you going to turn on your camera? Are we going to actually have an actual conversation, or am I sitting here talking to a picture?
Your mic stays muted until you turn the camera on.
Exactly. Exactly. Turn on your camera, show us who you are, and we'll have a conversation with you. But to sit here and to be terrified where you don't want to turn on your camera, that's a different kind of conversation. I mean, you do want to know what happened, right? Why are you upset that body cams are coming out? Shouldn't you be asking what happened to your sister? What happened to 5-year-old Empress? Shouldn't you be asking why wasn't she helicoptered? Shouldn't you be asking why were her organs extracted by the same physician that said 5-year-old Empress is stable? Why did he make that phone call to the organ transplant? You don't have to take my word for it. I've got documents, hospital documents, that are sealed by a judge. This is not, I think it happened. These are not allegations. I've got documents where this happened. Now, I've got you on Fox News on day one talking about Dorothy was on the cell phone talking to her friends, telling her Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose. Now we've got the dash camera. Your sister was never on the phone. Why'd you lie about Mustafa? Why'd you lie about your sister? I've got a body cam where you're talking about Glenn Ford told you that this happened on purpose. That you don't know Mustafa. You've never met Mustafa. And according to the kids, according to everybody, the kids don't even know who you are. They've never met you. You're not in Dorothy's life. You're not in the kids' life. You didn't want anything to do with the kids. You're that kind of uncle. Where were you when Dorothy was living out of her van with 5 kids? After Glenn Ford, her jealous ex-boyfriend, cheated on her, abused those kids, and kicked them out in the winter. Where were you, sir? That's the kind of brother you are. Now you want to sit here, hide behind the picture, hide behind the computer. Turn on your camera, and let's have an actual conversation. Oh, you refuse to. You won't engage in an actual conversation. Well, the best is yet to come, and I'll promise you, your cell phone, along with Glenn Ford's cell phones and emails, along with Amy Hodgkins, aka Stephanie Vila, and we'll talk about Stephanie Vila. aka Christine Alcazar, is gonna get subpoenaed. And investigations this big does not happen overnight. So if you're asking, why is my cell phone not getting subpoenaed right now? Because it takes time, buddy. It takes time. And we're very patient people. This investigation takes a while. But at one point, your cell phones, emails, along with all those actors, is going to get subpoenaed. I mean, this Mustafa is being charged with M1. There's police misconduct. Every police report is falsified. So the best is yet to come. And we know you keep creating accounts, fake accounts, blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to tell you this. You're always welcome to be here if you want to have an actual conversation. If you want to have an actual conversation. Well, other than that, I want you to sleep on it. I want you to know that justice will be served for Mustafa, Dorothy, and Empress. I know you don't give a fuck about them. We know that from the body cam. So we're not going to sit here and bullshit each other to say that you actually gave a fuck. We can hear the body cam where you didn't want anything to do with your sister. You didn't want anything to do with the kids. When you're talking to Investigator Romero, we have the body cam. So we're not going to sit here and bullshit each other. We know what kind of person you are. Anything else anybody want to add?
Glenn is here now. He just subscribed.
Oh, Glenn! Glenn, what's up, buddy? Man, look, Glenn is here. What? Glenn, man, there is so many things that we're gonna be engaged in and getting you engaged in. Man, what are you doing getting yourself implicated in this situation? What have they promised you? I mean, I know that they've told you that these body cams will never see the light of day. But look at how far we've come. You've got certain offices being bugged, extracting conversations out of them. Video, audio. You've got body cams that are sealed, that's being extracted. Cell phones and emails that's going to be decimated all over the internet. What? Now I know they told you that your charges, but the Commonwealth can bring up your charges. The Commonwealth, at one point, she did remove them, but she said, Glenny, if you don't play along, we might bring up your charges. Glenny, play along, and I promise you that your body cams and the discovery will never see the light of day. Well, Glenny, I think they lied to you.
Can I talk to them?
Come here, baby, come here. Of course you can talk. On the body cam, he's talking about the mother and how the mother didn't care about the kids. I mean, we all saw your body cam. Why are you so negative, Glenn? Why do you hate the mother? I mean, you hate Mustafa. You hate Mama. You hate Dorothy. All the negative thing that you said about Dorothy. The girl is deceased. There's a vehicle accident. They're telling you that Mom, Mustafa's calling. Can you pick it up? Okay. And you've got nothing but negative things to say about Dorothy and the kids. You're talking about the kids destroying your house. They're blah, blah, blah. Every negative thing in the book that you're saying about Dorothy and the kids. I mean, it's one thing to read the police report. It's another thing to watch it on body cam. Let me play your body cam for you. And you tell me if you gave a fuck about Dorothy. Now, it'll be interesting when your cell phones and email get subpoenaed and we find out what kind of conversation. Why'd you delete them? You're telling investigator, what's his name, Davis? That you deleted them, and I find it interesting that he doesn't even question you. Why did you delete them? don't worry. At one point, it takes time. You don't know what's going on behind closed doors. Takes time. But even if you deleted them, they're gonna come out. Now, I've got you talking about how do I know certain things. I wasn't there. Bobby was there. You seem to know the brothers. You seem to know not only watching Mustafa from the apartment. You're talking about Mustafa going to the casino. I mean, how do you know when Mustafa goes to the casino? Have you been following Mustafa? Are you in contact with private investigators from the lawyer that was representing the police in Mustafa's active lawsuit at the time? Now, it's all going to come out in your emails and your cell phone's communication. Now, let's watch this body cam. And you tell me why you hate Dorothy and Empress so much. Why have you been watching your ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend? Why have you been watching them? Let's watch.
Empress, Javen, and Ava. Yeah, 5. Okay, Ava was living with her dad.
You had such an abusive house that Ava OD'd in your house. I mean, just the other day, I've got a recording you talking about a recovering rug addict. You being a recovering rug addict. I mean, are you still using? I mean, the paranoia is getting to you so much that you must be using. Have you relapsed, Glennie? Your house was so abusive that 16-year-old Ava OD'd in your own house. That's not me saying it. That's the police reports. Now, what if I get you the body cams when you, when the police were called into your apartment when Dorothy was kicked out with the kids? What if we start pulling out the police reports? That's interesting. Oh, are you terrified? Is that terrifying enough for you, Glennie? All right, let's watch the body cam.
Yes. So it was 5? It was, at the time it was her. I know Pharaoh, Imagine, Empress, Javen, and Ava. Yeah, 5. Okay, Ava was living with her at that point? Yes. Okay, Kylie was not living with her. Kylie always lived with her father. Okay, so Kylie's always lived with her dad in Manassas. Yes. Okay. So all of them moved here with you? Yes. Okay. And the dog. Okay, and I'm assuming, I mean, I don't want to get too deep into your relationship with her at that point, but that did not work out, correct? No, it didn't. Okay. It was good at first, but Dorothy was not a good person. She was a good mother, yeah. like now, like to be real, the stuff that she did, I don't know. Maybe it was the way she was brought up, because she had a rough upbringing. Okay. But like the things that she was doing, I wasn't liking. Her kids was destroying the house. Like you still see the carpet still messed up from them, and it's just, it was a lot of. It got to a point where I didn't like coming to my own house. Yeah. So it got.
Glenn, I'll bring you up. Just be patient, okay? Let's watch your body cam before. Or how about this? I can bring you up, but you gotta look. You gotta be calm, okay? Relax, calm. Let's have a conversation. But I want you to watch your own body cam, okay?
So I was like, you know what? you gotta go. Okay. And I was seeing things that I didn't like. Like her and Ava was close, so they was like use drugs together, like nothing hard, like coke or nothing, but it was like smoke weed together, and I wasn't feeling that. So
Listen.
like when I see stuff like that, I was just, and then me and Divine kept arguing. Divine was not here, right? Divine, I never seen him in person. Okay. It was always like over the phone, or I would see like the text messages that he would send her and stuff like that. What was it? He didn't appreciate them living here with you? Yeah, is everything. I swear, if you was to put Levine and Moses in the same room, you won't tell which one's who. They're like the same people.
Okay. So it got to a point where she had to leave.
Yeah.
Where did she go from there?
I believe she went to the Hotel 6.
When do you know what time that was, or not time, but like about when that is, and time frame?
You have the
Was it like 3 months after she moved in, 6 months?
I'm trying to say.
Oh, I have the old video. It's on
Let me ask you this:
YouTube.
Did you tell the people here that they were living here?
No.
No.
Because I knew she was. It wasn't a permanent thing. It was like a.
I know it's temporary, but I just didn't know if you were told them so they wouldn't, get on your case.
So, Glenn, hello. Look, we're not gonna cuss each other out. We're gonna respect each other, okay? Respect the live, respect the platform. We're gonna have a conversation. Fair?
I would have been.
Listen. Hold up. I've never cussed you out. Listen, if you've ever monitored my conversation, I've never actually cussed you out. I've actually just asked questions.
You called me names though. You called me motherfucker. You called me ass.
Look, maybe that's the way I talk. I mean, listen. Maybe just the way I talk. I always say motherfucker, blah 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 blah. But listen, if you actually listen to my conversations, I've been asking questions. Now we're on this platform. You're on my platform. Blah blah blah. I'm gonna, and that's a promise. I'm gonna do my best to respect you. Now, all I ask is for you to do the same. Now,
same thing, bro.
okay, perfect.
All right.
I've got, hold up. I've got a body cam. I want you to watch it, and we all want to watch it. There are details in this case that we can't deny. We can't overlook. There are documents that are coming out that are under seal that we can't just look the other way. And to be honest with you, the floor is yours. I mean, you're an ex-boyfriend. You lived in the complex. We're all asking questions. We all want to get to the bottom of it. And if my brother was guilty, I would not be here. I've met Dorothy twice. I've met the kids twice. A month before the accident, I stopped by. I do roadside assistance. I do mobile mechanics, so I'm always in the area. I cover Stafford. I cover the Marine base. I cover the Woodbridge area. I even sometimes go all the way as far as Maryland. Depends on where the job takes me. And I've been doing that ever since I got back from overseas. So why am I talking about this? I'm not just talking about myself. I was in the area a month before the accident, and I have a very close relationship with my brother. I'm in the area. I call my brother. He tells me he met this new girl. So I'll stop by. So I stopped by. I met Dorothy for the first time. I met Dorothy. This was a month before the accident. She made me coffee. We joked about how disgusting I drink my coffee. I only drink it black. And I got to play Uno with the kids, with Mustafa, Dorothy, and the kids. The dog is running around in the background, Jaden's dog. And I was happy for my brother. He's, they were happy. My brother is telling me that he loves her. She's telling me that she loves my brother. And then I go back into my life. I go back into doing my work. I get called into doing roadside assistant, blah, blah, blah. And then 2 weeks before the accident, same thing. I stopped by, I drank coffee, said hello to Mustafa, Dorothy, and the kids are there. Well, and that was my extent to knowing the kids, knowing Dorothy. Now, I know a lot because I have the Google Nest inside the apartment. I have, I believe, 3 days worth of Google Nest inside the apartment. And this, everybody knows what a Google Nest is. It's a system when Dorothy and Mustafa leave, they can communicate with the rest of the kids through the Google Nest. on their cell phone. You can see it's a camera, it's an audio, it's a text. And I have that Google Nest. Now, my problem is, when the vehicle accident happened, I'm reading the Discovery, and what the kids are saying, what Jaden, what Pharaoh is in the police report, is not matching up with the Google Nest. When I watch the Google Nest, all I see is a beautiful relationship. Mustafa loves Dorothy, Dorothy loves Mustafa, the kids love Mustafa, Mustafa loves the kids. It's a beautiful relationship. Now, why is it that the police reports don't match up what actually is happening? Now, I want you to be patient with me, because I'm just giving you details. I'm giving you well, we don't have to try. We don't have to try. This is not me getting a fast one over you. This shouldn't be you getting a fast one over me. We're here to have a conversation. There are details and there are receipts. When I'm telling you a certain thing, I can back it up with a document. I can back it up with a video. I can back it up with a body cam. So I'm not trying to get anything over you. A vehicle accident happened. Mustafa is in and out of consciousness. That's not me saying. A body cam shows Mustafa is laying in front of his vehicle, in and out of consciousness. One of the paramedic in a body cam, I haven't released that body cam, but I'm going to release it, says he's an off-duty paramedic with Quantico, says Mustafa is having a concussion. He believes he's in 2022 and Obama is the president. That's not me saying it. That's not Mustafa saying it. That's not, okay, that's the paramedic saying to the police officer. Now, there's a hospital document that says Mustafa lost consciousness for 30 minutes. There's a document that says Mustafa was injected with 50 mcg of F. Now, 50 mcg of F is a lot. That means you're knocked out for 9 hours. 50 mcg of F. You're out of it. Now, Mustafa is helicoptered to the hospital. I've got a body cam where Mustafa is helicoptered to the hospital. Mustafa is in the hospital, and all you see is Mustafa asking for Dorothy and Empress. He's crying for Dorothy and Empress. Now, mind you, for 3 hours in the hospital, their investigator Mason has an officer guarding the door. He's yelling at mom, telling her that she can't go next to Mustafa or he's going to arrest her. He's interrogating Mustafa, knowing that Mustafa is under 50 mcg of F. I mean, how could you question and interrogate someone knowing that he's knocked out? And they're telling him she's okay. They're telling the whole entire time, they're telling him Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress is okay. They're going to be okay. And then 3 hours later, they tell him, oh, she's been gone 3 hours ago. So they're telling him we lied to her. They lied to Mustafa. The nurse is identifying herself as law enforcement and is partaking in the interrogation while Mustafa is under 50 mcg of F. Now, what are they really attempting to do here? 3 hours, they're telling him your girlfriend and 5-year-old Empress is alive, and then they tell him she's been gone. They're hoping that Mustafa is under 50 mcg of F, that he's knocked out, that when they're rolling that body cam, is that he's not going to have a reaction. I mean, normally, you're knocked out. But Mustafa is on body cam. All you see is him crying and asking for 5-year-old Empress and Dorothy. Now, what did investigator Mason do? He falsified that police report, and he says Mustafa did not care about Dorothy and Empress. That's the police report. He falsified it. Now, that body cam should never seen the light of day. A judge order seals it, and As a matter of fact, even the jury is not going to be able to see it. But a miracle happened where the body cam is released, where now we know that Mustafa actually gave a fuck about his family. All he did is ask about his family. And the police report is falsified. Now, the hospital runs a DUI. They run the blood work. And they find out that Mustafa's blood is clean for alcohol and drugs. And they release Mustafa. Mustafa would not be released if his blood work was not clean for alcohol and drugs. The hospital released Mustafa. The investigator released Mustafa. Investigator Mason. Investigator Drum released Mustafa. Mustafa didn't run away. Mustafa didn't leave the scene. The hospital released Mustafa. And the first thing that Mustafa is worried about is the rest of the kids. We take Mustafa as a family. We take him to the apartment. Now, at the time, everybody is so overwhelmed with everything that, I mean, we don't know Dorothy. Really, we don't know Dorothy. My mom never met Dorothy. The rest of my family never met Dorothy. We all never really met the kids. I mean, I met them twice. Everything is happening so fast that when something like, they told us that Mustafa...
Except for Bobby. Bobby met.
Except for Bobby, yeah. I mean, everything is, it's like a shock for the family. We get a phone call that Mustafa is in a coma. That's the phone call that we got from the police department. So, when all of a sudden Mustafa is alive in front of us, and he's being released from the hospital, it's like a miracle. You're still alive. You're alive. Our priority and our main thing is like, bring Mustafa home. Let's take care of him. But Mustafa's like, I don't want to go home. I want the kids. Like, he's talking about the kids. He's talking about Javen. He's talking about Pharaoh. He's talking about the kids. Imagine. Okay? And we're looking at Mustafa. Like, Mustafa has his head is all gashed out. Mustafa is under 50 mcg of F. Like, he's knocked out. He's out of it. Okay? Now, Mustafa is, this is not, and this is not me just telling you. No, I've got a document that says Mustafa was injected with 50 mcg of F. Now, you can imagine, someone just came out of a concussion, a major accident. He's in a concussion. He's under 50 mcg of F. And his main priority, his main concern is the kids. So what do? We take him to the apartment. Now, Mustafa is in no shape or form to take care of the kids. We want to take Mustafa home. We can't take the kids with us.
Why didn't y'all take the kids?
Because we can't.
Why?
Because we can't. That's not his kids. That's not his kids.
Well, the police said...
And listen. Let me answer. Let me answer your question. My brother called the police, and they told him, "Don't take the kids." Listen. Can I talk? Can I talk? You're gonna talk, brother. Brother, you're gonna talk. Listen, let me talk. My brother Muhammad called the police, and they told him, "You can't take the kids." Okay? Nini, when you watch that camera, what did Nini say? Nini said, "Leave the kids with me." Okay? She said, "Don't call the police." But my brother Muhammad called the police anyway. Okay? And the police are telling him, whatever you do, do not take the kids. You can't take the kids. Now, we know we can't take the kids. Those are not... Those, yeah, those are not Mustafa's kids.
We're not next of kin.
We can't take the kids. We can't leave Mustafa there. Mustafa can't take care of himself. So he can't take care of himself. We can't leave him there. Okay? And Nini, Mustafa trusted Nini. That's his neighbor. The kids always come over. And she said, "I'm going to take care of the kids. I'm going to find out next of kin."
Her kids call him dad.
Now, I find it interesting. I find it interesting that she's sitting there and she never told the police that we sat there and we called the hospital, we called the police department, where that Mustafa called and he's asking about 5-year-old Empress. She never told investigator Drum that Mustafa said there in all his asking about 5-year-old Empress. Now, I have a record of this. My brother Muhammad recorded the whole interaction. I haven't released that.
Even the call to the hospital.
Even the call to the hospital. Now, when you sat there and told investigator Davis that Mustafa didn't have a reaction, didn't care, seemed out of it. Now, are you aware that Mustafa is under 50 mcg of F? That Mustafa came out of a concussion? I mean, to a certain extent, I don't blame you for saying that. Does that make sense? Because at the time, you're looking at someone and you don't know what happened. I mean, I'm just assuming. I don't know. I don't know. Is your intention malicious? Did you, there is a lot of theories out here. But the fact...
you caused. Go ahead.
Say that one more time. You said what?
You caused all those theories. All those theories about me came out your mouth.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what's happening here. I mean, I've got body cams.
See how we're doing.
I've got body cams. And you're on Facebook on day 2. No. Look, listen. You're on day 2 on Facebook saying that Mustafa's on the run. Well, Mustafa's not on the run. Mustafa did this on purpose. I mean, I've got your Facebook comments on the police department. I mean, the driver is at large. Mustafa ran away. And what else? And did it intentionally. That's what you said on day 2 on Facebook. So don't tell me I caused these theories. That's what you're saying on Facebook. Now,
he created the probable cause.
Now,
care to explain?
Mustafa is under 50 mcg of F. Mustafa came out of a major accident. Mustafa just had a concussion. So when he's standing in front of you on that body cam, that video that we saw, all Mustafa cared about is the kids. But you're sitting there, you're telling everybody Mustafa they're on intentionally on day 2, like on Facebook. That's what you're doing.
So where did you get that information?
Where did you get that information?
I'm done.
Glenn?
Somebody telling him.
Is someone telling you what to say, buddy? Come on, man. We're supposed to have a conversation. This is the part that you get to talk. I mean, is Amy Hodgkins in your ear telling you,
Al-Quzai?
Say this? Al-Quzai? You can talk.
You got silent.
You got quiet all of a sudden, Glenn. Look, we're supposed to have a friendly conversation. We're supposed to get to the bottom of it.
You gotta wait for the text message from Al-Quzai.
Is that what's happening? I hope that's not what's happening.
Come on, Glenn.
The sheriff
Run it up
is
here,
in
now
the room.
I don't get it. We put him on the box, and now he gets silenced. Is Al-Quzai telling you what to say?
She's like, don't talk.
Don't talk. Don't talk. Don't talk, Lenny. All right, so
Exactly what's happening.
on day 1, you're on Facebook saying that Mustafa did it on purpose. Oh, how about this? Well, I've got a lot to show you. Should we watch the dash camera that shows the whole entire thing is a vehicle accident? Glenn? Glenn. All right, let's watch the dash camera. Glenn is being Al-Quzai is telling him, say this, say this, say this, say this. Don't talk to him.
She said, remember.
Remember your charges. If you look, I mean, look. We know that your charges disappeared. We know that if you don't play along, the Commonwealth Attorney can bring up your charges anytime. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Where did he go? He ran away.
Wow.
She talked him into running.
Wow, you gave him a full mic.
I gave you a full platform, man.
Don't say nothing. You're gonna mess up my time on stage.
They're like, don't say nothing. They're gonna bring up your charges. I mean, you had some serious charges, man. You had some serious charges, and the Commonwealth Attorney can still bring them up. Damn, I was really hoping that we were gonna have a conversation.
We're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. He lost signal. He'll be back.
Maybe his phone died.
I really hope his phone. I really hope his phone
Ran out of battery?
Ran out of battery.
He ain't coming back.
I think so.
You know, Christine's out.
Of course, of
She
course.
was
I
on
mean,
that
you know,
speed dial.
it's so sad that the Commonwealth Attorney is running everybody like a puppet, and is holding something on him. I mean, his charges, yeah, they removed them, but they can
All I
bring
had
him
to
up.
do was answer. Where
All
did
you
you,
had-
where did you get that information from? That's all you had to. Did the police tell you, or did you come up with it
I was just
yourself?
getting to the best part.
That's all.
Jesus Christ.
You just had to answer
Well,
that one question.
it's okay. We're still gonna watch his body cam.
And he's not even in here, I don't think, anymore.
But thank you for the.
Thank you for.
Somebody keep an eye out. He might be on the other side again.
No, they
He'll jump back over the fence.
they shut down the. They ran away. They ran away even on their own platform.
He went to go get some popcorn on the other side of the fence.
Oh man. Okay, look. To be fair,
He paid to
I
be
never
here.
cussed. I didn't cuss him out. I was very polite to him. I was very cordial. And at the end of the day, I just wanted to have
And
a
he paid
conversation.
to get in.
You done a
I mean, he paid to get in.
I'm
Look,
proud of you.
my subscription. Look, my subscription is $100. That's $100 a month that you have to pay. And if you can't pay $100 for Mustafa, I'm gonna tell you to go fuck yourself. And I mean it in every fucking
So Glenn-
sense of the fucking word.
Glenn, thank you.
Glenn, you know, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Glenn subscribed $100 to be here, and Jesus, I love you guys. Okay. Only for him to run away. Jesus Christ, man. Hey, to be honest with you, hey, I'm. I don't know. I'm turning into. I mean, look. I guess all. Look, man. Let me not talk about myself and keep hyping myself up. You know, I mean, I'm out here.
Glenn subscribe for $100. Dang, he's on your team now.
I mean, you know,
You won today.
I was just asking questions. I mean, look, he's always welcome to come in, to be in the box. He didn't cuss me out, so he had the conversation. So, you know, and I promised him the same, that I'm going to have a cordial fucking conversation. Now, to be fair, he said, you cussed me out in the past. And to be fair to me, that's how I talk. Motherfucker here, motherfucker there.
Big boy.
Blah, blah, blah.
He's a big boy. He's gonna think about it.
Exactly.
I don't think he's gonna let El Quzai get to him. And he's gonna come back and he's gonna tell the truth.
I hope so. I mean, I hope
He's gonna clear his name and tell the
Exactly,
and he's gonna
exactly,
tell the truth.
exactly. I hope that's the case, and I hope it's not. I mean, the reality of the situation is he's got criminal charges that disappeared, just magically went away. Serious criminal charges just magically disappeared, and the reality of the Commonwealth Attorney can bring up these charges if he doesn't play along.
Why don't, since
Now-
everybody's seen the body cam,
Yeah,
why don't you read the warrants that they issued up?
that's a good idea. Let me get the warrant.
That's yeah, text it. Okay. Here.
All right, let's read out the warrant.
Read it and then see how they fabricated this
Now-
entire thing.
Maybe I can put her in the box. Yeah,
I mean, if you could, that would be good.
that would be good. How good would that be?
Or you could just read it. Just read it.
All right, so this is a warrant that they had for Mustafa and that's how they arrested Mustafa. Now, when you read the warrant, this warrant is all lies. They lied about the whole entire thing. Now, by the way, this is a sealed document. This document would never see the light of day. This warrant says, on the above date and time, the accused was operating a 2007 Chrysler 300. Virginia tag, blah, 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 blah. Northbound on Dumfries Road, approaching Fortuna Center Plaza. The accused and the victim were in a relationship and in a domestic argument while driving northbound. Now, we have the dash camera, and when you watch the dash camera, you can clearly see that there was no argument inside the vehicle. The accused intentionally drove into oncoming traffic of southbound Dumfries Road. Now, when we watch the body cams, Investigator Davis, Investigator Drum, and Investigator Mason says they contradict what they're saying here. Investigator Drum says all these are Mustafa's skid mark. We know from the dash camera that Mustafa avoided every vehicle. From the body cam, we know that Investigator Drum and Investigator Davis says all these are Mustafa's skid marks, which means that Mustafa hit the brake and attempted to stop the vehicle. As a matter of fact, Investigator Drum, Investigator Mason says Mustafa cleared the vehicle and the SUV turned into him. Mustafa cleared the SUV only for this vehicle to turn into him. That's what Mason and Investigator Davis says on their body cam. So when they say here that the accused intentionally drove into oncoming traffic of southbound Dumfries Road, that's a lie. Both vehicles rotated within the roadway and came to rest within southbound lane of Dumfries Road. The victim was transported to Centera Hospital with CPR in progress and subsequently pronounced unalived at 1916 hours due to her injuries. The investigation revealed a dash cam showing the victim crying and the male arguing before subsequent changing lanes to cross over into traffic. That's a lie. Because Dorothy was crying at the 7-Eleven when Mustafa was inside 7-Eleven. Mustafa pulled into 7-Eleven. He goes inside. He's buying a cigarette. He's paying for gas.
But that's not what the mark says.
Now, Dorothy all of a sudden started crying while Mustafa is inside 7-Eleven. Mustafa has nothing to do with her crying. That's her mom's anniversary. They're going to the cemetery. She's going to go see her deceased mother. Mustafa has nothing to do with her crying. And then she stops crying by the time Mustafa comes back. But here, they're blending facts. They're saying that Dorothy was crying and Mustafa turned into Uncle. That's not true. That's a lie. So this whole thing is a lie. The victim was transferred. Okay. Let's see. So the investigation revealed a dash camera showing the victim crying and the male arguing before subsequently changing lanes into cross into traffic. That's not true. That's a lie. Okay. There's no argument inside the vehicle. And Dorothy, when she cried, Mustafa was inside 7-Eleven.
They're saying that as she was crying.
They're saying as she was crying, Mustafa turned.
Arguing.
That's bullshit.
Mustafa was arguing
That's a lie.
as she was crying.
That's a lie. That's not what the dash camera show. You don't have to take my word for it. Go watch the dash camera. As a matter of fact, they're saying that they were arguing. Well, one of the witnesses says the speaker that was in the back is so loud, was playing music really loud. Well, how could you be arguing if the music was really loud? You can't hear each other argue. I mean, you try arguing with someone in the car when the music is really loud. What's the point of arguing if you can't hear each other? Well, that's bullshit. An interview with one of Fontaine's children yielded information of the accused previously driving the vehicle into oncoming traffic to scare and get the victim and her children to comply with the accused. That's a lie. Now, I find that interesting because when they're interviewing the kids in the forensic interview, I have the forensic interview. A couple of hours earlier, they're telling the kids that Mustafa did this on purpose, unalived their mother on purpose, ran away. They lied to the kids, ran away, and left their 5-year-old baby sister in the car.
And if that's true, why would Dorothy
And if it
ask
wasn't,
him
yeah,
to take her to the cemetery?
Exactly.
Clearly, you can see from the home videos, you can see
the kids
from
love
the
him.
forensic interview
Exactly.
that Dorothy asked him to take her.
That on the dash camera, you see that Mustafa is not a reckless driver. Dorothy trusted Mustafa's driving so much that she asked him to take her to the cemetery.
And she has her own car, by the
Okay,
way.
and she has her own car.
She was gonna go and she changed her mind.
So this about the kids saying, "Oh, Mustafa is a recluse," that's bullshit. We know that you gave those kids someone to blame. You painted Mustafa as a monster, and then you put them in a room, and you're attempting to turn Mustafa against them. So this whole statement about Mustafa being an aggressive driver is bullshit.
And she asked the kids if they wanted to come. if he was this horrible driver, why
Exactly.
would she ask the kids if they wanted to come?
Exactly.
Why would she say, Empress, you're coming?
No, I find it interesting that on the dash camera, there is video on the SD card that Mustafa's door dashing with Dorothy, but they don't want to release that video. But we're gonna subpoena that SD card, and it's gonna come out, and it's gonna show how
Mustafa drives with Dorothy in the
exactly,
car.
exactly. It's gonna show Mustafa drive with Dorothy,
and
Dorothy in the
Nene.
car, with Nene in the vehicle, the day before, dancing and having the best conversation of her life with Mustafa and Dorothy. They're scared that the evidence are coming out, but you're sitting there asking kids how Mustafa you're sitting there asking an 8-year-old child how Mustafa drives. An 8-year-old child? Why don't you just go ahead and give him a driver's license while you're at it? All right.
EDR data.
EDR data downloads from a search warrant yield information of the 2007 Chrysler not making any serious attempt to brake or steer out of oncoming traffic. That's a lie.
We can see it from the dash cam itself.
Okay, exactly. The EDR is a computer inside the vehicle, and they're saying that Mustafa didn't do anything to hit the brake, didn't do anything to avoid the vehicles, didn't do. The investigator himself is saying all these brake skid marks are Mustafa skid marks. We can see from the dash camera itself that Mustafa avoided every vehicle. The investigator himself on a body cam says Mustafa cleared the vehicle and that vehicle turned into him. So that's a lie. The ADR itself shows that Mustafa hit the brake.
I mean, the fact that
Now-
his car was T-boned
Exactly.
shows he was trying to avoid a vehicle accident.
Exactly. The fact that the vehicle was T-boned, it shows that he tried to avoid the vehicle accident. The accused has reported extensive history of physical abuse. Wait. The accused has a reported extensive history of physical abuse to the children and victim. The
Okay,
accused
this statement
has a reported extensive history of physical abuse to the children and victim. That's not true.
This is based on what Christine Alcazar, Glenn Ford, Nene, and who else? Kylie. Those 4 people. There are no police reports. No, not even reports.
Exactly.
Not even incident reports.
Mhm.
There's no reports, no incidents, no police, nothing to show that Mustafa ever had any domestic issues with Dorothy. He just met her 2 months ago.
So Glenn Ford, the jealous ex-boyfriend, Nene, the neighbor, and Amy Hodgkins, aka Christine Alcazar, and Kylie, they get together and they start lying about Mustafa. And they all have one thing in common. We were never there. So they know everything. And Mustafa is this abusive person. We never saw it ourselves. We were never there. But Mustafa did this to the kids. Mustafa is abusive. Mustafa is abusive to Dorothy. But they were never there. Okay. But there is not one single police report. There is not one single thing that Mustafa is abusive.
Here comes the falsified.
As a matter of fact, we have the home videos that shows Mustafa loved the kids and Dorothy. And Dorothy and the kids love Mustafa. The accused stated the argument was over trust issues involving a previous boyfriend.
Mustafa never said that.
Mustafa never said that. These are falsified statements by
And
investigator
the
John.
police already issued a letter regarding that.
And the police already issued out a letter admitting that investigator Drum falsified the police report. And we have a recording, an audio recording between Mustafa and the investigator. You can listen to it yourself and see that Mustafa never said I was arguing inside the vehicle. But this investigator said Mustafa stated I was arguing inside the vehicle. The investigator lied. Numerous witness reported the vehicle had not made any evasive maneuvers prior to the intersection, and once past the medium, the vehicle drove straight into oncoming traffic. Passenger side into a Chevy. That's a lie. That's a lie. They're saying that numerous witnesses reported the vehicle had not made any evasive maneuvers prior to the intersection, and once past the medium. Well, you can watch from the dash camera that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid every vehicle that was in his way. The investigator himself on a body cam says all these are Mustafa's skid mark. The computer inside the vehicle shows that Mustafa hit the brake. The investigator himself says Mustafa cleared the vehicle, and the SUV, turned into Mustafa. As a matter of fact, you have a police body cam.
You have Miss Lee.
That shows.
Lee.
That shows. There's brake failure and transmission failure. That's the body cam. That's a police mechanic. Now, Miss Lee, a body cam, says otherwise. Says that Mustafa hit the brake and she saw skid marks. So that's a lie, because Miss Lee is telling Investigator Drum that Mustafa slammed on the brake
and she saw his skid mark.
And she saw his skid mark. And you don't have to take my word for it. We can listen to Miss Lee. Let's pull up Miss Lee.
Mommy, can I just play?
So you have a fabricated warrant, and based on this warrant, Mustafa got arrested.
What is this kind of?
And the minute the evidence comes forward and talk about they falsified a police report, they falsified Mustafa's statement inside the police, on a police report, we have an audio. Mustafa gets beaten up, essayed, and denied medical. And then the minute Internal Affairs contacts the Commonwealth Attorney, within 3 days, they drop the involuntary manslaughter,
By the way,
and they bring it up to M1.
If you listen to what you just read, right? What you just read, they're basically saying that this man intentionally drove the car. He didn't try to hit the brake. He was arguing. He basically did it on purpose. So, on that warrant, why did you charge him with involuntary manslaughter? Why? It doesn't make sense.
It contradicts the warrant that we just read.
It contradicts the warrant that they just put out. That's the affidavit of truth for the warrant. Okay? So why was he charged with involuntary if that's what you're claiming?
It doesn't make any sense. All right, let's listen to Miss Lee.
And I'll tell you, it's because they were trying to see how far they're going to get with concealing these body cams. Once they got Casey Stevens on board, okay, once you got a complaint at the police department, and they knew that the police department was going to pull the warrant. They have to pull the warrant because it's an internal investigation. So they're going to pull the warrant regardless. So what do? They upgrade the charge.
Yeah.
This is the witness. What that contradicts what the warrant just stated.
All right, I'll be back.
Hello?
Hi, is this Miss Elizabeth Lee?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Miss Lee. My name is Investigator Drum. I work for the Prince William County Crash Investigation.
That's why I answered. I had a feeling it was going to be you.
So, I hear you observed what had happened on the day of the collision, and I'm calling to...
It was awful.
All right, well, go ahead from beginning to end, like you're telling me a story.
Okay, give me just a second. I'm a nurse, and I am printing up orders for a patient.
Oh, do your thing.
And as soon as I do that, then I will go find a quiet room where I can...
Look, this audio doesn't do justice. Look, this audio does not do the conversation justice without looking at her face. Okay, you have to see who you're really listening to. Okay, all right. Now, put everything in perspective. This is who we're talking to. I mean, knowing that this. I mean, look at it. It looks like a.
Just play it.
I swear to God, it looks like a I don't know, like a weird beaver. I mean, God damn, you're ugly. Okay, all right. I mean, at least she's telling the truth before Investigator John was like, no, that's not his skid marks. You have an investigator tell her, no, that's not.
You didn't
that's
see
from.
What you just told me.
You didn't see what you just told me. That's not his skid marks. That is not what I want to hear. Can you tell me something else? And she's like, oh yeah. He's an extraterrestrial. He did this on purpose. Lady, you just told this investigator that he hit the brake. He slammed the brake, and these are his skid marks. And the investigator's like, no. I want you to tell me something different. She's like, okay.
you.
Okay. Do you want to call me back?
Nope. Okay, here we go. CDC. Where's my print button? There's my print button. I got you, Tiffany. Yeah. They're just seeing what all your electrolytes and everything are. It's gonna print up here. Come on, Tiffany, I'll get it. No, I got it because I'm gonna duck into this sleep room. Can you push the Toradol on her and write down the time? Tiffany, here you go, dear. Where are you? Okay, there you go, sweetie. I'll see you next month. Okay. So, I was approximately 2 cars behind the Chrysler.
Okay.
And we were going down 234, and it looked to me like he got in the left turn lane. Of course, there's no road there, but there is a left turn lane, probably for people to make U-turns. And he sped up really fast. I could see rocks and debris flying, and it looked like he was trying to pass the white car that was in front of him.
Okay.
So I thought, well, that's
Did
crazy.
you just hear
You
that?
can't pass
Okay,
somebody in a turn
let's just hear that one more time. It looks like he's trying to pass the car in front of him. So let's hear that again.
I mean, she's describing
Yeah.
a car accident.
Listen.
I was approximately 2 cars behind the Chrysler.
Okay.
Now you'll hear when she says, "Is he on rugs?" Like later, he's like, "We're checking some boxes." Motherfucker, you have Mustafa's blood work at that point. You know that Mustafa. This is days after, so you already have Mustafa's blood work. You know Mustafa's not on alcohol. You know Mustafa's blood work is not on rugs. So why are you lying to this witness, telling her, insinuating that yes, he is? You're lying to the witness. You're attempting to influence this witness.
Yeah, they're just seeing what all your electrolytes and everything are. It's gonna print up here. Come on, Tiffany, I'll get it. No, I got it because I'm gonna duck into this sleep room. Can you push the Toradol on her and write down the time? Tiffany, here.
You know, the question is, why am I yelling at everybody? I'm not yelling at everybody. It's just the way I talk, okay? I love everybody, all right? I got a video afterward from SNL that's really funny. Okay, all right. My sister in the background, she's like, just fucking play the goddamn video. Okay, all right.
Go, dear. Where are you? Okay, there you go, sweetie. I'll see you next month. Okay. So, I was approximately 2 cars behind the Chrysler.
Okay.
And we were going down 234, and it looked to me like he got in the left turn lane. Of course, there's no road there, but there is a left turn lane, probably for people to make U-turns. And he sped up really fast. I could see rocks and debris flying, and it looked like he was trying to pass the white car that was in front of him.
Okay.
So I thought, well, that's crazy. You can't pass somebody in a turn lane. And there was a sign at the end of that turn lane, and I thought, he's going to go head-on collision with this sign. But just before he hit the sign, he crossed over into the left-hand turn lane of oncoming traffic. And there was no one there, thankfully. And then, out of absolutely nowhere, the car it was like he made a left turn into oncoming traffic.
Okay.
And there was a white car in the left lane, and it barely missed him. It was able to pass without hitting him, but then the black SUV, they never saw it coming.
Okay.
There was nothing she could have done to have prevented that accident.
Okay. So after the crash occurred, what happened?
I kept driving home. I mean, I saw, because I could not turn around at that point. But I saw the whole front end of the SUV get smashed up, and then the black sedan spun around and over onto the sidewalk. And that's about as far as I saw, because since I was, only 2 cars behind them, I passed them almost immediately after the crash occurred.
Gotcha. When you were behind the Chrysler, do you remember where you first, I'm going to use this terminology, pick up. Do you remember when you first picked up that car, as in you remember seeing it?
I don't. The first time I remember really seeing it was when it pulled into that left turn lane and sped up like it was going to pass the car in front of them.
Okay, but did anything stick out prior to that?
No.
Any cars?
No.
Okay. All right. You're a nurse? Where do you work?
I work in a neurology office. I'm an infusion nurse.
Oh, look at you. Well, God bless you for doing that. Okay. I'm sure you're aware that the mom and daughter have died.
I am. And when I found that out yesterday, I went home and cried again.
So
when I got home after witnessing the accident, it shook me up really, really bad. And I prayed he was alone.
So we are actively investigating him. So
yeah, and that's my thing is, what made him do that? Was he drunk? Was he on drugs?
We're checking some boxes. It's unfortunate that, my wife, God love her, she's a dispatcher. She comes home and she watches live PD and these cop shows, and
she's not a dispatcher. She's not a dispatcher. She used to be.
A dispatcher a year ago.
She used to be a dispatcher a year ago. She's not a dispatcher anymore.
I can't do that. And I'm not an emergency nurse. I see patients that need life-saving medication, but they get it once a month and they're all pretty healthy. Except for the disease they're getting the medicine for.
Yeah, I wish this stuff could work faster, but paperwork's paperwork, and we've got the judicial system to work through, and sometimes it just takes a little while. And we said we're on the side of making sure our ducks are in a row before we pull that trigger.
Yeah, Mustafa, it's
but it was somebody in.
It's 11:11. I know. I just want you to say hello to everybody and good night really quick. I know you got like 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Missy, Shelly, everybody's here.
Good night. Love you.
I love you so much.
Casey.
So much. Casey.
Good night, Mustafa. Stay strong.
God bless you. I'm really strong. The jungle out here.
As I always say, 10 toes down. That's all that matters.
Good night, Mustafa.
Okay, Dre is here. Dre is here. Regina, everybody.
Dre's here.
Amanda. Bustos is here.
Good night.
Okay, let me have you say. Emmanuel, Becky. Okay, let me have you say good night to mom. Okay, I'll be back. Okay. You know what's funny? You got Amy Hodgkins. You got they're making phone calls to the jail, and well, I'll tell you, the jail is not going to tolerate people calling the jail and saying, "Oh, Mustafa can call. Mustafa can call, and Mustafa talk, and Mustafa has rights, and it's not going to work." All right, let me have you say hello to mom. Good night to mom. Okay, I'll be back. Okay.
I gotta go.
Okay. It's 11:13.
All right, take care. Bye.
All right. So, really quick, my brother just said good night, and let me just try to explain what just happened to everybody. So, we have communication with the jail, and what the jail is telling us by having Mustafa call on the last minute to tell us good night, that whatever phone calls that they got, those phone calls. They took those phone calls, those complaints that Mustafa is on the phone, blah, 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 on the live. They took those complaints and they shoved them up their ass. In Christina Alcazar's ass. They shoved it up so deep that it's coming out of her mouth. So it's not going to work. We're here. We're going to continue to be here. And the best is yet to come. We're going to continue to listen to, God damn, you're ugly. I swear to God, if there was an apocalypse, and if this was the only one that's left, I would not do it. Look at her. Okay? You know, when you listen to Investigator Drum, he says
only chance of
reproducing is no, I'm not doing it. No, I am not doing it. Okay? He's telling her we're investigating him. I thought he was investigating the accident. He's giving her a hint. He's putting a target at Mustafa. He's telling her, nope, that's not his skid marks. When on body cam, he's saying all these.
He's telling her they're investigating the accident. They're investigating him.
When on body cam, he's saying all these are his skid marks, but he tells her otherwise. So he's lying to her.
Well, play it out.
He has Mustafa blood work, no rugs, no alcohol. He's telling her we're still checking some boxes. He's lying. He's influencing the witness. Okay, we're gonna finish listening to it.
Can I talk to them?
Neighborhood.
Didn't Mom tell you to let the video play?
Oh yeah, exactly. She's like, for the love of God, can you let people listen to the
Is
video?
that Maha or is that Bonnie?
There's Bonnie here. Maha's here.
I'm about to say they're all saying it.
They're all saying, when everybody's saying it. Okay, I'll be back. Okay.
Paperwork, and we've got the judicial system to work through, and sometimes it just takes a little while. And we said work.
I work in a neurology office. I'm an infusion nurse.
Oh, look at you.
Start drinking.
Well, God bless you for doing that. Okay. I'm sure you're aware that the mom and daughter have died.
I am. And when I found that out yesterday, I went home and cried again.
So
when I got.
How would she be aware of that if that's the first time her and Investigator Drum are talking? Unless they've talked before.
I was going to ask that question.
Exactly. Isn't it interesting?
Like, this is the next day that he calls her?
Yeah. This is Hassan, what day is this? What day is this body cam? Oh, you can actually tell on the body cam. This is April 7th. So this is
early morning before they put
10 before what?
Before they put out the news report.
That's before they put out the news report. That's at 10:39 a.m. April 7th. The accident happened April 5th. Yeah.
So how did she know? Like
Exactly. Now I'll tell you what's happening here, and this is my theory, that all these phone call conversations that Investigator Drum's conducting with individuals are staged for the prosecutor. I think these they're having conversations before, and they're staging conversations for the prosecutor. I mean, how else would she know that 5-year-old Empress and Dorothy were unalived? Like, how else would they know?
I mean, I'm going to listen to the first part of the conversation.
Yeah.
The very, very first part. When he calls her, she said, I was hoping that would be you.
I was hoping that would be you. Why would you be hoping that How would you even know Investigator Drum? How would you even know? Why would you be hoping it was him, unless you already talked before?
Daughter
What caught my attention? What caught my attention when he told her that the other two passed away, and she said, "Oh, I was hoping that he was in the car alone."
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. What does that even mean?
When I found that out yesterday, I went home and cried again.
So
when I got home after witnessing the accident, it shook me up really, really bad. And I prayed he was alone.
So we are we are actively investigating him. So we will.
Yeah, and that's my thing is, what made him do that? Was he drunk? Was he on drugs?
We're checking some boxes. It's unfortunate that, you know, my wife, God love her, she's a dispatcher and she comes home and she watches live PD and these cop shows and.
Oh, I can't do that. And I'm not an emergency. I'm not an emergency.
That's irrelevant.
I see patients that need life-saving medication, but they get it once a month and they're all pretty healthy. Except for the disease they're getting the medicine for.
Yeah, I wish this stuff could work faster, but, you know, paperwork's paperwork, and we've got the judicial system to work through, and sometimes it just takes a little while, and we said we're on the side of making sure our ducks are in a row before we pull that trigger. So we'll.
Yeah, but it was somebody in my neighborhood, because I live just up the road in Ashland.
Wow.
From where the accident happened, and somebody in my neighborhood group posted that the police were looking for people who had witnessed it.
Oh,
and that's why I called in.
Wait. What the fuck did she just say? Someone lives in Ashburn is looking for witness.
Someone in her neighborhood.
And then she
the
says.
Neighborhood.
And then she said.
The name of the neighborhood.
In the neighborhood.
I think it's Ashland.
Okay.
That's the one that's right there past Target. The townhouses.
Isn't that what Amy Hopkins says? That she lives in that neighborhood, Ashburn?
No, she lives in Locust Grove.
Which one, Amy Hopkins?
Oh no, that was wasn't Amy Hopkins that said she lives in Locust Grove and her daughter Michelle?
Yeah. So who's looking for witnesses? In what neighborhood is she talking about?
Supposedly the neighborhood that's right past the Target on the right. Like if you're going towards Manassas, that there's that turn, that right past this Target and Starbucks, that shopping center. There's a townhouse community right there.
What's the name of that neighborhood?
I don't know. I'm about to look it up because that's where
Okay.
I know people that live there. That's where
Okay. And she
Aiden,
said.
a football player, worked or lived.
Oh, and she says someone in that neighborhood is looking for witnesses?
Posted, yeah. Someone posted in their neighborhood that the police are looking for witnesses.
And
like who? So how did that neighborhood find out? Like who? You know what I'm saying? Like they said, go post this on Facebook and tell me. Come on now.
The real question is, did she actually see anything? Is this an actual someone that actually witnessed the vehicle accident? Okay. And why did she wait until someone posts about it? And she seems to already know so much details about Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress already passing. And she's hoping it would be him. Like, this seems to be, this is not, it doesn't sound like, I don't know. It just doesn't add, like, things are not adding up with this lady.
Oh, okay, I have
I swear to God,
question.
I swear to God, this is a Bustos conversation, okay? You can count on her to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, I have a question. If
Yes.
she's a nurse, why did she pass the scene, the accident? She has to stop.
She's required. When she became a nurse, she has to stop.
Exactly.
Okay, that's number one.
Yeah.
And number two, how could she see debris flying up in the air?
Exactly. You're going at 55 mile an hour. The speed limit is 55 mile an hour. Now, I know.
Now, the only way you're going to see debris flying up in the air is if he is way to the curb to where these city sweepers do not get the debris. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense.
If there's a curb, he's got to be almost literally on that curb in order for that debris to be flying. I drive 75 all the time. Do I see debris come up? Only when they hit the shoulder.
Now I'll tell you. Okay, so we're from Stafford. I've never driven on that road. Like I've never taken that road. I've never driven that road. That road specifically has U-turn lanes that are. It's a weird road. Like you know when you're driving on that road, people are literally doing 70, 75. Like when they're driving, they're flying on that road. They treat it like it's a highway. It's a weird road. And then, so speed limit is 50, 55. 50 at one point, and then it turns into 55. Like that's a speed limit. But no one is doing 50, 55. They're driving like it's a highway. And if you're from Dumfries, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All of a sudden, it's weird because all of a sudden, like these lanes open up, and they look like regular lanes, but they're U-turn lanes. Now, when I watch the dash camera, when I drive that road, at 5 o'clock there's a sun glare that comes into the vehicle. Yeah, and you know, better yet, forget me telling you about that road. Shelly is from that area. She's very familiar with what I'm talking about. Shelly, what am I talking about? With the sun glare, with the like what am I talking about? Like just if you can do me a favor, if you can explain to everybody what, like how is that road, like what is that road all about?
Like I said before the accident, like I've driven that road hundreds of times. Like that's how I go to the lake. I go down 234. I get on 95 there. You know, so I grew up in that area. I never realized, like, I know there's only a few turns, like the way he was going to make a left. Like that's just, it's woods. There's not much over to the left side. So I never realized there was turn lanes that way. Or, you know, the shopping centers to the right, I know, you know, it tees. So I never knew there was turn lanes there until this accident. Then the more and more I look around, it's actually common in Virginia. It's weird. Like in Manassas, like I was by the mall, there's nothing to the left, but there's that turn lane. I'm like, okay, well, that's weird. And I just don't, you know, pay attention to it. But going 50 miles on that road, going 55 miles on that road is actually pretty slow for most people. Mm-hmm. Believe me, I've done 70 down that road. Mm-hmm. I'm not perfect. Do I have a heavy foot? Yes, absolutely. That's also why I didn't get a Dodge Charger when I wanted one when I was 18 years old, because I knew that was not my smart idea. My dad used to be a race car driver, so kind of runs in the blood.
Yeah.
But it's weird that, and I don't know if it's common practices in a lot of states, and we're used to it, and we don't pay attention to it when there's not a road to the left, but there's a light, so you make a U-turn to flip around. I don't know. It's something that I've been paying a lot of attention to when I go places now.
What do you think about the sun glare around 5 o'clock?
Well, at that time in the springtime, yeah. I mean, in Virginia, sun is crucial. When it hits that line of your sun, you know, view, and I'm short regardless, but it's hard to see. It definitely is.
Yeah, I drove that road, and around that time, like 5 o'clock, there's so much sun glare that enters your windshield, like your front, that you can't see out of it. So if you're not familiar with the road, if you end up on that lane thinking it's a regular lane, going 55 miles an hour, and then realize this is there is nowhere to go. Like when you watch that dash camera, Mustafa's dash camera, you see that Mustafa is driving speed limit 55. There's a vehicle in front of him, and the road kind of curves.
To add on to that, I mean, as soon as you realize, like, a lane comes, if you're in traffic and like she said, he was trying to get around that car, or it literally is not even a football lane. It's not even 100 yards. It's probably
2 seconds.
50 yards.
Exactly, 2 seconds before you end up to the intersection.
It's so short. So there's no way he would know.
Exactly. I think it takes 2 seconds to get to the intersection, but when you take that lane, it's 2 seconds before you get to the intersection. I mean, when you watch the dash camera, by the time he got to the intersection, 2 seconds into it, he realized there's a vehicle to his right. So when he realized that when that lane ends, you're literally, if you can go left, you can go right, but there's a vehicle on your right. You can't go right. You can't go back into traffic. And that's exactly what she's talking about. There's a vehicle to his right, and there's a sign that's in front of him. So there's nowhere to go. You're gonna end up in oncoming traffic. Now, he hits the brake. He gets the vehicle from 55 to 35. He avoids every vehicle that in his way. Investigator Drum says on a body cam, all these are his skid marks. Investigator Drum says he clears it all the way to the other side. The SUV turns into him, and then the vehicles rotate. So that warrant that we read earlier is a lie, because it says that Mustafa didn't do anything to avoid the vehicle accident. That's not true. Mustafa did everything he can to avoid the vehicle accident. Now, according to the investigator himself, he says that road has 4 fatalities that he investigated, 4 accidents that he investigated where individuals accidentally took that lane, thinking it's a regular lane, and ended up in oncoming traffic. So that road is known to have accidents. Now, the county has a problem because when you measure those U-turn lanes, that specific U-turn lane is shorter than the one before it, and the one after it. So you want to tell me that?
With that statement. I would agree with that statement without even measuring.
So the county has a problem. You have a road that's 55 miles an hour. It takes 2 seconds the minute you take that lane, and your lane is this short. I mean, no wonder you have 4 other vehicle accidents. The problem with this whole entire thing is they sealed off the body cam, thinking that nothing is going to come out. And it's clear when you watch the body cam, they're not investigating the vehicle accident. It's just what Investigator Drum said. We're investigating him. Why are you investigating him when you're supposed to be investigating the vehicle accident? I mean, you're a crash investigator. You're investigating a vehicle accident. But why is it that immediately you're telling the kids this is on purpose? He did this on purpose. And you're painting a monster for the kids, turning the kids against Mustafa. I mean, there's a lot.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, since the accident to today, have they put up any new signs? Have they put anything in that intersection that is any different than when Mustafa had the accident?
I think they did. I think they put a U-turn sign there. I think there's a new sign there that they put after the accident.
Is it only one sign or is it multiple?
I think only one sign. I'm not sure. I think
There's only room for one.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Yeah.
So you might want to make sure on the dash cam it doesn't bring up that sign, because they could.
Well, it's on Google Map photos that don't even show that sign.
Yeah.
Okay, so that way they, as the police department, investigators, don't say, well, there was a sign, how could he have not seen it?
Exactly.
Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. And you can tell from the dash camera there was no sign. And if you I think if you Google map it now or you go there, you'll see them modifying it with a sign. There's a sign up on the near the light
There's a sign up there.
Hi.
There's a sign on the light.
Hi, Susie.
At the
Hi.
time or
At
afterward?
the time.
There,
Hi, Susie.
There's a
Bustos.
sign at the light.
Hi.
That's it.
Bustos.
Yes, sir.
There's a sign at the light.
Okay.
So when you
So
get to the
that
light,
way-
you'll see a
that-
sign. That's
that
before.
way-
Yeah.
That way you guys know they ain't gonna throw that in the left field to you guys, come trial time. You know what I mean?
But I mean, even if there is a U-turn sign at the light, that doesn't mean that he saw the sign, knowing that you're going 55 miles an hour.
It's very different
Yeah.
to say he was
Especially
in a car
I-
accident.
I
He should have been in a
but
lane.
I know what you're
I
saying.
understand,
Versus
but
murder.
I-
He committed this.
Just
like,
to just
You know,
to dot
and
your
you know-
I's and cross
Yeah.
your T's.
And you know, Busso, did you hear what my brother just said? He said there's a huge
I
difference.
did not.
He said there's a huge difference between him not seeing the sign, that he accidentally took the lane, versus this is M1. Okay, at the end of the day, this is an accident, but there's a huge difference. I mean, to say that he saw the sign, he should have seen the sign, he should have paid attention to the sign at the light. Okay, there's a conversation there. That this is a vehicle accident. Okay, he didn't see the sign. He should have seen the sign. He should have been paying attention to that sign at the light, going at 55 miles an hour.
can't have that
You know,
conversation.
but that's not the conversation here. The conversation is the prosecutor says that this is premeditated. M1 Mustafa planned this out days before, where he specifically singled out Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress. He specifically told Dorothy and Empress to get in the vehicle. The kids, he forced the kids to stay at home, forced Dorothy and Empress into the, to have Dorothy and Empress into his vehicle. He planned this out only to go and unalive them. This is what they're saying.
Right.
You know,
Right.
so I know what you're saying, but that's not what they're saying.
Correct.
You know,
You're playing by the rules, and they don't have no rules.
you know, this is a vehicle accident, and everything that when you look at the body cam, when you look at the dash camera,
You okay?
vehicle accidents happen. Now, when a vehicle accident happened, were you impaired? No. Mustafa's blood work showed no alcohol, no rugs. Were you speeding? Mustafa was not speeding. You can look on the dash camera. You can look at the EDR, the computer inside the vehicle. Mustafa was going 55. He was not speeding. So,
That car had an airbag
did
recall.
you know, when they inspected the vehicle, what did you find out in the vehicle? They found out brake failure. They found out transmission failure. So was this Mustafa's fault? No, it wasn't his. It's a vehicle accident. He thought this was a regular lane. He took that lane and ended up in oncoming traffic. The question is, did he do everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident? Yes, according to the investigator himself.
Correct.
So,
Now, there's been how many other accidents in that intersection before? Has
yeah.
any of them been unalived?
I don't know. And I'm going off a body cam with the investigator Drum. He said he had 4 accidents
on that road.
He's telling another police officer on a body cam
That also crossed into
that
oncoming
ended up in oncoming traffic. But I don't know what the details of the accidents are.
Oh, sorry, but is that homemade?
Yes. This is it's good. I don't know what they're feeding me. Okay, that's what I got.
Somebody's birthday?
No. This is
Are you like the master of the cult here getting served?
I swear to God, and I'm upset because they fed me a burger and fries earlier. I didn't want a burger and fries. Okay. Now I swear to God, I didn't even know what I was eating until you just pointed that out. And I was so upset about the burger and fries earlier. I'm like, why the fuck are you giving me food while I'm, when I'm on the lot? I'm just like, somewhere else. I don't know, when I get on the live, something happens, a phenomena happens, where
I've watched it
I'm
happen
so
throughout the
yeah,
last
I'm so
year and a
into
half,
it.
Yeah.
I swear to God, like I'm so into it. I tune everything out. Like, and it's so sad that I tune everybody out. And if you notice, like, someone would be asking a question, and I'm still like yapping away. I tune everybody around me, and this is so disturbing on so many levels. Like, I swear to God, this is scary. Like, can you imagine if there was an apocalypse? And Hama, you know, she's kind of growing on me. No, she's like,
God. I'd rather see the food.
you know, when you listen to the conversation, the body cam, it sounds like Investigator Drum is flirting with what's her name, Lee, Elizabeth Lee. You know, and to actually know that this person is a real person and she's actually sitting on Facebook. Elizabeth Lee is an actual person, and I'm sitting here making fun of her. Can you imagine if she was actually listening? She's like, I was not flirting with Investigator Drum. Don't you say he has a wife? Yeah. Kate is here, and she is apparently too frustrated because her husband doesn't pay attention to her. Well, no wonder why he's flirting with the witnesses. No wonder she's on here. You know, I'll tell you, the first couple of weeks when the accident happened, I remember on my TikTok, you know how it tells you who visited your page? That option?
Yeah.
I remember someone kept on popping up on my page, and her name was Stephanie Drum. And I was like, wait a minute. Isn't the investigator that lied on my brother, Robert Drum? And then I'm sitting there doing a research on Facebook, and I'm like, that's the wife. Man, I was so green at that time. I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, you know, at the time I thought maybe the investigator wants to reach out to us and say, I'm sorry that I lied about your brother. I swear to God, that's what I thought. I didn't know this. I didn't know Stephanie Claiborne is actually on the body cam talking to Amy Hodgkins, being my mod. What the fuck is going on here? In my house?
She was your mod? Wait, I missed something.
Oh my God.
I'm
Boosters.
sorry.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, I missed something.
You don't know?
My wheels are.
Oh my God. You don't know? Wait. You don't know?
I don't believe so. No.
Wait. Bustos, when?
Now.
Yeah. Wait. Bustos. How long have you been with us?
I think she's just confused.
Okay.
That you're referencing it, your mod.
Were you there?
To who she was now.
Were you there when I was creating a village in the parking lot?
Yes, I remember you saying that earlier. Yes.
When I had tents, were you there then, or did you come afterwards?
No, I think I kind of came along or started when they took the tips.
Oh man, you've missed so much. There's so much history.
Yeah, so I don't think she was. I don't think she was with us when Kate and Missy and Steven and Latina and Tara.
Man, so much history. I swear I got so much history.
Yeah,
I just had
Tessa. Yeah.
I just had flashback when Shelly came out to the RV. It was beautiful. I remember when you held Missy's blanket, the one with the pictures.
Oh yeah, because it just came in. Yeah, it just came in, and Mama was showing me.
I remember that video.
I'm stopping us for my car. I'm stopping us for my car.
That's beautiful. I mean, sometimes, like, you know, with all the pain involved, there's so much.
I know how to fix cars.
I don't know. So many memories, if that makes any kind of sense.
A lot of memories.
A lot of memories. Actually, what I'm gonna do, Missy, would you like to tell Bustos what am I talking about with the mod? With Kate. And by the way, Kate was one of my main mods. I remember when she picked up the torch and she created a website. But you know, I found it odd that she never turned on her camera. I'm like, why? Well, now I know. Okay, wait. Let me put Mixie in the big box. Okay. Missy, would you like? Yes, ma'am. Would you like? Would you like to do the honor and tell Bustos about Stephanie Claiborne?
Stephanie Claiborne is Kate. Kate. She used to be a mod way back in the jail days. She did a website from our. Well, she was in process of doing it when they all decided to run away to the other side. She's evidently she's a bigger part of this than we thought.
You know, she can prove us wrong by turning on her camera. Simple,
I never
right?
did see her.
Huh?
I never have seen her. She
Never.
had said she was going to several times, and she never did.
Wasn't she the only one that didn't? I know Tara did.
Yep.
I know Latina did.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
Latina's just dumb. Like, you know, I think at this point we can figure out who's who. Fast to get angry. Easily influenced. Now, I'll tell you, I have a lot to do with having Latina go crazy. I mean, she has a crazy personality. And, you know, when someone is already crazy and you're dealing with another crazy person that's stable enough to come off that they're not crazy, that's me. Okay? And then you add Latina in the mix. So, you know, so a lot to do with Latina is my fault. Okay, I actually cussed her out. I was like, "Ma'am, just go fuck yourself." But yeah,
I never saw her at all.
oh man,
I've seen her on her own live.
I should show you her video. I should show you her video when she's sitting there.
I remember the guy used to chat 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and his name was Steven and stuff. His name was Leroy.
I've never actually met.
I
remember Leroy. I've never actually seen.
I don't
like,
remember that.
Yeah, I don't. He never actually put it on his camera.
I've never seen a white guy named Leroy.
Oh, that's funny.
My dad.
Your dad named Leroy?
Yep.
He's around. He hung around the brothers there.
You know, on that note, I'm gonna play Amy Hopkins and Stephanie Claiborne being on the phone call, and you tell me if that doesn't sound like Kate. Look, all I'm saying, you can easily prove me wrong by turning on your camera. I mean, otherwise, you are who you are, and you are what you eat, and we're gonna get to the bottom
And you're
of it.
some kind of cake right now, and it was looking good.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. You know, thank you, you know.
And I'm eating popcorn right now that I made.
I gotta say, someone's chomping.
You know,
down
you're
here,
making
Dre.
Dre jealous. You're like he's like why is she not calling me a popcorn? You want her to call you a popcorn, sir? You guys want a room by yourselves?
Look, remember you used to play that guy on nighttime at the pavilion?
Which one?
His name was Popcorn.
Oh my gosh, that was.
He's on every night.
Popcorn.
That was weird.
Oh, you're talking about that one
Remember,
live?
Yeah, the one that. Yes, when you battled and his everything
Oh man.
that came in his live kept saying shit and.
Wait until we bring him in the mix and tell him that, hey, remember that one crazy lady that kept on text messaging into the chat? She's the witness. She's manufacturing probable cause. He's gonna be like, what? Let me do more rugs before I can process what
Y'all
you just
was
said.
supposed to- y'all were supposed to, keep up with each other and battle it and stuff.
It was weird.
You know how much rugs he has to go through for him to process more of our live?
Amar,
Yes, baby. I think at one point he turned into a cookie, like an Oreo cookie. Yeah,
Amar, can we go outside and play with the snow?
of course we can.
Let's go,
Oh, it's cold out there.
Of
No,
course we
of
can.
course I have a shovel.
Of course you would have a shovel. Can I eat my cake first, and then we can go later?
I
How about this? I'll make you a deal. After I finish the live, then we'll go outside.
Okay.
Okay. That's one way.
She's so cute.
That's one way to get it done. We're never going outside.
In 30 minutes, she'll be like,
She's look.
Stop laughing, Mommy. I'm getting mad at you.
I swear to God, that's one smart baby you can't lie to.
This is Amar.
I love you.
This
Look.
is Amar.
She's like, this is Amar. Show it right here. Put it right here.
oh, where's my phone? Where's my phone? Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, you gotta go back in the big box.
Piggy talk. This is Amar.
This is me.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, that looks just like him.
Yeah, the actual looks just like me. And even the baby's making fun of me. You got multiple lives, creating fake accounts, makeup.
I'm covering up. I'm cold.
Why would you use a filter for makeup when I still have a whole box of makeup? Not even the baby's laughing at me. That was not supposed to be funny for you.
This is the coolest innovation of our life.
So funny.
All right, we're gonna listen to. Oh, Susie, we're gonna listen to this. Okay, listen to this.
I like listening to that.
All right, tell me. Amy Hopkins.
Okay, well, I got a phone call in reference to a Miss Hodgson. She called in and used this number for us to call her back.
Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, let me get her for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to forward this email I got to you right now. Miss Hodgson, my name is Investigator Drum. I work for the Prince William County Crash Unit. I got a very interesting email from you, or at least a email from communications about information you had in reference to the crash that occurred the other night.
Yes.
So, can you tell me what...
Wait, hang on. I want to pull up.
No?
I want to pull up a picture so that way.
I can.
Wait, hang on. Before we listen to it, I want to pull up a specific picture
Give me
so that
1
way.
second and let me. Can you give me 1 second?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. 1 second.
Give me about this deal.
And was that cute for her to pull her email up to read off what she needed to say?
You got your email open?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why would she pull up the email to read what she? I thought she was a witness.
No, what I'm saying.
She knows about the
But I'm
accident.
saying, was that for Q? But he was supposedly talking to his wife.
Interesting.
What get me is, see, what was I going to say? She was talking to him the whole time through the doorbell. She didn't open the door.
Oh God. Listen to this. Okay, we're gonna listen to it. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go all the way back.
Sandpot.
Okay, no
Sandpot.
problem. Yeah, let me get her for you.
Amar,
Thank you.
please. Are you finished your cupcake? Now can we go here?
No, after the live, baby.
And I'm going to forward this email I got
You don't make any noise. We're on the live.
Do you want
right
to
now.
bring
Baby, we're on the live.
the
Miss
light with
Hodgson.
you outside and we're gonna play with
My name
you
is
and
Investigator Drum. I work for the Prince
Go
William
next
County
to
Crash
me.
Unit.
Go on
I
the
got a very interesting email from you, or at least a email from communications about information you had in reference to the crash that occurred the other night.
Yes.
So, can you tell me what you know?
I can. Can you give me 1 second and let me. Can you give me 1 second?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. 1 second.
You got your email open?
No, I stepped out of class. Take your call.
She knows about the accident.
Did you hear that? Even the way she says no, it's Kate. That's exactly what Kate sounds like. Listen. This is so fucking funny. You know, it's funny when these body cams start coming out.
But you know?
It is criminal.
I can. Can you give me 1 second and let me. Can you give me 1 second?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. 1 second.
Video of Kate talking.
That doesn't sound like Kate to me.
Huh? You got your email open?
It doesn't sound like Kate to me.
No, I stepped out of class.
Listen, Missy, listen to it again. I promise you it's Kate.
And let me, can you give me 1 second?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. 1 second.
You got your email open?
No, I stepped out of class. Take a grad call.
I agree with
She knows about
Casey.
the
It
accident.
sounded like
She
Christine.
said it was planned by the husband.
How did she know that?
I'm gonna ask this question.
Oh my gosh.
So the one where he's saying is Kate is the one who said, "Oh my gosh," or "I just stepped out of class."
Yeah,
No,
that's
you're
what
good. So tell me how you know. Tell me how you know Miss Dorothy.
Okay, I don't know her. I know one of her daughters.
You know one of her
Her,
daughters.
her older daughter, Kylie.
Okay.
The little girl that came to the hospital yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know, were you there at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So
That's Christine, 100%.
my granddaughter goes to school with Kylie.
Okay.
The older sibling. I have known about her mother and a little bit about her stepfather for a while now. Kylie was removed from the home. Apparently there's been a lot of abuse, neglect, malnourishment, all
Gwen
that
says
with
she
the
never
other
lived at the
children in the house.
Okay.
Actually, Kylie's mother was supposed to have no contact with Kylie through CPS or DC, I don't know what they call it now, but however, she was still having contact with Kylie. So this is how I'm coming to know of a little bit of the situation. So I'm just trying to give you a little bit of the background of how I know.
Okay.
So Kylie knows a lot about what's going on with her mother and the boyfriend. Apparently the boyfriend is like psycho abusive.
Okay.
And from what I understood was that he was basically forcing the mother to abuse the other children in the house.
Okay. And why? How do we know that?
That the daughter
Okay.
is saying that, and also the neighbor.
Okay.
The day of the accident, he left the other children in the home alone and refused to take them with him.
Okay.
And he supposedly told the mother, "Come on, let's go," and then the little girl.
Okay.
And none of those are his biological children.
Okay.
He supposedly said to the mom, let's, I want to take you, the little girl, because he was pissed off at her and the little girl.
And we know this through your daughter?
Through the daughter, her other daughter.
So Kylie.
And the neighbor. Kylie and the neighbor are saying these things. The neighbor knows quite a bit about...
Are you talking about Miss Kim?
I don't know her name.
Okay.
It's the neighbor of the mother, wherever she's living.
Yep. Okay. We talked to her.
Okay, so, and then supposedly he left the hospital and got stitched up and left before you guys got there and went and got the children. Well, I guess you already know this.
Okay.
That he went and got the children because they were home alone.
Okay.
And got back to the house and he acted like he didn't know anything. What happened? I don't know what's going on. Well, okay, my daughter, which is, the mother of my grandkids, Kylie called me yesterday crying, and I couldn't even understand what she was saying. Because Kylie's become kind of like part of the family for us, because we know her situation, and we've kind of taken her in as like a step, daughter, kind of.
Okay.
Well, then their house caught on fire. Kylie was home alone. Caught their house on fire by accident. So the place that they're living now is temporary housing.
Okay.
Until their house is being finished, supposedly. So that is why Kylie is not with the mother and the other children. But supposedly he came back to the house because he left the children alone and came and got the children and then took them to the neighbors and left.
Okay. So, the message that we got said it was all planned by the husband. Why do you think it was planned by the husband?
That's what apparently Kylie and the neighbor believe is that he has said before that he was going to kill her, and that the day that he left, why didn't he take the other children? And it was just like he wasn't really going anywhere specific. It was almost like it was all intentional. I'm going to go do this and I'll be right back.
Okay, so,
you know what I mean?
Okay, so what
So his veering off into the other lane was.
I mean, just go on my page.
So what you
go on
what
my
you
TikTok,
know
you'll see
is
it.
through
Go on my TikTok, you'll see it.
Kylie and the Miss Kim, the best friend.
Yes, the neighbor, yes.
Okay.
I just know her as the neighbor. Kylie, have you spoke to Kylie?
We have so there are special detectives that do interviews with children.
Children, right.
And they are doing that today.
Okay, good.
So they will get that information hopefully from the
Well,
children.
I think you're going to get a lot of information you're not going to expect because Kylie knows a lot about what.
The forensic interview doesn't show that they talked to Kylie until July. That's interesting. Kylie, that never lived at the apartment, maybe saw Mustafa once or twice. Gets questioned in July, and they're basing all this on a fake witness and a 14-year-old that wasn't there, and a neighbor that says a whole lot of things, but then says, I wasn't there, I didn't see anything. A jealous ex-boyfriend, a Glenn Ford that says a whole bunch of negative things, and then says, I wasn't there, I didn't see anything. They're manufacturing probable cause. Now, this fat fuck, her name is Christine Alcazai, and she also goes by Stephanie Vila. An Iraqi person that's been watching Mustafa, is in touch and in communication with the 14-year-old child. Now, what do you think is going to come out when we subpoena her cell phone, her cell phones, and email communication? Are we going to find out that this individual is working for Rachel Adams, that's representing the police in Mustafa's lawsuit? That's a possibility. The best is yet to come. All right, let's finish this.
That poor girl has been through. These are children that have fallen through the cracks. Or another one that's fallen through the cracks with the CPS or whatever, because CPS is aware. I mean, obviously they took Kylie, from her. The mother wasn't even supposed to be having contact with Kylie. But Kylie would call me and she'd be like, my mom is calling me. My mom wants money from me. My mom is making me smoke pot. My mom is making me,
Wait a minute.
Take drugs.
A troubled 14-year-old child that has problems with her mom, that does drugs, that CPS separated, that is not supposed to have communication with her mom. Oh, wait a minute. Is it possible that this 14-year-old child is rebelling and is trying to tell her mom what to do? That's exactly what's happening. A 14-year-old child is on drugs, that is doing every stupid thing in the book, and her mom doesn't want anything to do with her, and she tell her, you go live with your dad. And now you want to tell me the prosecutor is basing this whole thing on a person that's not there, doesn't live in the apartment, is having a problem with her mom, separated by CPS, is on rugs, and you want to tell me this witness that is claiming to be Amy Hodgkins, that fabricated an identity, is telling this investigator, go talk to the 14-year-old child. And he's like, yes, ma'am, we will. Wait a minute. Did you meet Amy Hodgkins? Did you verify this is Amy Hodgkins that you're talking to? It's going to come out. All of it will come out.
And then she's telling people, look, she's a druggie. All kinds of crazy just...
Why are they terrified that the emails and cell phones is going to be subpoenaed? Like, why is that there? If you subpoena my cell phone, I'll be like, there you go. I've got nothing to hide. I wouldn't worry about the prosecutor or anybody subpoenaing my cell phone, my emails. But these people are terrified. What are you terrified? What do you have to hide that you're so terrified?
I get a lot of information you're not going to expect because Kylie knows a lot about what's going on. That poor girl has been through... These are children that have fallen through the cracks. Another one that's fallen through the cracks with the CPS or whatever, because CPS is aware. I mean, obviously they took Kylie, from her. The mother wasn't even supposed to be having contact with Kylie. But Kylie would call me and she'd be like, my mom is calling me. My mom wants money from me. My mom is making me smoke pot. My mom is making me, take drugs. And then she's telling people, look, she's a druggie. And I mean, all kinds of crazy, just heartbreaking stuff.
Okay. All right.
But I think if you're careful, you're going to get a lot of information from Kylie.
Oh, absolutely.
She knows a lot. She's very smart for her age because she's been through a lot.
Okay, well, I will give the detectives a call.
Yeah, definitely. I think Kylie and the neighbor is going to have a lot of information. But when I heard that, I was like, man, you guys need to know this because he did it on purpose.
Okay, well, we'll make those phone calls, and I appreciate you taking my time.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Because, like I said, when Kylie called me yesterday, because she didn't have anybody else. Her dad was at work, and her grandmother is out of town. So she called me. I live in Locust Grove.
Okay.
And my daughter lives in Prince William County, and my grandkids from Prince William County. And I was ready to go, and then I called my daughter. I said, look, you're closer than I am. And she said, Mom, I'll go get her right now.
And that's Kylie Clapp.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, let me give Kylie a call.
Okay.
And then we'll talk to her. How old is she?
I believe she had a birthday in October. I think she turned 14 or 15 because she actually celebrated her birthday with us. Not even her own family.
Okay.
She was with us on her last birthday.
Well, let me give Kylie a call.
Okay, and Kylie also knows the number to him, has his phone number.
Yeah, we have his phone.
Okay, good.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. If you need anything else, let me know.
All right, take care.
Thank you. Stay safe out there.
Oh my God, I can't believe
This is not me in that car.
I can't believe it.
أنا كان عندي محكمة بالجنرال ديستريكت كورت المفروض السكند ليفل بعدين توقف وحدة قدام الاليفيتر تقول لي أنت المحكماتك تحت الوحيد. أوكي نزلت أنا سمعتها. لما رحت للمحكمة تحت الفيرست ليفل أشوف محكمة صغيرة بيها بس كم كرسي يعني والجاج واحد ولا ناس ولا حدا. وجابوا بروسيكيوتر من المدينة اللي أنا.
All right, so I got a question for everybody. If I reach out to China and I make like a batch order of mini-size dolls that looks like this, out of TMU, and then put them on a website, and then sell them for $10, like a little mini-sized doll, that says Amy Hopkins.
حتصير يعني سنه هنا.
Would you guys buy it for $10?
كلهم وهنا كبروا وكلهم دارسين ومثقفين وثلاثه عندي طلاب.
Honestly, who wouldn't want an Amy Hopkins on their shelf?
I wouldn't have bought it for $10, but I would give you $10.
Keep it.
Keep the dog.
Keep it, yeah.
Keep that shit
Okay, we would all pay for one.
man,
We
that
will
would be
all pay for one, and we'll put them on the Prince William Yard, the
Oh,
grass
that-
outside by the old building.
I swear to God, this is what I'm thinking about doing. I'm thinking about reaching out to China, and I'm gonna have a mini-sized doll, Amy Hopkins, mini-sized doll, Glenn Ford, mini-sized doll, Stephanie Claiborne. I mean, you don't want to have this. I mean, you want to tell me that you don't want this when you're driving on your Bustos, when you're driving your truck, you don't want this on your dashboard, like a mini-sized.
Living with opioid addiction.
I keep getting requests from that picture, and I'm like, who is she? I don't know her.
That's fucking funny.
Who, me?
No, that picture that he got on the screen.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, the real question is, I'm like, bro, you couldn't do anything better than this? Like, honestly. Like, bro, you couldn't do anything better than this? I mean, that's the only thing you can get? Why would you be hitting that? I mean, that's not me saying it. That's the FBI telling us. Okay, Special Agent Lindsay Coulter, FBI Special Agent Lindsay Coulter came to our house with Samantha Adams, Special Agent Samantha Adams, and told us that Glenn Ford is in a relationship with this. I swear to God, you can't make this shit up even if you want to. Now, bro, how low? Like, how low? What plateau have you hit in life?
It's how desperate. How desperate.
How desperate are you that you're hitting that? I mean, bro, you're the man in high school. What happened to you? Now you're this desperate? I mean, you're so, it's one thing when the evidence comes out. It's like, bro, stop embarrassing me, man. Stop embarrassing me. Stop saying this shit. Like, I got a reputation out here. I'm not heading that. You are. That's not me saying it. That's Special Agent, FBI Special Agent Lindsay Coulter. You can call her yourself and verify. Why would she be telling us that? I can give you her cell phone number. I swear to God. You can call her yourself and you ask her why is she telling us that. I mean,
I got something to say, but ladies, cover your ears for 5 seconds. But I
now he's terrified that we're gonna subpoena his cell phones and emails. Are we gonna see what kind of text back and forth are we gonna see between him and that? Is that why he's terrified? He's like, forget the investigation, forget all of it. I just don't want anybody reading my text when I'm before I my cell phone text when I'm sending her whatever I'm sending her. I'm like, bro, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I got something to say to that.
Yes,
Ladies,
sir.
give me 5 seconds, but I'd rather jerk off.
The floor is all yours, sir. As a matter of fact, the big box is yours. Okay.
He already said it. No, don't forget the big box.
There you go, sir. Would you like to repeat yourself? All the ladies cover their ears.
Oh, now crickets.
بس انا راح احكي لكم شغله راح تتعجبون تقولون هذول مافيا. هذه الكامت اللي انا ساكنه فيها اول مره انا كنت زايره العراق. انا طلعت صغيره من البلد الا لما نرجع للبلد.
I was talking to a mute mic, but I said you all heard me. I said so I don't have to repeat it.
Yeah, we heard you twice. In fact.
Wait, what did you say? I didn't hear you. I swear to God, I didn't hear him. I swear to God, I didn't hear what he said.
I said I'd rather jerk off.
Oh, I mean, you would assume that would be the normal response, but apparently our homeboy didn't get the memo. I mean, what are you doing, man? Jesus Christ.
فلذلك كانت الكاميرات تساعد يعني عرفت شلون؟ فاجى واحد يلعب بالسيارات مالتهم قالوا له ارجع يعني شافوه قالوا له اطلع من المكان
I'll get a note tomorrow or a few days later from the TikTok insider that I got a strike on me.
على ساعة اجوا الشرطة حكمت الشرطة.
I got 2 this week.
No, but I'm really thinking about doing it. Like, this is not a joke. I'm thinking about contacting China and having all the key players on a mini-sized doll and start selling it and raising money for Mustafa's lawyer, the podcast that we want to create, and the Mustafa's phone calls. I mean, you think Christine Alcazar is gonna get upset? She's gonna be like, "Where's my share? You're using my picture. You're using my doll."
Right.
The implication and the implication of the details. I'm not paying that shit anything. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, everything is fair game because you've inserted yourself into this. And if Glenn Ford comes up and he's like, "Bro, like you're using my picture, man. You're using my picture," I'm like, "Bro, I'm sorry. Okay. You decided to lie. We gave you a platform, but you ran away. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. You're always welcome to be in the box and to have a conversation. But we're moving forward with this project. I don't exactly know how I'm gonna do it, but this is gonna be interesting. And I'm even gonna have a mini-sized doll that looks like my mom, with pre-recorded messages. Something like I'm gonna BOMB to jail. I don't know, something like that. You know what I mean?
Shut up, Christine. Shut up.
Boosters, I think you missed what I just said.
Now we'll pay $10 for that.
You're gonna pay $10 for a pre-recorded message BOMB to jail. We're not gonna do that, okay? Oh, actually, I'm gonna BOMB to. They lied. Something like that. And end it with. Can you imagine Sheriff Glenn Hill getting a doll that says, "I'm gonna BOMD your jail"? I don't think the man will sleep at night. He keeps telling me, "I have nothing to do with whatever is going on. Your fight is with Amy Ashworth." I'm like, okay, but you arrested me, so you made yourself my focus, and I keep fighting myself to say, okay, you are not the focus, Amy Ashworth is, but fuck you and fuck you, Judge Weimer, let's talk. Judge Weimer's like, wait a minute, how did I become the main topic? He's like, just go back and talk to the prosecutor. So Missy, okay, do you think Kate is Stephanie Claiborne or not?
No, but I do recognize the voice.
Recognize? What do you mean? Wait, you said two different things in one sentence. Like, wait.
I don't think that's Kate, but I do think it is somebody who's here.
What do you mean? Who else?
I mean, somebody else that was on the live.
I'm telling you, it sounds just like all you have to do is listen to Kate and listen to that.
Do you have a recording of Kate?
I don't have a recording of Kate, but I can reach out.
Old video.
I don't have a recording of Kate, but I can reach out to somebody that has recordings of all of Kate's recording. Does that make any sense?
Do you have something with her voice?
Yeah, I can reach out to somebody and gives me all the recordings back, like when the whole thing started.
In many videos that you recorded that we posted on YouTube or on your TikTok page of you guys outside.
I don't have. I don't have it right.
We have a video.
I'm sure we can pull them up. Like I'm sure. But this is a new page. I lost the old page.
You're right. That's right.
فكر امريكا حريه وهيك يعني ومثل ما درس ومثل ما
Come on, Ma.
Okay, does anybody have a recording of tape? Huh?
I said, come on, Ma. We know you ain't lost nothing.
Oh no, I've got everything. I've got everything. Way back to everything. Come on, brother. Do you know who you're talking to? Apparently, my reputation precedes me. You know what's really funny? I'll tell you something that's really funny. When I walk around and meet any of the Prince William County officials, they're sitting there. You know when someone is infatuated with someone, they're just like. I walk in with a suit and a flash drive, and they're like. They're so fascinated with the phenomena that you got to go into evidence.com, take all their shit, and walk around like, yep, that's exactly what I have. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Mustafa Al-Jari. Like, we know.
I wonder what would happen. I wonder what would happen if you went in with a blank flash drive, went into a room, and just purposely left it on the table, knowing it's blank.
Well, no, I'm giving it to them.
Somebody would snatch it.
No, I'm giving it to them. I'm walking into county executives in Prince William County, and we would have conversation. And by the end of the conversation, I'm giving them a flash drive. I'm like, this is the body cams. And they're just like, okay. You know, it's interesting. You know, so it gets a little bit deeper. There are some things that
Look, popcorn entered the room.
Shut up.
I'm lying. I just saw it. It's gone now, but he entered the room.
He's like, let me come back. Let me go get some more rugs. I can't deal with this. This is still going on.
He's in here now. No, it's corn pop. CORNPOP.
Is that like the knockout version of the actual man?
Oh, he's looking for a political room.
Well, we have the best of the best. Missy herself. And Dre, two.
Missy the one.
And Dre himself. We have both. And you're the epitome of political. We have both people on. We have two individuals on opposite aisles, and they're sitting here. I mean, you want to tell me that I'm not a peacemaker? I mean, look at me. I have Dre and I have Missy, and they're getting along. No conversation about Trump. No conversation about Kamala Harris. What? That is fucking funny.
I sent y'all, no, not you, I don't send it to, but I sent like 10 to 15 things. I sent it to Shelly and stuff, and they got,
yeah, that's a waste.
Well, you don't listen.
I opened it up, but I'm like, I ain't clicking in that shit.
Well, no, I'm talking about on TikTok.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny?
Some of them do, not all of them though.
You know, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something funny.
What I'm saying is, I I sent videos today. I sent one today. Somebody was interviewing Trump. Trump said, "Oh, day one, when I get elected as vice president, I'm gonna stop the thing that night." And then they had all these things that he said that didn't come through.
Not another boring podcast. Not another boring
I
podcast.
think it's funny.
Not another boring podcast.
بودكاست يا ان شاء الله اذا دخلتوا على طبعا كل شيء راح تشوفون ماما
I love hearing Mama talk.
ماما احلام لو تعرفين
This conversation is happening in a different country. You think advocating?
I love hearing it and don't know what they're saying, but I love hearing them.
You think advocating here is one thing. Advocating in a different country is a whole different ball game. You know something is gonna happen. You're talking about alleged? No, it's gonna happen.
This is the only family I know that stay up past 12 midnight like it ain't nothing.
Man, Dre.
And all of them.
Yeah.
You know, I'll tell you what brother thinks are.
Well, Dad right now is probably the only one in bed sleep.
Hey, by the way, I'm applying to a couple of places.
Probably.
I'm applying to a couple of places as a paralegal. And I did a couple of interviews. Yeah. I did one for the governor office. A couple of interviews. One in the county, a governor office, a couple of other places as a paralegal. But the problem is, my reputation has been tarnished. And I think I'm going to be, I believe I'm going to be suing for defamation of character. They're telling me something about alleged, you stole this, I'm like, what are we talking about here? Defamation of character, I'm going to be suing for defamation of character. You know, I have a beautiful career, and it's been ruined. Can you believe my reputation has been tarnished in the county? You believe that? How am I supposed to move on with my life and continue with my career? I mean, I got trained by, I got trained as a paralegal. I was reading discoveries. I was in court, passing out no cards about details in the discovery where things that are key to winning a case. And now look at me. Reputation has been tarnished. So I think I'm due for suing for defamation. And I'm going to be suing for a lot of fucking money. She tarnished my reputation. I mean, if you were a lawyer, would you hire me as a paralegal, knowing what they're alleging against me? But do you know what they're alleging against me, Missy? They're saying that I took everything. Didn't take anything, okay? As a matter of fact, you heard the audio. You heard that lion talk. I mean, it's a lion that has DS. I mean, can you imagine a lion that has DS? Just imagine. That's what she looks like. She's a lion, but she has DS. Do you guys follow what I'm talking about here? You don't know what DS is? Do I have to say the 2 words?
I know what TDS is.
They're slow. It's a slow lion. D. Down.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. All right. Now imagine it. Can you imagine? Okay. Can you imagine? I mean, when you look at her, you would think it's a lion. But then when you look harder, wait a minute, it's a slow lion. Wait a minute. Let me pull up a picture. I mean, the real question is, was she like that before she met me or after she met me? I mean, look at her. Why does she look like that? Okay? I mean, why? Look. I mean, did she look like this before she met me or after she met me? I mean, why do I look like this? I mean, you know, when you listen to the audio about paying me under the table, go out there and be the best paralegal that you can. I'm going to pretend I fired you, be paying you under the table. You can only have this conversation with this and that. I mean, listen.
So we have a hearing on the protective order.
I mean, it's not fair to the conversation when you don't put a picture and don't put the other picture. But when you put those two pictures together, they complete each other. A slow lion and a vampire.
So, do you know what TDS is?
I have no idea what TDS is. What is TDS?
Trump derangement syndrome. Gray has it.
Wait, what is it?
Trump derangement syndrome.
One more time? What is it?
Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Yes, Gray has it.
The guy is so infatuated, he thinks he's going to be dating Kamala Harris. I mean, well, would you still want to date her when you find her working behind the counter of 7-Eleven?
Yes.
Oh, man.
ماما ابني تقول لي والي ابشهر ابنك شو تهمته؟ تهمته انه سوى حادثه عمدا. هو دخل على الانتركمينج ترافيك.
Let's see, Kamala.
Did you play the Amy Hudson?
Yeah. Missy said that's not Kate. Missy said that's not Kate. Well, how about this? Prove us wrong. Let's have Kate.
Has she seen Kate?
No, she's never seen Kate.
No, I haven't ever seen her for sure.
I think it sounds like Kate.
It sounds exactly like Kate.
Not only that, but Kate.
I don't think it is. I know you have a recording of her.
Kate is reading off internal memos from the jail. Only person that has access to that is Drum.
Drum. The only person that has access to those internal memos from the jail is Drum. But and she's sitting there reading them.
I don't even have. I'm his power of attorney. I don't. Mustafa doesn't have access to it. His lawyer doesn't have access to those. So when you read off internal memos, conversations he had with.
You know what's funny? That's not something to be proud of.
It's really not.
You know, it's body cams are coming out where they show that they're meddling with the investigation.
And why are those people so invested in protecting a jail? Okay, forget Mustafa.
Yeah.
Why are they protecting against Tatiana David? Why are they protecting against Juan Campos?
That's a good question.
Why are they defending? Like it's like when you defend the police at all costs, you work for the police.
That makes sense.
When you see a video of a woman being dragged by Prince William County.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. They're like, that's not what happened. I mean, come on now.
When you see a woman, okay, being shot at and being dragged, and then they lie about it, like there's nothing you can say to cover up for that. And there's still a mouthpiece for the police department, which only tells you that
they're the police.
That person works for the police. Okay, that's the only thing that you can think of. And the fact that an officer's wife is on the phone, it's just odd. Like that's the weirdest thing.
Right now, they're at
like
the.
you watch 1,000
body cam.
true crime shows.
And
when was the last time you heard an officer or an
Never.
investigator
Never.
talking to the suspect, quote unquote, and the investigator's wife is on the phone? Like,
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
it just
doesn't
not,
happen,
It just doesn't happen. It does not happen. You know, and the fact that his wife was like, my brain stops thinking every time I think about it. You know,
She
like,
sounds like somebody else though. That I wish I could put my finger on it.
we know the other sides. That they're a mouthpiece for the police department.
Well, yeah, it's all obvious now.
The fact that Christine Alcazar can falsify her identity and come through as a witness with his wife on the phone. I don't know. Was she there for comfort? I don't know. Maybe she was there to like guide her along.
I'll tell you what's happening here. Mustafa was in a lawsuit against the police, and the lawyer that was representing the police, they have private investigators.
I believe that.
Okay, and the private investigator that they had to put for Mustafa is someone that's from Iraq, that knows the culture, Now, we know that Christina Al-Quzai is from Iraq. She's originally from Iraq. Her husband's from Iraq. Her husband's brother is a second-star general for Saddam. Now, there are two sides of Iraq. There is either you're with Saddam or you're against Saddam. Okay? Our family is we're against Saddam. Her family is there with Saddam. I mean, he's a two-star general for Saddam. Now,
so in 2003, America went in against his brother.
Basically, he lost his leg. He led 5,000 Saddam army personnel against U.S. Military.
He can't say his brother met the president of the United States.
Exactly. Okay, so the point is, you have someone that, you have someone that one is on the other side of the aisle in the scheme of Iraq things, and the jail, the lawyer for the police department has private investigators, and who to better have than an Iraqi fat fuck that will watch Mustafa and understand the culture.
And have hate. They have hate.
They have personal hate. I mean, of course, when we went into Iraq, we were working on eliminating those individuals. I mean, if I find you in Iraq, I'm gonna have you 10 feet under somewhere in an undisclosed location. That's what we do. We make you disappear. When we were in Iraq, we worked to make these people
by law.
By law. Well, he said by law. Well, we had our own way of doing things there. If you work with Saddam, we're gonna make sure that you don't work with Saddam. You're not gonna be in that playground. And so there is hate on both aisles. There are, they hate us and we hate them. There is different ideology. They believe that Saddam should be there. They believe that blah blah blah. They believe that America should not be there. They believe that any Iraqi that believe in America being there and removing Saddam, having a democracy, this is what we believe. We believe the new Iraq. They believe in the old Iraq. And that's the bottom line. And there's real hate. Now you have Christina Al-Quzai pretending to be Amy Hodgkins, who in reality is nothing but a fat fuck hired by a lawyer that's representing the police in Mustafa's lawsuit. And then a vehicle accident happened. And what does she do?
They jump on
I mean, these private investigators, they're a private investigator for a lawyer that's protecting the police. They have every tools at their disposal to go against Mustafa.
I mean, you heard drunk.
A vehicle
investigating him.
Exactly. A vehicle accident happened, and the person that's suing the police,
they already have a profile on.
They already have a profile, and they're using that investigator, that private investigator, that fat fuck, immediately jumped on a phone call and says, "I'm a witness."
They're using a tragedy.
I mean, was she a witness? She says she's not a witness. I wasn't there, but she seems to know everything.
Not only
she got to know Kylie. Look, she got to know Kylie. She got to know Glenn Ford. She's watching Mustafa. I mean, why are they so terrified that their cell phones and emails are gonna be subpoenaed? Now I'll tell you what you're gonna find.
I mean, Glenn Ford got on here and then ran away.
He ran away. Yeah, he got on here and ran away. I mean, why did he run away?
He could have explained himself.
I didn't cuss him out. I had a civil conversation with him. I was
I'm telling
nice
you,
to
those
him.
lawyers were probably ringing his phone like
Of
crazy.
course.
Prosecutor was probably ringing.
Of course.
Al-Quzai probably called the prosecutor and they're ringing his phone like crazy.
Of
They're
course.
like,
Do you want us to bring your charges back? We removed your major charges for you. We can bring them brandishing a weapon and drugs. We can bring them back.
With intent to distribute? I mean, these are
Now,
serious charges.
now, why are they so terrified that their emails and cell phones are going to get subpoenaed?
We
What
know
you're
how-
gonna,
We know how aggressive Prince William County is.
of course. Now, what we're gonna find out when we subpoena their cell phones and their emails is they had communication before the vehicle accident.
Exactly. That's what it's going to show.
Amy Hodgkins, aka Al-Quzai, is going to show that she's in communication with Kylie, she's in communication with Glenn Ford, and they're watching Rachel Adams, the lawyer for the police department, and they're watching Mustafa, and they have this circle around Mustafa, and unfortunately, a vehicle accident happened. Now,
Well, fortunately, you got all the body cams.
unfortunately for them, I have the body cams. You know? So, unfortunately, I have a microphone where I get to have a podcast. Unfortunately for them, I'm an internet sensation. That I have a giant podcast. I'm internet famous, where I can get away with having people subscribe to my channel for $100. I mean, can Amy Hopkins ask people to subscribe on $100 and get away with it? No. Can Glenn Ford go on the live and say, I want everybody to subscribe to $100 or go fuck yourself? No. No.
Exactly, Casey.
He subscribed.
He subscribed and then run away. I hope he doesn't ask for his subscription back. Have you seen? Have you seen that one YouTube video when the beaver's like, and they zoom in on the eye? Oh man. Wait, let me pull it up for everybody.
This thing just gets.
Like, you know, when you go down this rabbit hole.
And like Casey said, where did Mark go? Where did the brother go?
Oh, Mark, I blocked that motherfucker because if you're not gonna dignify this podcast, if you're not gonna show your face, I'm done with you.
We know what Glenn Ford looks like.
Okay, we know what Glenn Ford looks like.
We know he's a real person.
Exactly. You know, you're gonna be on here, and if you're gonna,
we know what the
if you're
brother
gonna
looks
respect this platform, then yeah, we'll have you here. We'll have a conversation. I'm not gonna disrespect you. I'm gonna have conversation. I'm fucking asking questions. And to be fair, he said, you said fucking. I'm like, bro, that's how I talk. You know, like this is my conversation.
I thought he was gonna like. I thought he was gonna talk.
I thought he was gonna talk. I was looking forward to a conversation. I was asking
You gave him the mic.
I gave him the mic. I was waiting.
He went silent.
He said, "Oh, bro, the prosecutor is calling me. Alcazar is calling me. The jail is calling me. They're talking about bringing my charges, man."
Look, you played that video where he's talking crap about Dorothy and the kids.
What is that?
And he just found out that they didn't make it in this tragic accident, right? And the first thing he does is badmouth them, right? But then he comes on Alcazar's live, right? And he's talking about how he loved Dorothy, how
he's a confidant. Dorothy confided in him. Motherfucker, you were talking shit about Dorothy the minute you found out that she was deceased.
You're still complaining about the rug in your house, how the kids messed it up. When the kids just lost their mother, and you're talking about that's what you're worried about, the rug? You're worried about your, like you're worried about your rug?
I don't know, man.
Like, oh my God. I mean, talk about priorities, but bro, the lady just she just passed away. And the first thing you're gonna tell the police, like officially, you're gonna say she's a bad mother?
I just found the
He didn't
video.
think about her at all.
No, he didn't care.
And
I just found the video.
Ava was
I can't believe I found it. That's for the subscription. I hope he doesn't ask for the money back because we're gonna be like. This is me. This is my reaction to if he wants his $100 back. And God help him. God help him. God help him if he didn't pay $100. I hope. I think I fixed it. I think I fixed it. I think I fixed it. When I put 100. If he subscribed to $2.99, I'm gonna be really angry. I'm gonna get really fucking angry. Okay? Because I think I fixed it, but I don't know if it kicked in yet before or after he subscribed. Anyway, he's not getting it back. Yeah. What is it, man?
So the police and the warrant, right?
Yeah.
They say the extensive history of domestic.
That's what the warrant says. Extensive
history of domestic.
Yeah.
When you look at the body cams, right, you see that there's a feud between Glenn Ford
and the ex-husband.
And Divine, the ex-husband.
Divine, yeah.
The father of the 3 children.
There's a feud between them. And then Divine goes into details about Glenn Ford wanted to unalive him. And he goes into details. And then the investigator specifically asked him a couple of times, are you talking about Mustafa or Glenn Ford. He's like, Glenn Ford!
And then the brother talks about how one of the kids was locked in a closet by the ex-husband.
Yeah.
We see from online court records that he was there was a protective order between Dorothy and the ex-husband, that he had threatened her. That there's a lot of issues going on between Dorothy, Glenn Ford, obviously, who called the police to have her escorted out of his house, and then the ex-husband, Divine, right? There's all these issues, and these kids seem to be getting tossed back and forth between, like, you know, all these people, right? Mustafa just met Dorothy, okay? When you first meet somebody, I mean, those are, like, the best days in a relationship. That's what they say, right? So, Mustafa has just met Dorothy. There's no record of anything with the police. They were happily living. We can see that from the home cameras. But the police want to take whatever the kids are saying about prior abuse between Divine and Glenn Ford and, you know, God knows whoever. They want to take whatever the kids are saying and they want to apply that to Mustafa.
To Mustafa. And that's what they did in the police report.
Okay.
When you listen to the audio, when you watch the body cam, and you read the police report, anything they said about Glenn Ford or Divine, it says Mustafa.
It says Mustafa.
These are falsified police reports. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into the police department and file separate complaints about every police report, every body cam that's falsified. And we want on the record for them to correct the police report. So that way, when the Commonwealth, because the Commonwealth attorney is going to get notified for every...
That's her excuse.
Okay, that's her excuse right now. Her excuse,
I don't watch body cams.
Her excuse right now is, I don't watch body cams. Now, well, let's take care of that excuse. We're going to go to Internal Affairs and demand that they're doing their job.
You have two agencies, the police department, who writes
Glenn Ford says, then why are you sitting in front of the Department of Justice? Why are you sitting in front of the FBI building? If they're going to... Motherfucker, do you know how this shit works? They're going to take your asshole. They're going to recreate your asshole into a tube that's going to shoot out of your mouth. But it takes time to go into that tunnel. Because apparently, other agencies have done it before to remove your work charges and your... you had serious charges. And Amy Ashworth have created tunnels in there. And there are like certain spider webs where now when they go in, they have to recreate that tube. So it takes time. And we have to put enough pressure on the Department of Justice, on the FBI.
The way you describe it makes sense now.
Yeah, exactly. So the way I see, you heard what my brother just said, the way I describe it, now it makes sense. Why is my cell phone and emails not getting subpoenaed right now? I know you're anxious. I know you're very anxious. I know you want to speed up this process because you can't live with the ramification that this is going to happen. So what I want to tell you is keep trucking, and it takes time. It takes time to cultivate this hamster. It takes time to run an investigation this deep. And it's going to take time for us to go through your asshole upside down, recreate that tube that's going to shoot all the way into your mouth. So when you're yapping away about Mustafa, we're going to get to the bottom of why you were yapping about Mustafa. And all these lies, we're going to get to the bottom of it. And what a beautiful way to get to the bottom of it is through the emails and text, through your cell phones, through your emails that you deleted and you thought they're gone. They never go away. And it's going to take time. Just be patient with us. And I tell you, us, and I mean it.
Can you draw a unicorn?
In every sense of the word, us. You don't know what's going on in behind closed doors. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. Look, a unicorn.
Oh, how
I drew this. I drew this. I drew it.
I know I'm smart. I saw in the TV.
I colored this. I colored this. Well, Susie, they can't see you there. They can see you there, but they can't see you here. I colored it.
I colored it.
Okay, you know,
Look at
nothing
this
worse than
unicorn.
taking
Look at this
credit from a
unicorn.
baby.
Show her the other one.
This is Princess
Nothing
Alessia.
worse than taking credit from a baby.
This is Princess Alessia. I drew it from
Yeah, I drew this from Princess Alessia.
Dad, I know Final Pony.
You got upset? She really got upset and stormed off.
You're gonna get a shoe thrown at your head.
No, she's gonna grab a stick and just like beat me with it.
I'm being silly, Amar.
Apparently, everybody's telling me that. Okay. You know, I believe it. Susie will come out of
She
nowhere.
knows best.
If she's talking about making videos and calling the judge a llama, and I'm gonna shave your fur off.
You remember what she put on?
I'm like, Susie, I don't think we should release this.
Yesterday.
Oh yeah, she put this on yesterday. She's like, I'm a police officer.
Sheriff.
Yeah. She's like, I swear to God, she's like, I'm a police officer. I'm like, Susie, I'm scared.
Yeah.
You know, I have body cams. Are you coming after me? No, you too. But yeah, she's making videos about shaving the judge off. I'm like, Susie, I don't think we can put these on the internet. They might be misunderstood. I know you're a baby, but they might be misunderstood as threatening the judge. The prosecutor is talking about. Amar said the judge is a llama and he's gonna shave. I'm like, I did not. My 4-year-old niece called the judge a llama, and that she was gonna shave his fur off. I don't know what that means. But when I imagined it, it wasn't a beautiful sight. Should I post the video? No. Can you imagine the prosecutor in court? Judge Weimer, we have a 40-year-old baby that's threatening you. Judge Weimer is like, how is she threatening me? Your Honor, she called you a llama, and she said she was gonna shave you off. Judge Weimer's like,
And she has a badge.
That's so funny. You know what's funny? Judge Weimer wants to bring this into, can we talk about Mustafa? And this prosecutor is so out of it. She keeps talking about the brother of Mustafa, and Judge Weimer is like, lady, you know the cat is out the bag. The body cams are out. There is a transcript of our conversation that the brother is pulling as we speak. Can we stop fucking talking about the brother and just talk about Mustafa? You know what? He's like, you know what? Let me just call my friend. He actually called his friend. He's like, you gotta get me out of this mess. Grab the wrong pussy. No, you told me not to do it. I did it. Once or twice. A lot of it to... I mean, let me ask you a real question. What do you think happened in that conversation between Judge Weimer and this lawyer that he knows for 20 years? Honestly, I really wanna believe that the conversation did not pertain to prosecutor's vagina and abusing himself as a judge. I mean, what else? You can't tell me that this judge did not do the unthinkable. I mean, the way she looks at him in court, Judge Weimer, the Commonwealth will not be happy with you. Oh, like, what do you mean? What do you have on this judge, lady? What has this judge done that a prosecutor can walk up to a judge and tell him the Commonwealth will not be happy with you?
No doubt.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you got me thinking justice for Judge Weimer? Me, I'm gonna start advocating for Judge Weimer here. Judge Weimer, we're gonna take care of it for you, sir. We're gonna get you out of this mess.
Hi, Joe, the unicorn picture. Hi, Joe.
Look, Susie has a badge, and around the house, she walks around and she says, "Don't let me falsify your police report." If this is what she's walking around thinking what a police officer does, we have a problem. Thinking it's okay to shave a judge off, it's a problem. But we're gonna work through this. It's a very fluid situation. Susie, it's not okay to shave a judge off. And the judge is not a llama. He's a raccoon. Blah, blah. Here, Susie, I'm gonna play a raccoon for you. This is me, by the way. Wait, I've got another one for you.
Daddy, he's so funny. He's so funny.
He is funny.
He's still funny for me.
Susie, I have a question for you.
He's a bunny.
Susie, I have a question for you.
He's a rabbit.
You love Daddy?
Yeah.
If Daddy was bald, would you
doesn't.
shave? She doesn't like this conversation. If Daddy was bald,
Yeah, I already know.
would
Stop
you shave?
Stop being a cockroach.
Okay. Daddy is my brother. Okay. Let me ask you. Daddy is my brother.
Can I ask you something? Stop being a cockroach.
Okay. I'm gonna stop being a cockroach. Okay. Okay, Susie. If I love Daddy, he's
Stop
my
being a
brother.
cockroach.
Wait, you have to let me finish.
هسه هاخد مالتك
okay.
iPad.
Okay. If Daddy, okay, I love my brother. Your daddy is my brother. Okay. If Daddy was bald, if Daddy was bald, if Daddy was bald, she's like, don't listen to him. If Daddy was bald, I would shave my head for him. Let me ask you this: if Daddy was bald, would you shave your head for him?
Don't listen to that. No.
She doesn't like this conversation.
You wouldn't shave your head, would you?
Would you shave your head for Daddy?
I would shave Amar's hat.
Okay. Let me ask. You know the other day? No, let me get it. You know the other day? The other day I was telling Susie, and this was a real conversation.
Don't listen.
Susie, I have a video for you.
Nice day today. I think I might. Was that Alan? Alan! I don't think it is, you know.
That's you and that's
Alan!
No, don't touch it, baby. Don't touch it. No, baby, don't touch it. You have to listen.
That's not Alan.
You have to behave, okay? You have to be a good girl. Okay, otherwise I'm gonna send you to the other room. Okay, you know what? You're not behaving. You're not being a good girl. Okay? Alright. Let me get the hat. You wanna watch the video or not?
So
okay,
funny.
Watch. Come here.
Okay, boys, plankton break over. Pull your fish fingers out. Come on. We have some scuba divers approaching. Now you know the drill. Everyone into position. Okay.
Right, that's me.
2, 3.
That's me on the live. That's advocating for.
Louder, boys, louder. Give me fortissimo. More cello, Roger. Use the gills. Ryan, I love it. You're even scaring me. Andrew, are you chewing?
No.
I hope you bought enough for everyone.
Chicken wing, and hot dog wing.
This is fine.
Chicken wing,
Nighttime. Daytime. Nighttime.
Susie, watch.
Daytime.
Watch.
Nighttime. Daytime.
What the fuck are we watching? Is this what you watch? Is this what you watch on your off time?
Yes. Stop being silly, Amar. Move your hat out.
No, baby, stop.
Can I wear
Now
your
you're
hat?
bothering me.
I want
Stop.
to wear your hat.
Baby, I'm gonna
Okay,
send you
I-
next to Mo if you're bothering me.
I have your hat.
Like I swear to God, I'm being bullied by my own 40-year-old niece. I swear to God, everybody sees it. Like it's like that's the definition of bullying.
She loves you.
Come here, baby. Come here. Oh, this is so beautiful. Show everybody. This is what we're gonna use when Susie shave her head for Daddy. Yeah? If Daddy shave his head, will you shave your head?
No.
She's like, stop talking to me. I love you, Susie. I love you so much.
You can't even see my eyes.
Of course you can.
Amar, that's the whole hat.
You're cute.
Look at my teddy bear.
We're gonna play.
I got a boo-boo look. That hurts. I need to put that back in the bag.
This is what Susie's into.
Let's go.
Look.
What are you doing? Let's go. Look, she's
Want me to buy you
chasing
one?
me.
Let me get that one.
Yeah?
Can you just move that so I can see in the light?
Any questions?
No, baby,
How did you
don't
become
touch
the
this.
cat
Don't touch that.
boy?
Don't touch it.
I've always been passionate about no fees or minimums on checking accounts.
Didn't you live in space?
What's in your wallet?
My police badge.
Right off.
You want this horse?
Damn, that's cute of her.
First thought was very short.
Ah!
And we started to
Oh, look at this horse.
see
Baby, look.
a little bit of a change in his attitude, and his eyes started to
Attitude?
see brighter.
Look, Susie, look.
Within a week, when he was walking
Look at
around,
this. Look at this.
Are you so killing kidding me? What is that noise and that bird? Hey.
You okay? You okay? I love you. Look at this.
That's scary.
That is so
Very
boring.
Reminds me of my ex.
Can you?
That goes over everybody's
Then that's Dragon
Reminds you
Ball
of
Z.
your what?
Dragon, can I
Your
get
ex?
that? Can
Baby,
I sit in
no,
your
no,
mouth?
baby, stop. Go next to Mo. Go next to Mo. Everybody hears it like it's normal. Oh yeah, reminds you of
I
Red.
heard you slip that in there.
Everybody's like, yeah, why not? We've heard much worse.
It only halfway, and before I even argue, he is looking out the window at somebody coming in. It is always nice to see you, says the man behind the counter to the woman.
I mean, to be honest with you, all of this is not normal. Whatever this is not
the other
normal.
way as they are kissing their
Any of this.
No, it's not.
I'm back again.
No, baby. You have to go next to Mo. Let me see this. Hey, by the way, she's acting up.
I close it. Let me close it.
She's gonna hurt herself. By the way, she's acting up. She's like all over the place.
No, she's gonna tell you something. What are you gonna tell
What
him?
are you gonna tell him?
What are you gonna tell him? She was gonna tell you Sheriff Glenn Hill gave me this.
I know he did.
He didn't give you anything.
Oh.
He's my friend.
Did you guys hear what she just said? Sheriff Glenn Hill gave her that bag. He didn't give you anything. Great. Well, I hope Sheriff Glenn Hill doesn't give me anything. I hope so.
Glenn Hill doesn't give you anything, just me.
That's funny. I don't think Sheriff Glenn Hill's gonna give me anything. Sheriff Glenn Hill wants to see me 6 feet under. I have an active lawsuit against that sheriff. I've got him deposed where he's contradicting his own arrest. That's a big problem, by the way.
Night picnic once upon before the rain began. And I finished up my coffee and it's
That was
time
dumb
to
of
catch
him
a
to
train.
arrest me. He fucked up so bad by arresting me. And
So you have a piano at home, but the only thing that you can play is this? Let me show you how simply
I mean, I'm trying to put myself in his shoes. And would he had done it if he had processed the situation? I mean, let's watch that video. Let's watch that video and really see what the fuck is the sheriff talking about. I mean, in his deposition, he says, I am on public property. I was not disorderly. And he had no idea that I was being arrested for disorderly. What? And he said his deputy sheriff is the one that arrested me for disorderly. What the fuck did you just say, sir? That's his own deposition that's going to be used in circuit court. Now, we were in General District Court. And the judge is telling us, I'm not impartial. I want to let you know, I want to be absolutely clear that I play golf with the sheriff and I rent a building that I own to the attorney that you have a problem with, Casey Stevens. So I want to let you know before we go into this proceeding. The lawyer decided to go through it, even though the judge is telling us that. And I think Blake Weiner at the time, all he wanted out of this whole entire transaction is he didn't care if the judge is partial or impartial or not. He wanted to have a deposition with the judge, with the sheriff. He wanted to ask the sheriff on the record certain questions, because he already knew that in General District Court it's a kangaroo court, and we may not get a fair shot at the whole entire thing. So he deposed the sheriff, and to be honest with you, I can't believe the sheriff said what he said. You've arrested me. You trespassed me off the property. You criminally charged me with a misdemeanor, and now you're telling us in a deposition, on the record, this is recorded, that I'm in fact on public property. I'm in fact not disorderly. That you had no idea I was arrested for disorderly. That it was your deputy sheriff that arrested me for disorderly. That's a big problem, because what's going to happen? We appealed the judge, because the judge found me guilty, despite the evidence that he shouldn't have found me guilty, because the sheriff is literally telling him I'm on public property, I'm not disorderly, and he had no idea that I was being arrested for disorderly. But the judge plays golf with the sheriff. So, but regardless, whatever that judge said, we appealed it to circuit court, a higher court, which is on the record. It's a higher court, and the deposition. We have the deposition from the sheriff. So we have a trial coming up in, I believe, is March. Now, we're in Prince William County. This is a giant First Amendment lawsuit. I have a video where, prior to my arrest by Sheriff Glen Hill, Sheriff Glen Hill calls me into his office and is giving me an ultimatum. remove my RV, remove my protest, stop my protest, stop protesting, stop talking about the jail and his correctional officers, go on my social media and issue out a apology to the jail. And in return, my brother at the time was under restriction. They put him under restriction for 4 months where he doesn't talk on the phone. If everybody remember our protest, 4 months, no phone, extensive restriction, no commissary. They took all of his privileges. So no commissary, basically the food that we buy him, and no phone for 4 months. And the sheriff is giving me an ultimatum. Now, this is a problem when you have a badge and a uniform, having a conversation with an individual that's exercising his First Amendment.
Glenn Ford wanted the mic the whole time.
Now, I have that video, and that's gonna play out at one point in court. This is Glenn Ford. The whole entire time he wants the box and he wants to talk. The minute we give him the platform, this happens.
Go back.
Who has the best girlfriend ever?
That video is me.
This is my pet duck Adam going for his first swim. Be careful, Adam. Adam! Adam! This is my pet duck Adam going for
I
his
hope
first swim.
the box is always open. He can always come in and we can always have a conversation. So it's not the end of the world. So back to what I was saying is this video is going to come out during the trial at one point. That's a big problem when you have a badge and a uniform. He has a badge and a uniform and engaging in that kind of a transaction. You remove your protest, I'll let you talk to your brother. And then when he doesn't, when it doesn't go his way, he puts me in handcuffs. Now, what is this about? Is this about is he using his badge in a uniform to remove an individual that's exercising his First Amendment? Of course. You didn't get it your way, so you use that badge and uniform to arrest that individual. That's a big problem. So the best is yet to come with Sheriff Glenn Hill. So, are you surprised that he's not giving me a badge instead of he's giving my 4-year-old niece a badge? Of course. Susie, do you comprehend the situation here? She's sitting here telling me Sheriff Glenn Hill didn't give you a badge. Of course. Of course not. All right, let's watch the video. Do I even have the video? I have it somewhere, but it was on my page. It was on my page that TikTok took down for the 15th time. Jesus Christ. How many times are we going to try to get rid of you? You know how many reports that we have by the local FBI to shadow ban your account?
I'm about to lose this one.
You know, we know you're going to lose your account, okay? You talk about, you know, sensitive political situations. We know your account is shadow banned. The question is,
Hell, we gotta find the kiddos, you know?
hey, you know, there's a lot that's going on. You know, I'll tell you, borders are open. Apparently Teslas are going off when they're not supposed to be going off. Elon Musk says...
Yeah, that was a fireworks show.
That's just the beginning. What are you talking about? No, all these things, I don't think they're random. I think we're walking into an era of a mess. You know what? The funniest thing I found is Elon Musk says they should have chose a different vehicle because my vehicle is so good that it went upward. I don't think this is the right time for you to advertise your vehicle, sir.
Nope.
He's talking about there is no no, the blast did not go sideways. It just went upward. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about, man?
I think it's just because it was just fireworks.
I think so too. I think it's just they're sending a message. Look at what we can do.
Yep.
We can do much worse. I mean, to have the same individuals from the same unit, from the same base, from the same. This is just, you know, it's too random for it to be
I have a
random.
crazy feeling that Clintons are involved.
They own the same. They own that rental company. I mean, they don't own it, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
Man, has it really been that far? That long? My arrest video. It feels like it happened yesterday. You know, it's funny. Every time I talk about Sheriff Glen Hill arrested me, I say a month ago I was arrested by Sheriff Glen. Sir, it's been a year. Well, I haven't forgotten. Damn, I haven't. It's right here. Alright, let's watch it.
Amy Ashworth, how are you, ma'am? Prosecutor Sarah Sammy, how are you, ma'am? Commonwealth, Amy Ashworth, how are you, ma'am? Your office is right there. You see right there? Your office is right here. Now, I've got a giant bed sheet with spray paint. Simple. This sign right here says, Amy Ashworth protects jail that murders inmates.
You know who they really should have
Everybody right
arrested?
here?
You know, and this came out during the deposition. You know who they really should have arrested? And I hate to say this, but this came out during the deposition. Is my mother, who was screaming in the background, that you can hear her voice pierce through the building. Now, in the deposition, Sheriff Glen Hill, I kid you not, this is the deposition. Blake Weiner is telling, is asking Sheriff Glen Hill. He says, he's like, at what point were you aware of Omar being disruptive? He says, I heard a loud screaming. I heard loud screaming. Outside. He says, he said, did you hear it? Did you hear it through the door? Is your office facing? He said, my office is facing the front of the courthouse, and I heard a loud screaming, and that's when I first was aware of Omar being disruptive. And then he asked him, he said, was your window open or closed? He said, my window was closed, but that piercing went right through the window. I can hear him screaming outside. And then Blake Weiner tells him, he says, Sheriff Glen Hill, I want you to watch this video. And he says, Sheriff Glen Hill, is Omar screaming in this video? Sheriff Glen Hill's like, no. Is Omar talking? He's like, yeah, he's talking. He's talking on the video. So and then Blake Weiner asked him, is it possible that another individual you mistook Omar for another individual? He says, what do you mean? He says, Sheriff Glen Hill, do you hear that voice in the background? And that's my mom screaming. Is it possible that you mistook Omar for the mother and you arrested the wrong person? Do you see how big of a problem that is for Sheriff Glen Hill? Motherfucker, I'm recording a fucking video. I'm recording a fucking video. Okay? I'm on public property. I have a fucking banner. And I'm recording a fucking video talking about the jail. Talking about Amy Ashworth is on a jail board allowing the jail to unalive inmates because she looks the other way. You come out and put me in handcuffs? Why? Okay? So, he asked Sheriff Glen Hill, would the, he says, there are benches in that small park, correct? He says, yeah, there are benches. Now, are those benches for individuals to sit? He says, yeah. Blake Weiner asked Sheriff Glen Hill, he says, now, if an individual is sitting on a bench, holding a note card that says, I love cats, would that be a problem, Sheriff? No. Sheriff Glen Hill says no. Now, is Amar in this video being disorderly? He says no. Is Amar in this video talking? Yes. Now, if someone is holding a note card that says, I love cats, and they're saying, I love cats, would that be a problem, Sheriff? No. Now, why is it a problem? Why do you not have a problem with someone that says, I love cats, and someone that according to you, according to the video, that we agree that they're talking, they're not disorderly, they're talking into their cell phone saying, holding a sign that says, Amy Ashworth allows the jail to unalive inmates. What's the difference between I love cats and Amar talking about Amy Ashworth? Is it possible? If you're okay with I love cats, you should be okay with Amy Ashworth allows the jail to unalive inmates. Unless you have a problem, not with what Amar is doing in the small park, with the message that Amar has. And that is using a badge in the uniform to infringe on the fucking First Amendment. You know how big of a problem this is? That you...
Absolutely.
According to your own deposition, you heard another protester and you arrested and you targeted this guy because you don't like his message. Well, I don't know what to tell you, Sheriff Glen Hill, but you've got a problem, and apparently I'm not going away. I'm coming back with a suit and a flash drive. You know, unfortunately, my reputation has been tarnished, but I'm going to sue for defamation to repair my freaking reputation. I want to work for the governor's office as a paralegal. I work for the governor's office as a paralegal, thinking that I'm going to take everything they've got. I mean, I'm not a thief. How could you believe me if I'm a thief? I mean, knowing that there's a reputation out there that I stole the dash camera. That's what they're alleging. How could you believe any of the body cams that I'm showing you? Knowing that I'm a thief. You know how funny that is? It just doesn't make sense. Okay? Alright, we're gonna watch this video and what the fuck is this? Every time I watch this, I swear to God, it's just like there's something that just it's like I couldn't believe it was happening because there is no way in hell that I can comprehend that you can tell me that we're not in America, that we're no longer in America. When you go through a situation like this, it's almost unbelievable because you've got a constitution and you have rights. constitution that protects you. But when this happens, it's like something in the back of your head just breaks, just like cracks. You're like, wait a minute, maybe, just maybe, we're really not in America. That these individuals are, it's so far gone that what they make us believe that we have a constitution and rights is just talk. I mean, I refuse to believe that reality. As much as I'm living it, as much as I'm going through it, I refuse to let these people define that we don't have a constitution and we really don't have rights. I mean, every day that's what they're shooting for, to tell you that the Constitution doesn't apply to you, rights don't apply to you, and this is the reality that they want to make you believe that. I mean, every day this is what we're going through. But you know, watching this video, going through that is a problem, because at that moment, it's as if you can't believe it until you go through it. You're like, what the fuck just happened? And how did he get away with putting me in handcuffs? And if you watch this video and you watch my expression, I'm fucking shocked. I'm shocked because I know that I'm exercising my First Amendment. I know that you cannot fucking put me in handcuffs. I'm on public property. I'm not being disorderly. I'm exercising my First Amendment. I have a specific message. This is my First Amendment, and this is my voice. This is what I believe in. And then you show up, you put me in handcuffs. You just, it's as if you realize that something is off. Let's watch it.
Is looking. Amy Ashworth protect jail that murders inmates. Hello. See everybody right here? Is looking. You see everybody out the window, fogging up the window? Right there. That's the Commonwealth.
But I promise you, I'm gonna hold this motherfucker accountable.
Office. I'm here every day, right in front of the Commonwealth Attorney office, talking about what Amy Ashworth does behind closed doors. Now, yesterday, Amy Ashworth indicted my brother on first-degree murder using an investigator that falsified the police report. We have a letter from the chief of police admitting, Peter Newsham admitting that this investigator, Robert Jones, falsified my brother's police report. This investigator is now on the Brady list for falsifying my brother's police report. I stole the dash camera from the prosecutor. Hello, prosecutor.
You hired this guy? You hired,
prosecutor that
honestly, you hired this guy? He's telling you, what is this? This guy. Let's listen to that one more time.
This investigator, Robert Jones, falsified my brother's police report. This investigator is now on board. I'm here every day, right in front of the Commonwealth Attorney office, talking about what Amy Ashworth does behind closed doors. Now, yesterday, Amy Ashworth indicted my brother on first-degree murder using an investigator that falsified the police report. We have a letter from the chief of police admitting, Peter Newsham admitting that this investigator, Robert Jones, falsified my brother's police report. This investigator is now on the Brady list for falsifying my brother's police report. I stole the dash camera from the prosecutor. Hello, prosecutor. What a dumb prosecutor that you let me steal the dash camera from you using a pinhole camera. The dash camera shows that my brother did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. I have the Google Nest that shows my brother loves his family. But yet, you use an investigator that falsified the police report yesterday in front of a grand jury, didn't tell the grand jury that He falsified the police report. Didn't tell the grand jury there's a dash camera that shows my brother did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. Didn't tell the grand jury that there is a Google Nest that show he loves his family. It's all good, ma'am. It's all coming out. Look, Amy Ashworth is fogging up the window right there. You see her right there? Hello, Commonwealth, Amy Ashworth. What, are you upset that there is a sign right here? A sign right here that says Amy Ashworth protects a jail that murders people? Yep, she does. 18-year-old Juan Campos died on her watch. She's a jail board member. Tony, how are you, sir? Sheriff, how are you, sir? We're right here, exercising our First Amendment. Right here in front of the Commonwealth office. Hey, how you doing, sir? Sheriff? I see everybody tensing up. What, you can't exercise the First Amendment anymore? We're on public property. Talking about the Commonwealth, who's a jail board member. She gets paid $50,000 on top of her $230,000 salary. On her watch, 18-year-old Juan Campos was murdered on the hand of Correctional Officer Eric Lindsay. On her watch, Muhammad Ikram Sherdel died inside this jail. On her watch, Robert Reed died on her watch inside this jail. She's a jail board member. Her job is to protect these inmates. Tony, how are you, sir? I love you, brother. The Commonwealth Attorney tried to use the sheriff office to get me arrested. I'm still here. I'm exercising my First Amendment. The more these sheriffs make contact with me, the more they understand why I'm here. They don't support Amy Ashworth. Amy Ashworth does three things: defund the police, lets criminals walk, and she goes after families and the indigent portion of this community because it's easy for her to make money that way. We're here every day, and we're going to talk about my brother Mustafa Al-Jazari. We're going to talk about the 6 inmates that were murdered inside this jail. I'm in touch with these families. They have pictures of their loved ones with their faces bashed in from a beating, but the jail says natural causes or drug-related. How is it natural causes or drug-related if their faces are bashed in from a beating? But Amy Ashworth looks the other way. Now she looks the other way to set the environment inside the jail, so that way when she hands you a plea deal, you're so tortured that you're going to tell Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, get me the hell out of here. Tony, yes, sir. What's going on? Terry, how are you, sir? Sheriff Glenn Hill. Say hello to Sheriff Glenn Hill. Tony, how you doing, sir? What's going on, sir? This is public property, sir. This is public property, sir. I'm not using a bullhorn. I'm within. No. I'm exercising my First Amendment.
It's not the bullhorn part I'm referring to. The protesting is.
Is it the sign that says Amy Ashworth?
I'm sorry?
Is it the sign that says Amy Ashworth protect AJL? No, sir. No, sir. I will not take that sign anyway. This is public property. I'm exercising my First Amendment.
Okay.
Sheriff, yes, sir.
Hey, look,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Talk to me.
Give me the warning.
Okay.
Take the sign back over there.
You can arrest me if you want for exercising my First Amendment.
That might happen.
And I promise you, why? I'm exercising my First Amendment.
Okay, that might
Why would you arrest me for exercising my First Amendment? No, sir. This is public property. I'm not using a bullhorn. The bullhorn is right there. I'm not using it. You're going to arrest me for what? Exercising my First Amendment on public property? I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm here. I've got a sign that says Amy Ashworth is protecting a jail that murders people. Now I've got sheriffs.
We have a designated area.
There is no designated area when it comes to public property, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. This is public property.
I'm giving you 3 cents, all right?
Okay.
Now I want you to move back over there.
Okay.
Right now. And if you don't, you're going to be under arrest.
For what? What am I getting arrested for?
I'll tell you what that's for, but I'm giving you a chance to go in there.
What am I getting arrested for, sir?
Do what I tell you.
What am I getting arrested for, sir? I'm asking you a question. I'm peaceful. I'm not resisting. I'm exercising my First Amendment. This is public property. There is no designated area, sir.
We have designated an area.
No, sir. You do not have designated area. This is public property. And if I want, I can be in that lobby as long as I'm not disrupting the peace.
how to play that song for the holidays. Put your third finger on F.
No, we're not moving anywhere. This is our First Amendment. I didn't go overseas for 3 years to have someone arrest me and infringe on my First Amendment. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, Sheriff Blue Hill. I'm not disrupting the peace. This is public area. What are you gonna do? Okay, keep recording. Keep recording. I'm not resisting. I am not resisting. I am not resisting. I am not resisting. I am not resisting. I gotta make sure you're recording. I'm not resisting. I'm on public property. I'm keep recording me. Keep recording me, bro. Keep recording me. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. Mom. Why are you being arrested? My son. You took my son. Keep recording. My son. My community is watching. You took my son. You didn't believe him. Son. You hate my son. You hate my son. Why am I being arrested? No, son, you hate him. That says no, man. Stop. My son. This is my son. I'm here. No, you can't assault my sister. This is my son. You hate my son. They're gonna hurt us. Make sure you're recording. If this becomes any more, make sure you're recording me. Terry, you go back. What are they doing, sir? I know you have a Bible and a Constitution. Please. Just go back over there. Please listen to it. I understand that. We're going to deal with this, but please go back over there.
Okay. I'm here.
Keep recording me. Make sure you record me. Go in there and get across. You're hurting my arm. Terry, your officer is twisting my arm, sir. Terry, your officer is twisting my arm. Sir, your officer is twisting my arm. Sir, your officer, Tony, your officer is twisting my arm. All right. You didn't have to do that, sir.
You got anything else? You want to give any of this to your mom?
Yes, sir.
What do you want to give to her?
All of us, sir. To my sister right there.
Is this sister? All right, take all this, sis.
I'm getting arrested for exercising my First Amendment. I'm on public property.
Being arrested for not doing what you're told.
I don't have to do. It's public property, sir. I'm exercising my First Amendment. You cannot infringe on my First Amendment. You cannot infringe on my First Amendment. I didn't serve an Iraq for you to arrest me and infringe on my First Amendment. I promise you to get arrested, sir.
Is that it? Oh, man. Who's that?
Thank you.
Is that it?
I know what are you going to do? It's okay, Mom.
It's okay.
Huh?
It's okay.
Release
Just watching.
Release him.
They falsified my brother police report. They falsified my brother police report, and I guess you can't talk about it.
You cannot come in the courthouse with that.
The Commonwealth attorney is upset because I got a sign that says Amy Ashford kills inmates. You got 6 inmates murdered this time.
To be honest with you, fuck these people.
It's hard to watch still.
You know,
I hate that video.
It's hard to watch. It's hard to.
It's hard watching live.
It's disturbing when, growing up here, we know that we have a constitution and we know that we have rights. And we grew up on these ideas, we grew up on these values, and we believe it so much that we go overseas and do what we do for this country. And to come back here and to have individuals that somehow believe in their heads that because they have a badge and a uniform, that a constitution and your rights do not exist, is disturbing on so many levels, and it gets to a point where it's a battle. It's a battle where you refuse to let these individuals tell you that America doesn't exist, that you're really living in a third world country. I mean, once you violate the Constitution, once you have no rights, I mean, it's a third world country. The only thing that makes us different from anywhere else in the world is our Constitution, and that we have rights. The Constitution protects us, and we have rights. The minute that you no longer have a Constitution and don't have rights, you're living in a third world country. And if those individuals for 2 seconds think they're gonna win, they're not gonna win. I promise you, by the time I'm done with Sheriff Glenn Hill, he's not gonna have a badge or a uniform. And this is not about my brother anymore. This is not about the inmates that are being abused inside this county jail. This is not about This is about me not being able to live with myself, knowing that I don't have a voice in this country. That my 4-year-old niece is going to grow up in a country where the Constitution does not exist, and she has no rights. I mean, I refuse to. I refuse to believe. Yeah, I refuse to believe that our Constitution doesn't exist and that we have no rights. And if they think that our resolve, that we don't have enough resolve to see this through, they're senile. Now, I wouldn't have this conversation, I wouldn't have this kind of resolve if I haven't been sent overseas and done what I've done. I've dealt with bigger monsters there, and Sheriff Glenn Hill, compared to the monsters that I've dealt when we were overseas, is a freaking fucking baby. Is child play compared to the monsters that we dealt with when we were overseas. And that's a fucking fact. I mean, look at how far we've come. You've arrested me, you trespassed me, and I'm walking around in this county with a suit, a flash drive of not only cases for my brother, but other individuals in this county. And there's nothing that sheriff or Commonwealth Amy Ashworth can fucking do anything about it. I'm here. I'm holding podcasts in front of the FBI building. Apparently, I'm comfortable enough to sit there in front of the FBI building. Now that should tell them something. Now I know that I've got files on me that certain individuals somehow didn't get the memo. Someone is not talking to someone that think they can get away with doing what they're doing. I tell them to go through the files and read the memos and really understand what we've done overseas for this country and who we are when you're talking about individuals that serve this country. I've done work overseas. My brother did work overseas. My dad worked overseas. And we did a lot that we're comfortable enough to tell you to go fuck yourself having a badge and a uniform for 20 years. That we're comfortable enough to tell this Commonwealth attorney, you're not going to win. that you're alleging so much against me in this county, but I get to walk around and tell you, go fuck yourself. You're not going to win. Sir, your reputation precedes you. Yes, it does. And the best is yet to come. We're patient. This whole process, is it painful? Yeah, it's painful. But we know a thing or two about pain. I mean, I've been on a couple of roller coasters. Being able to wait, being able to endure pain. We've been here before. I mean, different situation. But the symptoms are all the same. You wait. It's painful. You see it through. But God help you at the finish line. Because we're going to fuck you over. Now, here, we're going to fuck you over by law. By law, Amy Ashworth is going to be held accountable by law. Sheriff Glenn Hill and his correctional officers are going to be held accountable by law. Judge Weimer is going to be held accountable by law. The relationship that we have with Judge Weimer is yet to be determined. We put him on notice that what he does in court is under a giant microscope. We're pulling his transcripts. We're talking about the body cams. And his decisions that he made in the past are all is now under question. Going forward is being watched. We're talking about, by law, holding him accountable. I don't know what Judge Weimer's future looks like. The conversation coming down the pipeline is that Judge Weimer, you have to excuse Judge Weimer because he's not watching the body cam. Well, okay, all right. How can we address this issue, sir? If you don't know, now you know. Oh, the prosecutor is not watching the body cam. You know, I read about Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, and they say it's an elected position. And they say because it's an elected position, that when she brings up charges, even though they're false charges, she's to a certain extent immune because it's an elected position. Now, just because the Commonwealth is immune, everybody around her is not immune. Because the senior prosecutor, Sarah Sammy, is not immune. She doesn't have the same immunity. Stephanie Buck, the other prosecutor on the case, is not immune. The other individuals that is partaking in bringing up false charges on Mustafa are not immune. Now, we'll cross that bridge when we get to them. We're in the initial stages of things being leaked out, body cams, discovery, documents. I mean, we're just getting started. And we're going to see this through, and we'll see where it goes. I mean, at the end of the day, when you watch these body cams, you see a targeted effort to turn this vehicle accident into something that it's not. They've turned it into M1. And they believed that the body cams and the document will never see the light of day. Well, they bet on the wrong horse, and look at what's happening. Situations like this take a long time. Investigation with the DOJ, with the FBI, take a long time. And I think it's senile to think that this is going to be fixed overnight. It's not going to be fixed overnight. We know that. But that's okay. The family is patient. Mustafa is patient. This community is patient. And we're asking this
One of the
community...
changes they need to make is to make things go speedy.
You know, I don't know. You know, I mean, yeah, in a perfect world, that would be nice. You know, you would think that there's accountability, and when you have police misconduct, and I'm using police misconduct, the most polite term I've ever seen, when you turn a vehicle accident into an M1, or you drag an unalive body riddled with holes out of a vehicle. It's just, you know, these, you call it police misconduct. You know, it takes time, and we're waiting. In the meantime, we protest in front of the Department of Justice, in front of the FBI building, to put enough pressure that these agencies do their job. When the local government fails a community, you ask the federal government to step in. And unfortunately for them, what they were hoping, this is what they were hoping, that if Mustafa gets lucky, that after they convict him, the body cams, if Mustafa gets lucky, now if the body cams or the discovery, the documents, see the light of day, then you go to the Court of Appeals and you go over the documents, you go over the body cam, but by then you've already convicted Mustafa. But unfortunately for them, they weren't counting on the fact that these body cams, these discovery, these documents came out before you convicted Mustafa. Now you have a clusterfuck of a situation where you're going to have to look at the body cam, you're going to have to look at the document, and then when you do, you realize that the police department falsified everything. And yeah, they're in a tough position, and they don't have a choice but to fix it. I mean, when it's on dash camera, this is a vehicle accident. When the investigators on body cam saying this is a vehicle accident, and instead you find out the only way they got away with holding Mustafa for as long as they've held Mustafa is by manufactured witnesses, manufactured police reports, manufactured probable cause. It's a big problem. But the best is yet to come.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Woo! Love that tune.
Oh my God, Gary, what's up, brother? So these are serious charges. Lem Ford, these are serious charges. Every time I look at these, how do you have charges like these disappear? Gary, what's up, brother?
Hey, Lamar, how you doing, buddy?
Doing all right, brother. Doing okay. Hanging in there.
That's good. Hey, how far away from DC are you all?
30 minute, 45 minute.
Oh, okay.
Why? What's going on?
I've seen they had like 4 prison buses or 5 prison buses down around DC earlier today.
For what? Yeah, Gary. For what? Prison buses for what?
What'd you say it was for?
Yeah. What is the? You said prison buses?
Yeah.
But what is it? What is it for though?
I don't know. I just seen there was 4 buses around Nancy